Part 1, Chapter 1 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance GARNETT. Part 1, Chapter 1. 1. I cannot resist sitting down to write the history of the first steps in my career. Though I might very well abstain from doing so, I know one thing for certain. I shall never again sit down to write my autobiography, even if I live to be 100. One must be too disgustingly in love with self to be able without shame to write about oneself. I can only excuse myself on the ground that I am not writing with the same object with which other people write, that is, to win the praise of my readers. It has suddenly occurred to me to write out word for word all that has happened to me during this last year, simply from an inward impulse, because I'm so impressed by all that has happened. I shall simply record the incidents, doing my utmost to exclude everything extraneous, especially all literary graces. The professional writer writes for 30 years and is quite unable to say at the end why he has been writing for all that time. I'm not a professional writer and don't want to be. And to drag forth into the literary marketplace the inmost secrets of my soul and an artistic description of my feelings, I should regard as indecent and contemptible. I foresee, however, with vexation, that it will be impossible to avoid describing feelings altogether and making reflections, even perhaps cheap ones. So corrupting is every sort of literary pursuit in its effect, even if it be undertaken only for one's own satisfaction. The reflections may indeed be very cheap, because what is of value for oneself may very well have no value for others. But all this is beside the mark. It will do for a preface, however. There will be nothing more of the sort. Let us get to work, though there is nothing more difficult than to begin upon some sorts of work. Perhaps any sort of work. 2. I am beginning, or rather I should like to begin, these notes from the 19th of September of last year. That is, from the very day I first met, but to explain so prematurely who it was I met before anything else is known would be cheap. In fact, I believe my tone is cheap. I vowed I would eschew all literary graces, and here at the first sentence I am being seduced by them. It seems as if writing sensibly can't be done simply by wanting to. I may remark also that I fancy writing is more difficult in Russian than in any other European language. I am now reading over what I have just written, and I see that I am much cleverer than what I have written. How is it that what is expressed by a clever man is much more stupid than what is left in him? I have more than once during this momentous year noticed this with myself and my relations with people, and have been very much worried by it. Although I am beginning from the 19th of September, I must put in a word or two about who I am, and where I had been till then, and what was consequently my state of mind on the morning of that day, to make things clearer to the reader, and perhaps to myself also. 3. I have passed the leaving examination at the grammar school, and now I am in my 21st year. My surname is Dolgoruky, and my legal father is Makar Ivanov Dolgoruky, formerly a serf in the household of the Versalavs. In this way, I am a legitimate son, although I am, as a matter of fact, conspicuously illegitimate, and there is not the faintest doubt about my origin. The facts are as follows. 22 years ago, Versalav, that is, my father, being 25 years old, visited his estate in the province of Tula. I imagine that at that time his character was still quite unformed. It is curious that this man, who, even in my childhood, made such an impression upon me, who had such a crucial influence on the whole bent of my mind, and who perhaps has even cast his shadow over the whole of my future, still remains, even now, a complete enigma to me in many respects. Of this, more particulars later. There is no describing him straight off. My whole manuscript will be full of this man anyway. He had just been left a widower at that time, that is, when he was 25. He had married one of the Fanaryatovs, a girl of high rank, but without much money. And by her hand he had a son and a daughter. The facts that I have gathered about this wife whom he lost so early are somewhat scanty, and are lost among my materials, and indeed many of the circumstances of Versolov's private life have eluded me, for he has always been so proud, disdainful, reserved, and casual with me, in spite of a sort of meekness towards me, which was striking at times. I will mention, however, to make things clear beforehand, that he ran through 3 fortunes in his lifetime, very big ones too, of over 1,400 souls, and maybe more. Now, of course, he has not a farthing. He went to the village on that occasion, God knows why, so at least he said to me afterwards. His young children were, as usual, not with him, but with relations. This was always his method with his children, legitimate and illegitimate alike. The house serfs on this estate were rather numerous, and among them was a gardener called Makar Ivanov Dolgoruky. Here I will note in parenthesis, to relieve my mind once and for all, I doubt whether anyone can ever have raged against his surname as I have all my life. This is stupid, of course, but so it has been. Every time I entered a school or met persons whom I had to treat with respect as my elders, every wretched little teacher, tutor, priest, anyone you like, on asking my name and hearing it was Dolgoruky, for some reason invariably thought fitting to add, Prince Dolgoruky, and every single time I was forced to explain to these futile people, no, simply Dolgoruky. That simply began to drive me mad at last. Here I note as a curious phenomenon that I don't remember a single exception. Everyone asked the question. For some, it was apparently quite superfluous, and indeed I don't know how the devil it could have been necessary for anyone. But every one of them asked it. On hearing that I was simply Dolgoruky, the questioner usually looked me up and down with a blank and stupidly apathetic stare that betrayed that he did not know why he had asked the question. Then he would walk away. My comrades and schoolfellows were the most insulting of all. How do schoolboys question a newcomer? The new boy, abashed and confused on the first day of entering a school, whatever school it may be, is the victim of all. They order him about, they tease him, and treat him like a lackey. A stout, chubby urchin suddenly stands still before his victim and watches him persistently for some moments with a stern and haughty stare. The new boy stands facing him in silence, looks at him out of the corner of his eyes, and if he is not a coward, waits to see what is going to happen. What's your name? Dolgoruky. Prince Dolgoruky? No, simply Dolgoruky. Ah, simply fool! And he was right. Nothing could be more foolish than to be called Dolgoruky without being a prince. I have to bear the burden of that foolishness through no fault of my own. Later on, when I began to get very cross about it, I always answered the question, Are you a prince? By saying, No, I'm the son of a servant, formerly a serf. At last, when I was roused to the utmost pitch of fury, I resolutely answered, No, simply Dolgoruky, the illegitimate son of my former owner. I thought of this when I was in the 6th form of grammar school, and though I was very soon after thoroughly convinced that I was stupid, I did not at once give up being so. I remember that one of the teachers opined, he was alone in his opinion, however, that I was filled with ideas of vengeance and civic rights. As a rule, this reply was received with a sort of meditative pensiveness, anything but flattering to me. At last, one of my schoolfellows, a very sarcastic boy to whom I hardly talked once in a year, said to me with a serious countenance, looking a little away, Such sentiments do you credit, of course, and no doubt you have something to be proud of. But if I were in your place, I should not be too festive over being illegitimate. You seem to expect congratulations. From that time forth, I dropped boasting of being illegitimate. I repeat, it is very difficult to write in Russian. Here I have covered 3 pages with describing how furious I have been all my life with my surname, and after all the reader will, no doubt, probably have deduced that I was really furious at not being a prince, but simply Dolgoruky. To explain again and defend myself would be humiliating. 4. And so among the servants, of whom there were a great number besides Makar Ivanitch, there was a maid, and she was 18 when Makar Dolgoruky, who was 50, suddenly announced his intention of marrying her. In the days of serfdom, marriages of house serfs, as everyone knows, only took place with the sanction of their masters, and were sometimes simply arranged by the latter. At that time, Auntie was living on the estate. Not that she was my aunt, though. She had, in fact, an estate of her own. But I don't know why, everyone knew her all her life as Auntie. Not mine in particular, but an aunt in general. Even in the family of Versalov, to whom she can hardly have been related. Her name was Tatiana Pavlovna Prutkov. In those days, she still had, in the same province and district, a property of 35 serfs of her own. She didn't exactly administer Versalov's estate of 500 serfs, but being so near a neighbor, she kept a vigilant eye on it, and her superintendence, so I have heard, was as efficient as that of any trained steward. However, her efficiency has nothing to do with me, but to dispose of all suspicion of cringing or flattery on my part, I should like to add that this Tatiana Pavlovna was a generous and even original person. Well, far from checking the gloomy Makar Dolgoruky's matrimonial inclinations, I am told he was gloomy in those days, she gave them the warmest encouragement. Sofia Andreevna, the serf girl of 18, that is, my mother, had been for some years fatherless and motherless. Her father, also a serf, who had a great respect for Makar Dolgoruky and was under some obligation to him, had, 6 years before, on his deathbed, beckoned to the old gardener and, pointing significantly to his daughter, had, in the presence of the priest and all the servants, bequeathed her to him, saying, "When she's grown up, marry her." This was, so they say, a quarter of an hour before he expired, so that it might, if need be, have been put down to delirium. Besides which, he had no right to dispose of property, being a serf. Everyone heard his words. As for Makar Ivanovich, I don't know in what spirit he afterwards entered upon the marriage, whether with great eagerness or simply as the fulfillment of a duty. Probably he preserved an appearance of complete indifference. He was a man who, even at that time, knew how to keep up his dignity. It was not that he was a particularly well-educated or reading man, though he knew the whole of the church service and some lives of the saints, but this was only from hearing them. It was not that he was a sort of backstairs philosopher. It was simply that he was a man of obstinate and even at times rash character, was conceited in his talk, autocratic in his judgment, and respectful in his life, to use his own surprising expression. That is what he was like at that time. Of course, he was universally respected, but I am told disliked by everyone. It was a different matter when he ceased to be a house serf. Then he was spoken about as a saint and a man who had suffered much. That I know for a fact. As for my mother, Tatiana Pavlovna had kept her till the age of 18 in her house, although the steward had urged that the girl should be sent to Moscow to be trained. She had given the orphan some education, that is, taught her sewing and cutting out clothes, ladylike deportment, and even a little reading. My mother was never able to write decently. She looked upon this marriage with Makar Ivanovich as something settled long ago, and everything that happened to her in those days she considered very good, and all for the best. She went to her wedding looking as unmoved as anyone could on such an occasion, so much so that even Tatiana Pavlovna called her a fish. All this about my mother's character at that time I heard from Tatiana Pavlovna herself. Versalov arrived just 6 months after this wedding. 5. I only want to say that I have never been able to find out or to guess to my own satisfaction what led up to everything between him and my mother. I'm quite ready to believe, as he himself assured me last year with a flushed face, though he talked of all this with the most unconstrained and flippant air, that there was no romance about it at all, that it had just happened. I believe that it did just happen, and that little phrase, "just happened," is delightful. Yet I always wanted to know how it could have come about. I have always hated that sort of nastiness all my life, and always shall. It's not simply a disgraceful curiosity on my part, of course. I may remark that I knew absolutely nothing of my mother till a year ago. For the sake of Versalov's comfort, I was sent away to strangers, but of that later. and so I can never picture what she looked like at that time. If she had not been at all pretty, what could a man such as Versalov was then have found attractive in her? This question is of importance to me because it throws a light on an extremely interesting side of that man's character. It is for that reason I ask it, and not from depravity. Gloomy and reserved as he always was, he told me himself on one occasion, with that charming candor which he used to produce from the devil knows where, it seemed to come out of his pocket when he saw it was indispensable, that at that time he was a very silly young puppy. Not that he was exactly sentimental, but just that he had lately read Poor Anton and Palinka Sax, two literary works which exerted an immense humanizing influence on the younger generation of that day. He added that it was perhaps through Poor Anton that he went to the country, and he added it with the utmost gravity. How did that silly puppy begin at first with my mother? I have suddenly realized that if I had a single reader, he would certainly be laughing at me as a most ridiculous raw youth, still stupidly innocent, putting himself forward to discuss and criticize what he knows nothing about. It is true that I know nothing about it, though I recognize that not at all with pride, for I know how stupid such inexperience is in a great dolt of 20. Only I would tell such a gentleman that he knows nothing about it himself, and I will prove it to him. It is true that I know nothing about women, and I don't want to either, for I shall always despise that sort of thing, and I have sworn I will all my life. But I know for certain, though, that some women fascinate by their beauty, or by anything you like, all in a minute, while you may ruminate over another for 6 months before you understand what is in her, and that to see through and love such a woman, it is not enough to look at her, it is not enough to be simply ready for anything. One must have a special gift besides. Of that I am convinced, although I do know nothing about it. And if it were not true, it would mean degrading all women to the level of domestic animals and only keeping them about one as such. Possibly this is what very many people would like. I know from several sources that my mother was by no means a beauty, though I have never seen the portrait of her at that age which is in existence, so it was impossible to have fallen in love with her at first sight. Simply to amuse himself, Versalov might have pitched on someone else. And there was someone else in the house, an unmarried girl too, Anfisa Konstantinovna Sapashkov, a housemaid. To a man who had brought poor Anton with him to the country, it must have seemed shameful to take advantage of his seigneurial rights to violate the sanctity of a marriage, even that of his serf. For I repeat, he spoke with extreme seriousness of this poor Anton, only a few months ago, that is 20 years after the event. Why, poor Anton only had his horse taken from him, but this was a wife, so there must have been something peculiar in this case, and Mademoiselle Sapashkov was the loser by it, or rather, I should say, the gainer. I attacked him with all these questions, once or twice last year when it was possible to talk to him, for it wasn't always possible to talk to him. And in spite of all his society polish and the lapse of 20 years, I noticed that he winced, but I persisted. On one occasion, anyway, although he maintained the air of worldly superciliousness which he invariably thought fit to assume with me, he muttered strangely that my mother was one of those defenseless people whom one does not fall in love with, quite the contrary, in fact, but whom one suddenly pities for their gentleness. Perhaps, though one cannot tell what for. That no one ever knows, but one goes on pitying them. One pities them and grows fond of them. In fact, my dear boy, there are cases when one can't shake it off. That was what he told me. And if that was how it really happened, I could not look upon him as the silly puppy he had proclaimed himself. That is just what I wanted. He went on to assure me, however, that my mother loved him through servility. He positively pretended it was because he was her master. He lied, thinking this was chic. He lied against his conscience, against all honor and generosity. I have said all this, of course, as it were to the credit of my mother, but I have explained already that I knew nothing whatever of her as she was then. What is more, I know the rigidity of her environment, and the pitiful ideas in which she had become set from her childhood and to which she remained enslaved for the rest of her life. The misfortune happened, nevertheless. I must correct myself, by the way. Letting my fancy run away with me, I have forgotten the fact which I ought to have stated first of all. That is, that the misfortune happened at the very outset. I hope that the reader will not be too squeamish to understand at once what I mean. In fact, it began with his exercising his seigneurial rights, although Mademoiselle Sapojkov was passed over. But here, in self-defense, I must declare at once that I am not contradicting myself, for good Lord, what could a man like Versilov have talked about at that date with a person like my mother, even if he had felt the most overwhelming love for her? I have heard from depraved people that men and women very often come together without a word being uttered, which is, of course, the last extreme of monstrous loathsomeness. Nevertheless, I do not see how Versilov could have begun differently with my mother if he had wanted to. Could he have begun by expounding Polinka Sax to her? And besides, they had no thoughts to spare for Russian literature. On the contrary, from what he said, he let himself go once, they used to hide in corners, wait for each other on the stairs, fly apart like bouncing balls, with flushed cheeks if anyone passed by, and the tyrant slave owner trembled before the lowest scrubbing maid in spite of his seigneurial rights. And although it was at first an affair of master and servant, it was that, and yet not that, and after all, there is no really explaining it. In fact, the more you go into it, the more obscure it seems. The very depth and duration of their love makes it more mysterious, for it is a leading characteristic of such men as Versilov to abandon as soon as their object is attained. That did not happen, though. To transgress with an attractive, giddy flirt who was his serf, and my mother was not a flirt, was not only possible but inevitable for a depraved young puppy. And they were all depraved, every one of them, and progressives as well as the reactionaries, especially considering his romantic position as a young widower and his having nothing to do. But to love her all his life is too much. I cannot guarantee that he did love her, but he has dragged her about with him all his life. That's certain. I put a great many questions to my mother, but there is one most important which I may remark I did not venture to ask her directly, though I got in such familiar terms with her last year, and what is more, like a coarse, ungrateful puppy, considering she had wronged me, I did not spare her feelings at all. This was the question: how she, after 6 months of marriage, crushed by her ideas of the sanctity of wedlock, crushed like some helpless fly, respecting her Makar Ivanovich as though he had been a god, how she could have brought herself in about a fortnight to such a sin. Was my mother a depraved woman, perhaps? On the contrary, I may say now at once that it is difficult to imagine anyone more pure-hearted than she was then, and has been all her life. The explanation may be, perhaps, that she scarcely knew what she was doing. I don't mean this in a sense in which lawyers nowadays urge this in defense of their thieves and murderers, but was carried away by a violent emotion, which sometimes gains a fatal and tragic ascendancy when the victim is of a certain degree of simplicity. There is no telling. Perhaps she fell madly in love with the cut of his clothes, the Parisian style in which he parted his hair, his French accent, yes, French, though she didn't understand a word of it, the song he sang at the piano. She fell in love with something she had never seen or heard of, and he was very handsome, and fell in love with him straight away, once for all, hopelessly fell in love with him altogether, manners, song, and all. I have heard that this did sometimes happen to peasant girls in the days of serfdom, and to the most virtuous, too. I understand this, and the man is a scoundrel who puts it down to nothing but servility, and so perhaps this young man may have had enough direct power of fascination to attract a creature who had till then been so pure and who was of a different species, of an utterly different world, and to lead her on to such evident ruin, that it was to her ruin my mother, I hope, realized all her life. Only probably when she went to it, she did not think of ruin at all, but that is how it always is with these defenseless creatures. They know it is ruin, and they rush upon it. Having sinned, they promptly repented. He told me flippantly that he sobbed on the shoulder of Makar Ivanovitch, whom he sent for to his study expressly for the purpose, and she meanwhile was lying unconscious in some little back room in the servants' quarters. 6. But enough of questions and scandalous details. After paying Makar Ivanovitch a sum of money for my mother, Versalov went away shortly afterwards, and ever since, as I have mentioned already, he dragged her about with him, almost everywhere he went, except at certain times when he absented himself for a considerable period. Then, as a rule, he left her in the care of Auntie, that is, of Tatiana Pavlovna Prutkov, who always turned up on such occasions. They lived in Moscow, and also in other towns and villages, even abroad, and finally in Petersburg. Of all that later, though perhaps it is not worth recording. I will only mention that a year after my mother left Makar Ivanovitch, I made my appearance, and a year later my sister, and 10 or 11 years afterwards, a sickly child, my younger brother, who died a few months later. My mother's terrible confinement with this baby was the end of her good looks, so at least I was told. She began rapidly to grow older and feebler. But a correspondence with Makar Ivanovitch was always kept up. Wherever the Versalovs were, whether they lived for some years in the same place or were moving about, Makar Ivanovitch never failed to send news of himself to the family. Strange relations grew up, somewhat ceremonious and almost solemn. Among the gentry, there is always an element of something comic in such relations, I know. But there was nothing of the sort in this case. Letters were exchanged twice a year, never more nor less frequently. And they were extraordinarily alike. I have seen them. There was scarcely anything personal in them. On the contrary, they were practically nothing but ceremonious statements of the most public incidents and the most public sentiments, if one may use such an expression of sentiments. First came news of his own health and inquiries about their health, then ceremonious hopes, greetings, and blessings. That was all. I believe that this publicity and impersonality is looked upon as the essence of propriety and good breeding among the peasants. To our much esteemed and respected spouse, Sofia Andreevna, we send our humblest greetings. We send to our beloved children our fatherly blessing, even unalterable. The children were mentioned by name, including me. I may remark here that Makar Ivanovitch had so much wit as never to describe his high-born, most respected master Andrei Petrovitch as his benefactor, though he did invariably, in each letter, send him his most humble greetings, beg for the continuance of his favor, and call down upon him the blessing of God. The answers to Makar Ivanovitch were sent shortly after by my mother, and were always written in exactly the same style. Versalov, of course, took no part in the correspondence. Makar Ivanovitch wrote from all parts of Russia, from the towns and monasteries in which he sometimes stayed for a considerable time. He'd become a pilgrim, as it is called. He never asked for anything, but he invariably turned up at home once in 3 years on a holiday, and stayed with my mother, who always, as it happened, had her own lodgings apart from Versalov's. Of this I shall have to say more later. Here I will only mention that Makar Ivanovitch did not loll on the sofa in the drawing-room, but always sat discreetly somewhere in the background. He never stayed for long, 5 days or a week. I have omitted to say that he had the greatest affection and respect for his surname Dolgoruky. Of course, this was ludicrous and stupidity, and what was most stupid was that he prized his name just because there were princes of the name, a strange topsy-turvy idea. I have said that the family were always together, but I mean except for me, of course. I was like an outcast, and almost from my birth had been with strangers. But this was done with no special design, but simply because it had happened so. When I was born, my mother was still young and good-looking, and therefore necessary to Versalov, and a screaming child, of course, was always a nuisance, especially when they were traveling. That was how it happened that until I was 19 I had scarcely seen my mother except on 2 or 3 brief occasions. It was not due to my mother's wishes, but to Versalov's lofty disregard for people. 7. Now for something quite different. A month earlier, that is a month before the 19th of September, I had made up my mind in Moscow to renounce them all and to retire into my own idea, finally. I record that expression, retire into my own idea, because that expression may explain my leading motive, my object in life. What that idea of mine is, of that there will be only too much said later. In the solitary years of my dreamy life in Moscow, it sprang up in my mind before I had left the sixth form of grammar school, and from that time perhaps never left me for an instant. It absorbed my whole existence. Till then I had lived in dreams. From my childhood upwards, I have lived in the world of dreams, always of a certain color. But after this great and all-absorbing idea turned up, my dreams gained in force, took a definite shape, and became rational instead of foolish. School did not hinder my dreams, and it did not hinder the idea either. I must add, however, that I came out badly in the leaving exam, though I had always been one of the first in all the forms up to the 7th, and this was a result of that same idea, a result of a false deduction from it, perhaps. So it was not schoolwork that hindered the idea, but the idea that hindered schoolwork, and it hindered university work too. When I left school, I intended at once not only to cut myself off from my family completely, but from all the world if necessary, though I was only 19 at the time. I wrote through a suitable person to tell them to leave me entirely alone, not to send me any more money for my maintenance, and, if possible, to forget me altogether. That is, if they ever did remember me. And finally, nothing would induce me to enter the university. An alternative presented itself from which there was no escaping: to refuse to enter the university and go on with my education, or to defer putting my idea into practice for another 4 years. I went for the idea without faltering, for I was absolutely resolved about it. In answer to my letter, which had not been addressed to him, Versilov, my father, whom I had only seen once for a moment when I was a boy of 10, though even in that moment he made a great impression upon me, summoned me to Petersburg in a letter written in his own hand, promising me a private situation. This cold, proud man, careless and disdainful of me, after bringing me into the world and packing me off to strangers, knew nothing of me at all, and had never even regretted his conduct. Who knows? Perhaps he had only a vague and confused idea of my existence, for it appeared afterwards that the money for my maintenance in Moscow had not been furnished by him, but by other people. Yet the summons of this man who so suddenly remembered me and deigned to write to me with his own hand by flattering me decided my fate. Strange to say, what pleased me in his note, one tiny sheet of paper, was that he said not a word about the university, did not ask me to change my mind, did not blame me for not wanting to continue my studies, did not, in fact, trot out any parental flourishes of the kind usual in such cases. And yet this was wrong of him, since it betrayed more than anything his lack of interest in me. I resolved to go, the more readily because it would not hinder my great idea. I'll see what will come of it, I argued. In any case, I shall associate with him only for a time, possibly a very short time, but as soon as I see that this step, tentative and trifling as it is keeping me from the great object, I shall break off with them, throw up everything, and retreat into my shell. Yes, into my shell. I shall hide in it like a tortoise. This comparison pleased me very much. I shall not be alone, I went on musing as I walked about Moscow those last days like one possessed. I shall never be alone as I have been for so many awful years till now. I shall have my idea to which I will never be false, even if I like them all there, and they make me happy, and I live with them for 10 years. It was, I may remark beforehand, just that impression, that is, just the twofold nature of the plans and objects definitely formed before leaving Moscow, and never out of my mind for one instant in Petersburg, for I hardly think there was a day in Petersburg which I had not fixed on beforehand as the final date for breaking off with them and going away. It was this, I say, that was, I believe, one of the chief causes of many of the indiscretions I have been guilty of during this year. Many nasty things, many even low things, and stupid ones, of course. To be sure, A father, something I had never had before, had appeared upon the scene. This thought intoxicated me as I made my preparations in Moscow and sat in the railway carriage. That he was my father would be nothing. I was not fond of sentimentality, but this man had humiliated me and had not cared to know me, while all those years I had been chewing away at my dreams of him, if one may use such an expression. From my childhood upward, my dreams were all colored by him, all hovered about him as the final goal. I don't know whether I hated him or loved him, but his figure dominated the future and all my schemes of life, and this happened of itself. It grew up with me. Another thing which influenced me in leaving Moscow was a tremendous circumstance, a temptation which even then, 3 months before my departure, before Petersburg had been mentioned, set my heart leaping and throbbing. I was drawn to this unknown ocean by the thought that I could enter it as the lord and master of other people's destinies. And what people, too. But the feelings that were surging in my heart were generous and not despotic. I hasten to declare it that my words may not be mistaken. Moreover, Verslav might think, if he ever deigned to think of me, that a small boy who had just left school, a raw youth, was coming, who would be agape with wonder at everything. And meanwhile, I knew all his private life, and had about me a document of the utmost importance, for which I know that now for a fact he would have given some years of his life if I had told him the secret at the time. But I notice that I am talking in riddles. One cannot describe feelings without facts. Besides which, there will be enough about all this in its proper place. It is with that object I have taken up my pen. Writing like this is like a cloud of words or the ravings of delirium. 8. Finally, to pass once for all to the 19th of September, I will observe briefly, and so to say cursorily, that I found them all, that is, Verslav, my mother, and my sister, the latter I saw for the first time in my life, in difficult circumstances, almost destitute, or at least on the verge of destitution. I knew of this before leaving Moscow, but yet I was not prepared for what I saw. I had been accustomed from childhood to imagine this man, this future father of mine, in brilliant surroundings, and could not picture him except as the leading figure everywhere. Verslav had never shared the same lodgings with my mother, but had always taken rooms for her apart. He did this, of course, out of regard for their very contemptible proprieties. But here they were all living together in a little wooden lodge in a back street in the Semyonovsky Polk. All their things were in pawn, so that without Verslav's knowledge, I gave my mother my secret 60 rubles. Secret, because I had saved them up in the course of 2 years out of my pocket money, which was 5 rubles a month. I had begun saving from the very day I had conceived my idea. And so Verslav must know nothing about the money. I trembled at the thought of that. My help was like a drop in the ocean. My mother worked hard, and my sister too took in sewing. Verslav lived in idleness, indulged his whims, and kept up a number of his former rather expensive habits. He grumbled terribly, especially at dinner, and he was absolutely despotic in all his ways. But my mother, my sister, Tatyana Pavlovna, and the whole family of the late Andronikov, the head of some department, who used also to manage Verslav's affairs and had died 3 months before, consisting of innumerable women, groveled before him as though he were a fetish. I had not imagined this. I may remark that 9 years before he had been infinitely more elegant. I have said already that I had kept the image of him in my dreams surrounded by a sort of brilliance, and so I could not conceive how it was possible, after only 9 years, for him to look so much older and to be so worn out. I felt at once sad, sorry, ashamed. The sight of him was one of the most painful of my first impressions on my arrival. Yet he was by no means an old man. He was only 45. Looking at him more closely, I found in his handsome face something even more striking than what I had kept in my memory. There was less of the brilliance of those days, less external beauty, less elegance even, but life had, as it were, stamped on that face something far more interesting than before. Meanwhile, poverty was not the 10th or 20th fraction of his misfortunes, and I knew that. There was something infinitely more serious than poverty, apart from the fact that there was still a hope that Versalov might win the lawsuit he had been contesting for the last year with the princes Sokolsky, and might in the immediate future come into an estate to the value of 70,000 or more. I have said above that Versalov had run through 3 fortunes in his life, and here another fortune was coming to his rescue again. The case was to be settled very shortly. It was just then that I arrived. It is true that no one would lend him money on his expectations. There was nowhere he could borrow, and meanwhile they had to suffer. Versalov visited no one, though he sometimes was out for the whole day. It was more than a year since he had been banished from society. In spite of all my efforts, this scandal remained for the most part a mystery, though I had been a whole month in Petersburg. Was Versalov guilty or not guilty? That was what mattered to me. That is what I had come to Petersburg for. Everyone had turned against him, among others all the influential and distinguished people with whom he had been particularly clever in maintaining relations all his life, in consequence of rumors of an extremely low, and what was much worse in the eyes of the world, scandalous action which he was said to have committed more than a year ago in Germany. It was even reported that he had received a slap in the face from Prince Sokolsky, one of those with whom he was now in litigation, and had not followed it by a challenge. Even his children, the legitimate ones, his son and daughter, had turned against him and were holding aloof. It is true that through the influence of the Fanariotovs and old Prince Sokolsky, who had been a friend of Versalov, the son and daughter moved in the very highest circles. Yet, watching him all that month, I saw a haughty man who had rather cast off society than been cast off by it, so independent was his air. But had he the right to look like that? That was the question that agitated me. I absolutely had to find out the whole truth at the earliest possible date, for I had come to judge this man. I still kept my power hidden from him, but I had either to accept him or to reject him altogether. But that would have been too painful to me, and I was in torment. I will confess it frankly at last. The man was dear to me. And meanwhile, I was living in the same flat with him, working and scarcely refraining from being rude. In fact, I did not refrain. After spending a month with him, I became more convinced every day that I could not possibly appeal to him for a full explanation. This man and his pride remained an enigma to me, while he wounded me deeply. He was positively charming to me, and jested with me, but I should have liked quarrels better than such jests. There was a certain note of ambiguity about all my conversations with him, or more simply, a strange irony on his part. From our first meeting on my arrival from Moscow, he did not treat me seriously. I never could make out why he took up this line. It is true that by this means he succeeded in remaining impenetrable, but I would not have humbled myself so far as to ask him to treat me seriously. Besides, he had certain wonderful and irresistible ways which I did not know how to deal with. In short, he behaved to me as though I were the greenest of raw youths, which I was hardly able to endure, though I knew it would be so. I, too, gave up talking seriously in consequence and waited. In fact, I almost gave up talking altogether. I waited for a person on whose arrival in Petersburg I might finally learn the truth. That was my last hope. In any case, I prepared myself for a final rupture, and had already taken all necessary measures. I was sorry for my mother, but either him or me. That was the choice I meant to offer her and my sister. I had even fixed on the day, and meanwhile I went to my work. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. Part 1, Chapter 2 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance GARNETT. Part 1, Chapter 2. 1. On that 19th of September, I was also to receive my first salary for the first month of my work in Petersburg in my private situation. They did not ask me about this job, but simply handed me over to it, I believe, on the very first day of my arrival. This was very unmannerly, and it was almost my duty to protest. The job turned out to be a situation in the household of old Prince Sokolsky, but to protest then would have meant breaking off relations on the spot, and though I was not in the least afraid of that, it would have hindered the attainment of my primary objects. And so in silence I accepted the job for the time, maintaining my dignity by silence. I must explain from the very first that this Prince Sokolsky, a wealthy man and a privy councillor, was no relation at all of the Moscow princes of that name, who had been poor and insignificant for several generations past, with whom Versalov was contesting his lawsuit. It was only that they had the same name, yet the old prince took a great interest in them, and was particularly fond of one of them, who was, so to speak, the head of the family, a young officer. Versalov had till recently had an immense influence in this old man's affairs, and had been his friend, a strange sort of friend, for the poor old prince, as I detected, was awfully afraid of him, not only at the time when I arrived on the scene, but had apparently been always afraid of him all through their friendship. They had not seen each other for a long time, however. The dishonorable conduct of which Versalov was accused concerned the old prince's family, but Tatiana Pavlovna had intervened, and it was through her that I was placed in attendance on the old prince, who wanted a young man in his study. At the same time, it appeared that he was very anxious to do something to please Versalov, to make, so to speak, the first advance to him, and Versalov allowed it. The old man made the arrangement in the absence of his daughter, the widow of a general, who would certainly not have permitted him to take this step. Of this later, but I may remark that the strangeness of his relations with Versalov impressed me in the latter's favor. It occurred to the imagination that if the head of the injured family still cherished a respect for Versalov, the rumors of Versalov's scoundrelly behavior must be absurd, or at least exaggerated, and might have more than one explanation. It was partly this circumstance which kept me from protesting against the situation. In accepting it, I hoped to verify all this. Tatiana Pavlovna was playing a strange part at the time when I found her in Petersburg. I had almost forgotten her, and had not at all expected to find her possessed of such influence. She had met me 3 or 4 times during my life in Moscow, and had always turned up goodness knows where from, sent by someone or other whenever I needed fitting out, to go into Tushard's boarding school, or 2.5 years later when I was being transferred to the grammar school and sent to board with Nikolai Semyonovich, a friend I shall never forget. She used to spend the whole day with me and inspect my linen and my clothes. She drove about the town with me, took me to Kuznetsky Street, bought me what was necessary, provided me with a complete outfit, in fact, down to the smallest box and penknife. All the while she nagged at me, scolded me, reproached me, cross-examined me, quoting as examples to me various phantom boys among her relations and acquaintances who were all said to be better than I was. She even pinched me and actually gave me several vicious pokes. After fitting me out and installing me, she would disappear completely for several years. On this occasion, too, she turned up at once on my arrival to install me again. She was a spare little figure with a sharp nose like a beak and sharp little eyes like a bird's. She waited on Versalov like a slave and groveled before him as though he were the Pope, but she did it through conviction. But I soon noticed with surprise that she was respected by all, and what was more, known to everyone, everywhere. Old Prince Sokolsky treated her with extraordinary deference. It was the same thing with his family, the same with Versalov's haughty children, the same with the Fenaryatovs, and yet she lived by taking in sewing and washing lace and fetched work from the shops. She and I fell out at the first word, for she thought fit to begin nagging at me just as she had done 6 years before. And from that time forward we quarreled every day, but that did not prevent us from sometimes talking, and I must confess that by the end of the month I began to like her, for her independent character, I believe. But I did not tell her so. I realized at once that I had only been given this post at the old invalid prince's in order to amuse him, and that was my whole duty. Naturally, this was humiliating, and I should at once have taken steps, but the queer old fellow soon made an unexpected impression upon me. I felt something like compassion for him, and by the end of the month I had become strangely attached to him. Anyway, I gave up my intention of being rude. He was not more than 60, however, but there had been a great to-do with him a year and a half before, when he suddenly had a fit. He was traveling somewhere and went mad on the way, so there was something of a scandal of which people talked in Petersburg. As is usual in such cases, he was instantly taken abroad, but 5 months later he suddenly reappeared perfectly well, though he gave up the service. Versolov asserted seriously, and with notable heat, that he had not been insane at all, but had only had some sort of nervous fit. I promptly made a note of Versolov's warmth about it. I may observe, however, that I was disposed to share his opinion. The old man only showed perhaps an excessive frivolity at times, not quite appropriate to his years, of which, so they say, there was no sign in him before. It was said that in the past he had been a counselor of some sort, and on one occasion had quite distinguished himself in some commission with which he had been charged. After knowing him for a whole month, I should never have supposed he could have any special capacity as a counselor. People observed, though I saw nothing of it, that after his fit, he developed a marked disposition to rush into matrimony, and it was said that he had more than once reverted to this idea during the last 18 months, that it was known in society and a subject of interest. But as this weakness by no means fell in with the interests of certain persons of the prince's circle, the old man was guarded on all sides. He had not a large family of his own. He had been a widower for 20 years, and had only one daughter, the general's widow, who was now daily expected from Moscow. She was a young person whose strength of will was evidently a source of apprehension to the old man, but he had masses of distant relatives, principally through his wife, who were all almost beggars, besides a multitude of protégés of all sorts, male and female, all of whom expected to be mentioned in his will, and so they all supported the general's widow in keeping watch over the old man. He had, moreover, had one strange propensity from his youth up. I don't know whether it was ridiculous or not, for making matches for poor girls. He had been finding husbands for the last 25 years for distant relations, for the stepdaughters of his wife's cousins, for his goddaughters. He even found a husband for the daughter of his house porter. He used to take his protégés into his house when they were little girls, provide them with governesses and French mademoiselles, then have them educated in the best boarding schools and finally marry them off with a dowry. The calls upon him were continually increasing. When his protégés were married, they naturally produced more little girls, and all these little girls became his protégés. He was always having to stand as godfather. The whole lot turned up to congratulate him on his birthdays, and it was all very agreeable to him. I noticed at once that the old man had lurking in his mind a painful conviction. It was impossible to avoid noticing it, indeed, that everyone had begun to look at him strangely, that everyone had begun to behave to him not as before, not as to a healthy man. This impression never left him, even at the liveliest social functions. The old man had become suspicious, had begun to detect something in everyone's eyes. He was evidently tormented by the idea that everyone suspected him of being mad. He sometimes looked mistrustfully even at me, and if he had found out that someone was spreading or upholding such rumors, the benevolent old man would have become his implacable foe. I beg that this circumstance may be noted. I may add that it was what decided me from the first day not to be rude to him. In fact, I was glad if I were able sometimes to amuse or entertain him. I don't think that this confession can cast any slur on my dignity. The greater part of his money was invested. He had since his illness become a partner in a large joint stock enterprise, a very safe one, however. And though the management was in other hands, he took a great interest in it too, attended the shareholders' meetings, was appointed a director, presided at the board meetings, opposed motions, was noisy, and obviously enjoyed himself. He was very fond of making speeches. Everyone could judge of his brain anyway. And in general, he developed a great fancy for introducing profound reflections and bon mots in his conversation, even in the intimacy of private life. I quite understand it. On the ground floor of his house, there was something like a private office where a single clerk kept books and accounts and also managed the house. This clerk was quite equal to the work alone, though he had some government job as well, but by the prince's own wish I was engaged to assist him. But I was immediately transferred to the prince's study and often had no work before me, not even books or papers to keep up appearances. I am writing now sobered by time, and about many things feel now almost like an outsider. But how can I describe the depression, I recall it vividly at this moment, that weighed down my heart in those days, and still more, the excitement which reached such a pitch of confused feverishness that I did not sleep at night, all due to my impatience to the riddles I had set myself to solve. 2. To ask for money, even a salary, is a most disgusting business, especially if one feels in the recesses of one's conscience that one has not quite earned it. Yet the evening before, my mother had been whispering to my sister, apart from Verslov, so as not to worry Andrei Petrovich, that she intended to take the icon, which for some reason was particularly precious to her, to the pawnbrokers. I was to be paid 50 rubles a month, but I had no idea how I should receive the money. Nothing had been said to me about it. Meeting the clerk downstairs 3 days before, I inquired of him whom one was to ask for one's salary. He looked at me with a smile as though of astonishment. He did not like me. "Oh, you get a salary?" I thought that on my answering he would add, "What for?" But he merely answered dryly that he knew nothing about it, and buried himself in the ruled exercise book into which he was copying accounts from some bills. He was not unaware, however, that I did something. A fortnight before, I had spent 4 days over work he had given me, making a fair copy, and as it turned out, almost a fresh draft of something. It was a perfect avalanche of ideas of the prince's, which he was preparing to present to the board of directors. These had to be put together into a whole, and clothed in suitable language. I spent a whole day with the prince over it afterwards, and he argued very warmly with me, but was well satisfied in the end. But I don't know whether he read the paper or not. I say nothing of the 2 or 3 letters, also about business, which I wrote at his request. It was annoying to me to have to ask for my salary, because I had already decided to give up my situation, foreseeing that I should be obliged through unavoidable circumstances to go away. When I waked up and dressed that morning in my garret upstairs, I felt that my heart was beating, and though I pooh-poohed it, yet I was conscious of the same excitement as I walked towards the prince's house. That morning there was expected a woman whose presence I was reckoning upon for the explanation of all that was tormenting me. This was the prince's daughter, the young widow of General Amakov, of whom I have spoken already, and who was bitterly hostile to Verslov. At last I have written that name. I had never seen her, of course, and could not imagine how I should speak to her, or whether I should speak, but I imagined, perhaps on sufficient grounds, that with her arrival there would be some light thrown on the darkness surrounding Verslov and my eyes. I could not remain unmoved. It was frightfully annoying that at the very outset I should be so cowardly and awkward. It was awfully interesting and still more sickening, 3 impressions at once. I remember every detail of that day. My old prince knew nothing of his daughter's probable arrival, and was not expecting her to return from Moscow for a week. I had learnt this the evening before, quite by chance. Tatiana Pavlovna, who had received a letter from Mademoiselle Amakov, let it out to my mother. Though they were whispering and spoke in veiled allusions, I guessed what was meant. Of course, I was not eavesdropping. I simply could not avoid listening when I saw how agitated my mother was at the news of this woman's arrival. Verslov was not in the house. I did not want to tell the old prince, because I could not help noticing all that time how he was dreading her arrival. He had even let drop 3 days before, though only by a timid and remote hint, that he was afraid of her coming on my account, that is, that he would have trouble about me. I must add, however, that in his own family he preserved his independence and was still master in his own house, especially in money matters. My first judgment of him was that he was a regular old woman, but I was afterwards obliged to revise my opinion and to recognize that if he were an old woman, there was still a fund of obstinacy, if not of real manliness, in him. There were moments when one could hardly do anything with him in spite of his apprehensive and yielding character. Verslov explained this to me more fully later. I recall now with interest that the old prince and I scarcely ever spoke of his daughter. We seemed to avoid it. I, in particular, avoided it, while he, on his side, avoided mentioning Versalov, and I guessed that he would not answer if I were to ask him one of the delicate questions which interested me so much. If anyone cares to know what we did talk about all that month, I must answer that we really talked of everything in the world, but always of the queerest things. I was delighted with the extraordinary simplicity with which he treated me. Sometimes I looked with extreme astonishment at the old man and wondered how he could ever have presided at meetings. If he had been put into our school, and in the 4th class too, what a nice schoolfellow he would have made. More than once, too, I was surprised by his face. It was very serious-looking, almost handsome and thin. He had thick, curly, gray hair, wide-open eyes, and he was besides slim and well-built. But there was an unpleasant, almost unseemly peculiarity about his face. It would suddenly change from excessive gravity to an expression of exaggerated playfulness, which was a complete surprise to a person who saw him for the first time. I spoke of this to Versalov, who listened with curiosity. I fancy that he had not expected me to be capable of making such observations. He observed casually that this had come upon the prince since his illness, and probably only of late. We used to talk principally of 2 abstract subjects, of God and of his existence, that is, whether there was a God or not, and of women. The prince was very religious and sentimental. He had in his study a huge stand of icons with a lamp burning before them, but something seemed to come over him, and he would begin expressing doubts of the existence of God and would say astounding things, obviously challenging me to answer. I was not much interested in the question, speaking generally, but we both got very hot about it, and quite genuinely. I recall all those conversations, even now, with pleasure. But what he liked best was gossiping about women, and he was sometimes positively disappointed at my disliking this subject of conversation, and making such a poor response to it. He began talking in that style as soon as I went in that morning. I found him in a jocose mood, though I had left him the night before extremely melancholy. Meanwhile, it was absolutely necessary for me to settle the matter of the salary before the arrival of certain persons. I reckoned that that morning we should certainly be interrupted. It was not for nothing my heart was beating, and then perhaps I should not be able to bring myself to speak of money. But I did not know how to begin about money, and I was naturally angry at my stupidity. And as I remember now in my vexation at some too jocular question of his, I blurted out my views on women point blank and with great vigor, and this led him to be more expansive with me than ever. 3. I don't like women because they've no manners, because they are awkward, because they are not self-reliant, and because they wear unseemly clothes. I wound up my long tirade incoherently. "My dear boy, spare us," he cried, immensely delighted, which enraged me more than ever. I am ready to give way and be trivial only about trifles. I never give way in things that are really important. In trifles, in little matters of etiquette, you can do anything you like with me, and I curse this peculiarity in myself. From a sort of putrid good nature, I've sometimes been ready to knuckle under to some fashionable snob simply flattered by his affability, or I've let myself be drawn into argument with a fool, which is more unpardonable than anything. All this is due to lack of self-control and to my having grown up in seclusion. But the next day, it would be the same thing again. That's why I was sometimes taken for a boy of 16. But instead of gaining self-control, I prefer even now to bottle myself up more tightly than ever in my shell. I may be clumsy, but goodbye, however misanthropic that may seem. I say that seriously and for good, but I don't write this with reference to the prince or even with reference to that conversation. "I'm not speaking for your entertainment," I almost shouted at him. "I am speaking from conviction." "But how do you mean that women have no manners and are unseemly in their dress? That's something new." "They have no manners. Go to the theater. Go for a walk. Every man knows the right side of the road. When they meet, they step aside. He keeps to the right, I keep to the right. A woman, that is a lady, it's ladies I'm talking about, dashes straight at you as though she doesn't see you, as though you were absolutely bound to skip aside and make way for her. I'm prepared to make way for her as a weaker creature, but why has she the right? Why is she so sure it's my duty? That's what's offensive. I always curse when I meet them. And after that, they cry out that they're oppressed and demand equality, a fine sort of equality when she tramples me underfoot and fills my mouth with sand. With sand? Yes, because they're not decently dressed. It's only depraved people don't notice it. In the law courts, they close the doors when they're trying cases of indecency. Why do they allow it in the streets, where there are more people? They openly hang bustles on behind to look at as though they had fine figures. Openly. I can't help noticing. The young lad notices it too, and the child that's growing into a boy notices it too. It's abominable. Let old rakes admire them and run after them with their tongues hanging out. But there is such a thing as the purity of youth, which must be protected. One can only despise them. They walk along the parade with trains half a yard long behind them, sweeping up the dust. It's a pleasant thing to walk behind them. You must run to get in front of them, or jump on one side, or they'll sweep pounds of dust into your mouth and nose. And what's more, it's silk, and they'll drag it over the stones for a couple of miles simply because it's the fashion when their husbands get 500 rubles a year in the Senate. That's where bribes come in. I've always despised them. I've cursed them aloud and abused them. Though I described this conversation somewhat humorously in the style that was characteristic of me at that time, my ideas are still the same. "And how do you come off?" the prince queried. "I curse them and turn away. They feel it, of course, but they don't show it. They prance along majestically without turning their heads. But I only came to actual abuse on one occasion with 2 females, both wearing tails on the parade. Of course I didn't use bad language, but I said aloud that long tails were offensive." "Did you use that expression?" "Of course I did. To begin with, they trample upon the rules of social life, and secondly, they raise the dust, and the parade is meant for all. I walk there, other men walk, Fyodor, Ivan. It's the same for all. So that's what I said. And I dislike the way women walk altogether when you look at their back view. I told them that too, but only hinted at it." "But, my dear boy, you might get into serious trouble. They might have hauled you off to the police station." "They couldn't do anything. They had nothing to complain of. A man walks beside them talking to himself. Everyone has the right to express his convictions to the air. I spoke in the abstract without addressing them. They began wrangling with me of themselves. They began to abuse me. They used much worse language than I did. They called me milksop, said I ought to go without my dinner, called me a nihilist, and threatened to hand me over to the police, said that I had attacked them because they were alone and weak women, but if there had been a man with them, I should soon sing another tune. I very coolly told them to leave off annoying me, and I would cross to the other side of the street, and to show them that I was not in the least afraid of their men, and was ready to accept their challenge, I would follow them to their house, walking 20 paces behind them. Then I would stand before the house and wait for their men, and so I did." "You don't say so." "Of course, it was stupid, but I was roused. They dragged me over 2 miles in the heat as far as the institutions. They went into a wooden house of 1 story, a very respectable-looking one, I must admit. One could see in at the windows a great many flowers, 2 canaries, 3 pug dogs, and engravings in frames. I stood for half an hour in the street, pacing the house. They peeped out 2 or 3 times, then pulled down all the blinds. Finally, an elderly government clerk came out of the little gate. Judging from his appearance, he had been asleep and had been waked up on purpose. He was not actually in a dressing gown, but he was in a very domestic-looking attire. He stood at the gate, folded his hands behind him, and proceeded to stare at me, I at him. Then he looked away, then gazed at me again, and suddenly began smiling at me. I turned and walked away. "My dear boy, how Schilleresque. I've always wondered at you, with your rosy cheeks, your face blooming with health, and such an aversion, one may say, for women. How is it possible that woman does not make a certain impression on you at your age? Why, when I was a boy of 11, mon cher, my tutor used to notice that I looked too attentively at the statues in the summer gardens. You would like me to take up with some Josephine here and come and tell you all about it? Rather not. I saw a woman completely naked when I was 13. I've had a feeling of disgust ever since. Do you mean it? Le cher enfant, about a fresh, beautiful woman there's a scent of apples. There's nothing disgusting. In the little boarding school I was at before I went to the grammar school, there was a boy called Lambert. He was always thrashing me, for he was 3 years older than I was, and I used to wait on him and take off his boots. When he was going to be confirmed, an abbé called Rigaud came to congratulate him on his first communion, and they dissolved in tears on each other's necks, and the abbé hugged him tightly to his bosom. I shed tears too, and felt very envious. He left school when his father died, and for 2 years I saw nothing of him. Then I met him in the street. He said he would come and see me. By that time I was at the grammar school and living at Nikolai Semyonovich's. He came in the morning, showed me 500 rubles, and told me to go with him. Though he had thrashed me 2 years before, he had always wanted my company, not simply to take off his boots, but because he liked to tell me things. He told me that he had taken the money that day out of his mother's desk, to which he had made a false key, for legally all his father's money was his, and so much the worse for her if she wouldn't give it to him. He said that the Abbé Rigaud had been to lecture him the day before, that he'd come in, stood over him, begun whimpering, and described all sorts of horrors, lifting up his hands to heaven. And I pulled out a knife and told him I'd cut his throat. He pronounced it throat. We went to Kuznetsky Street. On the way, he informed me that his mother was the Abbé's mistress and that he'd found it out and he didn't care a hang for anything, and that all they said about the sacrament was rubbish. He said a great deal more, and I felt frightened. In Kuznetsky Street, he bought a double-barreled gun, a game bag, cartridges, a riding whip, and afterwards a pound of sweets. We were going out into the country to shoot, and on the way we met a bird catcher with cages of birds. Lambert bought a canary from him. In a wood, he let the canary go, as it couldn't fly far after being in the cage, and began shooting at it, but did not hit it. It was the first time in his life he had fired off a gun, but he had wanted to buy a gun years before. At Touchard's, even we were dreaming of one. He was almost choking with excitement. His hair was black, awfully black. His face was white and red, like a mask. He had a long, aquiline nose, such as are common with Frenchmen, white teeth and black eyes. He tied the canary by a thread to a branch, and an inch away fired off both barrels, and the bird was blown into 100 feathers. Then we returned, drove to an hotel, took a room, and began eating and drinking champagne. A lady came in. I remember being awfully impressed by her being so splendidly dressed. She wore a green silk dress. It was then I saw all that I told you about. Afterwards, when we had begun drinking, he began taunting and abusing her. She was sitting with nothing on. He took away her clothes, and when she began scolding and asking for her clothes to dress again, he began with all his might beating her with the riding whip on her bare shoulders. I got up, seized him by the hair, and so neatly that I threw him on the ground at once. He snatched up a fork and stuck it in my leg. Hearing the outcry, people ran in, and I had time to run away. Ever since then, it's disgusted me to think of nakedness. And believe me, she was a beauty. As I talked, the prince's face changed from a playful expression to one of great sadness. Mon pauvre enfant, I have felt convinced all along that there have been very many unhappy days in your childhood. Please, don't distress yourself. But you were alone. You told me so yourself. But for that Lambert, you've described it so well, that canary, the confirmation, and shedding tears on the Abbé's breast. And only a year or so later, saying that of his mother and the Abbé. Oh, mon cher, the question of childhood in our days is truly awful. For a time those golden heads, curly and innocent, flutter before one and look at one with their clear eyes like angels of God. or little birds, and afterwards it turns out that it would have been better if they had not grown up at all." "How soft you are, Prince. It's as though you had little children of your own. Why, you haven't any, and never will have." "Tiens." His whole face was instantly transformed. "That's just what Alexandra Petrovna said the day before yesterday. Alexandra Petrovna Sinitsky, you must have met her here 3 weeks ago. Only fancy, the day before yesterday, in reply to my jocular remark that if I do get married, now I could set my mind at rest, there'd be no children, she suddenly said, and with such spite. On the contrary, there certainly would be. People like you always have them. They'll arrive the very first year, you'll see. And they've all taken it into their heads for some reason that I'm going to get married. But though it was spiteful, I admit it was witty." "Witty, but insulting." "Oh, cher enfant. One can't take offense at some people. There's nothing I prize so much in people as wit, which is evidently disappearing among us. Though what Alexandra Petrovna said can hardly be considered wit." "What did you say?" I said, catching at his words. "One can't take offense at some people, that's just it. Some people are not worth noticing. An excellent principle. Just the one I need. I shall make note of it. You sometimes say the most delightful things, Prince." He beamed all over. "Ne sais pas, cher enfant, true wit is vanishing. The longer one lives, the more one sees it. Mais, c'est moi qui connais les femmes. Believe me, the life of every woman, whatever she may profess, is nothing but a perpetual search for someone to submit to, so to speak, a thirst for submission, and mark my words, there's not a single exception." "Perfectly true, magnificent," I cried rapturously. Another time we should have launched into philosophical disquisitions on this theme lasting for an hour, but suddenly I felt as though something had bitten me, and I flushed all over. I suddenly imagined that, in admiring his bon mots, I was flattering him as a prelude to asking for money, and that he would certainly think so as soon as I began to ask for it. I purposely mention this now. "Prince, I humbly beg you to pay me at once the 50 rubles you owe me for the month." I fired off like a shot in a tone of irritability that was positively rude. I remember, for I remember every detail of that morning, that there followed between us then a scene most disgusting in its realistic truth. For the first minute he did not understand me, stared at me for some time without understanding what money I was talking about. It was natural that he should not realize I was receiving a salary, and indeed why should I? It is true that he proceeded to assure me afterwards that he had forgotten, and when he grasped the meaning of my words, he instantly began taking out 50 rubles, but he was flustered and turned crimson. Seeing how things stood, I got up and abruptly announced that I could not take the money now, that in what I had been told about a salary they had made a mistake, or deceived me to induce me to accept the situation, and that I saw only too well now that I did nothing to earn one, for I had no duties to perform. The prince was alarmed and began assuring me that I was of the greatest use to him, that I should be still more useful to him in the future, and that 50 rubles was so little that he should certainly add to it, for he was bound to do so, and that he had made the arrangement himself with Tatiana Pavlovna, but had unpardonably forgotten it. I flushed crimson and declared resolutely that it was degrading for me to receive a salary for telling scandalous stories of how I had followed 2 draggle-tails to the institutions, that I had not been engaged to amuse him, but to do work, and that if there was no work, I must stop it, and so on, and so on. I could never have imagined that anyone could have been so scared as he was by my words. Of course it ended in my ceasing to protest, and his somehow pressing the 50 rubles into my hand. To this day I recall with a blush that I took it. Everything in the world always ends in meanness. And what was worst of all, he somehow succeeded in almost proving to me that I had unmistakably earned the money, and I was so stupid as to believe it, and so it was absolutely impossible to avoid taking it. Cher enfant, he cried, kissing and embracing me. I must admit I was on the point of tears myself, goodness knows why, though I instantly restrained myself, and even now I blush as I write it. "My dear boy, you're like one of the family to me now. In the course of this month, you've won a warm place in my heart. In society, you get society, and nothing else. Katerina Nikolaevna, that was his daughter's name, is a magnificent woman, and I'm proud of her. But she often, my dear boy, very often wounds me. And as for these girls, elles sont charmantes, and their mothers, who come on my birthday, they merely bring their embroidery and never know how to tell one anything. I've accumulated over 60 cushions embroidered by them, all dogs and stags. I like them very much, but with you I feel as if you were my own, not son, but brother, and I particularly like it when you argue against me. You're literary, you have read, you can be enthusiastic. I have read nothing, and I'm not literary at all. I used to read what I came across, but I've read nothing for 2 years, and I'm not going to read. Why aren't you going to? I have other objects. Cher, it's a pity at the end of your life you say like me, je sais tant, mais je ne sais rien de bon. I don't know in the least what I have lived in this world for, but I'm so much indebted to you, and I should like, in fact... He suddenly broke off, and with an air of fatigue sank into brooding. After any agitation, and he might be overcome by agitation at any minute, goodness knows why, he generally seemed for some time to lose his faculties and his power of self-control. But he soon recovered, so that it really did not matter. We sat still for a few minutes, his very full lower lip hung down. What surprised me most of all was that he had suddenly spoken of his daughter, and with such openness too. I put it down, of course, to his being upset. Cher enfant, you don't mind my addressing you so familiarly, do you? Broke from him suddenly. Not in the least. I must confess that at the very first I was rather offended by it and felt inclined to address you in the same way, but I saw it was stupid because you didn't speak like that to humiliate me. But he had forgotten his question and was no longer listening. Well, how's your father? He said, suddenly raising his eyes and looking dreamily at me. I winced. In the first place, he called Versalov my father, which he had never permitted himself to do before, and secondly, he began of himself to speak of Versalov, which he had never done before. He sits at home without a penny and is very gloomy, I answered briefly, though I was burning with curiosity. Yes, about money. His lawsuit is being decided today. And I'm expecting Prince Sergei as soon as he arrives. He promised to come straight from the court to me. Their whole future turns on it. It's a question of 60 or 70,000. Of course, I've always wished well to Andrei Petrovich, Versalov's name, and I believe he'll win the suit and Prince Sergei has no case. It's a point of law. The case will be decided today, I cried, amazed. The thought that Versalov had not deigned to tell me even that was a great shock to me. Then he hasn't told my mother. Perhaps not anyone, it suddenly struck me. What strength of will! Then is Prince Sokolsky in Petersburg? Was another idea that occurred to me immediately. He arrived yesterday. He has come straight from Berlin expressly for this day. That too was an extremely important piece of news for me, and he would be here today, that man who had given him a slap in the face. Well, what then? The old prince's face suddenly changed again. He'll preach religion as before and maybe run after little girls, unfledged girls again. There's a very funny little story about that going about even now. Who will preach? Who will run after little girls? Andrei Petrovich. Would you believe it? He used to pester us all in those days. Where are we going? He would say. What are we thinking about? That was about it, anyway. He frightened and chastened us. If you're religious, he'd say, why don't you become a monk? That was about what he expected. Mais quelle idée. If it's right, isn't it too severe? He was particularly fond of frightening me with the day of judgment. Me, of all people. I've noticed nothing of all this, and I've been living with him a month, I answered, listening with impatience. I felt fearfully vexed that he hadn't pulled himself together and was rambling on so incoherently. It's only that he doesn't talk about that now, but believe me, it was so. He's a clever man, and undoubtedly very learned, but is his intellect quite sound? All this happened to him after his 3 years abroad, and I must own he shocked me very much, and shocked everyone. Cher enfant, j'aime le bon Dieu. I believe as much as I can, but I really was angry at the time. Supposing I did put on a frivolous manner, I did it on purpose because I was annoyed. And besides, the basis of my objection was as serious as it has been from the beginning of the world. If there is a higher being, I said, and he has a personal existence, and isn't some sort of diffused spirit for creation, and is some sort of fluid, for that's even more difficult to understand, where does he live? C'était bête, no doubt, my dear boy, but you know, all the arguments come to that. Un domicile is an important thing. He was awfully angry. He had become a Catholic out there. I've heard that too, but it was probably nonsense. I assure you by everything that's sacred, you've only to look at him. But you say he's changed, but in those days how he used to worry us all. Would you believe it? He used to behave as though he were a saint and his relics were being displayed. He called us to account for our behavior. I declare he did. Relics. En voilà un autre. It's all very well for a monk or a hermit, but here was a man going about in a dress coat and all the rest of it. And then he sets up as a saint. A strange inclination in a man in good society, and a curious taste, I admit. I say nothing about that. No doubt all that's sacred, and anything may happen. Besides, this is all l'inconnu. But it's positively unseemly for a man in good society. If anything happened to me, and the offer were made me, I swear I should refuse it. I go and dine today at the club, and then suddenly make a miraculous appearance as a saint? Why, I should be ridiculous. I put all that to him at the time. He used to wear chains. I turned red with anger. Did you see the chains yourself? I didn't see them myself, but then let me tell you that all that is false, a tissue of loathsome fabrications. The calumny of enemies, that is, of one chief and inhuman enemy, for he has only one enemy, your daughter. The old prince flared up in his turn. Mon cher, I beg and insist that from this time forth you never couple with that revolting story the name of my daughter. I stood up. He was beside himself. His chin was quivering. Cette histoire infâme. I did not believe it. I never would believe it, but they tell me, believe it. Believe it. At that instant, a footman came in and announced visitors. I dropped into my chair again. 4. 2 ladies came in. They were both young and unmarried. One was a stepdaughter of a cousin of the old prince's deceased wife, or something of the sort, a protege of his for whom he had already set aside a dowry, and who, I mention it with a view to later events, had money herself. The other was Anna Andreevna Versolov, the daughter of Versolov, 3 years older than I. She lived with her brother in the family of Mademoiselle Fanaryotov. I had only seen her once before in my life, for a minute in the street, though I had had an encounter, also very brief, with her brother in Moscow. I may very possibly refer to this encounter later if I have space, that is, for it is hardly worth recording. Anna Andreevna had been from childhood a special favorite of the old prince. Versolov's acquaintance with the prince dated from very long ago. I was so overcome by what had just happened that I did not even stand up on their entrance, though the old prince rose to greet them. Afterwards, I thought it would be humiliating to get up, and I remained where I was. What overwhelmed me most was the prince's having shouted at me like that 3 minutes before, and I did not know whether to go away or not. But the old man, as usual, had already forgotten everything, and was all pleasure and animation at the sight of the young ladies. At the very moment of their entrance, he hurriedly whispered to me with a rapid change of expression and a mysterious wink, "Look at Olympiada. Watch her, watch her. I'll tell you why after." I did look at her rather carefully, but I saw nothing special about her. She was a plump, not very tall young lady with exceedingly red cheeks. Her face was rather pleasing, of the sort that materialists like. She had an expression of kindness, perhaps with a touch of something different. She could not have been very brilliant intellectually, that is, not in the higher sense, for one could see cunning in her eyes. She was not more than 19. In fact, there was nothing remarkable about her. In our school, we should have called her a cushion. I only give this minute description of her because it will be useful later on. Indeed, all I have written hitherto, with apparently such unnecessary detail, is all leading up to what is coming and is necessary for it. It will all come in its proper place. I cannot avoid it, and if it is dull, pray don't read it. Verslov's daughter was a very different person. She was tall and somewhat slim, with a long and strikingly pale face and splendid black hair. She had large dark eyes with an earnest expression, a small mouth, and most crimson lips. She was the first woman who did not disgust me by her horrid way of walking. She was thin and slender, however. Her expression was not altogether good-natured, but was dignified. She was 22. There was hardly a trace of resemblance to Verslov in her features, and yet by some miracle there was an extraordinary similarity of expression. I do not know whether she was pretty. That is a matter of taste. They were both very simple in their dress, so that it is not worthwhile to describe it. I expected to be at once insulted by some glance or gesture by Mademoiselle Verslov, and I was prepared for it. Her brother had insulted me in Moscow, the first time we ever met. She could hardly know me by sight, but no doubt she had heard I was in attendance on the prince. Whatever the prince did or proposed to do at once aroused interest and was looked upon as an event in the whole gang of his relations and expectant beneficiaries, and this was especially so with his sudden partiality for me. I knew for a fact that the old prince was particularly solicitous for Anna Andreevna's welfare and was on the lookout for a husband for her. But it is more difficult to find a suitor for Mademoiselle Verslov than for the ladies who embroidered on canvas. And lo and behold, contrary to all my expectations, after shaking hands with the prince and exchanging a few light conventional phrases with him, she looked at me with marked curiosity, and seeing that I too was looking at her, bowed to me with a smile. It is true that she had only just come into the room, and so might naturally bow to anyone in it, but her smile was so friendly that it was evidently premeditated, and I remember it gave me a particularly pleasant feeling. And this is my dear young friend Arkady Andreevich The prince faltered, noticing that she bowed to me while I remained sitting, and he suddenly broke off. Perhaps he was confused at introducing me to her. That is, in reality, introducing a brother to a sister. The cushion bowed to me too, but I suddenly leapt up with a clumsy scrape of my chair. It was a rush of simulated pride, utterly senseless, all due to vanity. "Excuse me, Prince. I am not Arkady Andreevich, but Arkady Makarovich," I rapped out abruptly, utterly forgetting that I ought to have bowed to the ladies. Damnation take that unseemly moment. "Métienne," cried the prince, tapping his forehead with his finger. "Where have you studied?" I heard the stupid question drawled by the cushion, who came straight up to me. "In Moscow, at the grammar school." "Ah, so I have heard. Is the teaching good there?" "Very good." I remained standing and answered like a soldier reporting himself. The young lady's questions were certainly not appropriate, but she did succeed in smoothing over my stupid outbreak and relieving the embarrassment of the prince, who was meanwhile listening with an amused smile to something funny Mademoiselle Verslov was whispering in his ear, evidently not about me. But I wondered why this girl, who was a complete stranger to me, should put herself out to smooth over my stupid behavior and all the rest of it. At the same time, it was impossible to imagine that she had addressed me quite casually. It was obviously premeditated. She looked at me with too marked an interest. It was as though she wanted me, too, to notice her as much as possible. I pondered over all this later, and I was not mistaken. "What? Surely not today?" the prince cried suddenly, jumping from his seat. "Why, didn't you know?" Mademoiselle Verslov asked in surprise. "Olympy! The prince didn't know that Katerina Nikolaevna would be here today. Why, it's to see her we've come. We thought she'd have arrived by the morning train and have been here long ago. She has just driven up to the steps. She's come straight from the station, and she told us to come up, and she would be here in a minute. And here she is." The side door opened, and that woman walked in. I knew her face already from the wonderful portrait of her that hung in the prince's study. I had been scrutinizing the portrait all that month. I spent 3 minutes in the study in her presence, and I did not take my eyes off her face for a second. But if I had not known her portrait and had been asked after those 3 minutes what she was like, I could not have answered, for all was confusion within me. I only remember from those 3 minutes the image of a really beautiful woman whom the prince was kissing and signing with the cross, and who looked quickly at once, the very minute she came in, at me. I distinctly heard the prince muttering something with a little simper about his new secretary and mentioning my name, evidently pointing at me. Her face seemed to contract. She threw a vicious glance at me and smiled so insolently that I took a sudden step forward, went up to the prince, and muttered, trembling all over and unable to finish my words. I believe my teeth were chattering. "From this time I've business of my own. I'm going." And I turned and went out. No one said a word to me, not even the prince. They all simply stared. The old prince told me afterwards that I turned so white that he was simply frightened. But there was no need. End of Part 1, Chapter 2. Recording by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. Part 1, Chapter 3 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance, GARNETT. Part 1, Chapter 3. Indeed, there was no need. A higher consideration swallowed up all petty feelings, and one powerful emotion made up to me for everything. I went out in a sort of ecstasy. As I stepped into the street, I was ready to sing aloud. To match my mood, it was an exquisite morning. Sunshine, people out walking, noise, movement, joyousness, and crowds. Why, had not that woman insulted me? From whom would I have endured that look and that insolent smile without instant protest, however stupid it might be? I did not mind about that. Note that she had come expressly to insult me as soon as she could, although she had never seen me. In her eyes, I was an envoy from Versalov, and she was convinced at that time, and for long afterwards, that Versalov held her fate in his hands and could ruin her at once if he wanted to, by means of a certain document. She suspected that, anyway. It was a duel to the death, and yet I was not offended. It was an insult, but I did not feel it. How should I? I was positively glad of it. Though I had come here to hate her, I felt I was beginning to love her. I don't know whether the spider perhaps does not hate the fly he has marked and is snaring. Dear little fly. It seems to me that the victim is loved, or at least may be loved. Here I love my enemy. I am delighted, for instance, that she is so beautiful. I am delighted, madame, that you are so haughty and majestic. If you were meeker, it would not be so delightful. You have spat on me, and I am triumphant. If you were literally to spit in my face, I should really not be angry, because you are my victim, mine and not his. How fascinating was that idea! Yes, the secret consciousness of power is more insupportably delightful than open domination. If I were a millionaire, I believe I should take pleasure in going about in the oldest clothes and being taken for a destitute man, almost a beggar, being jostled and despised. The consciousness of the truth would be enough for me. That is how I should interpret my thoughts and happiness, and much of what I was feeling that day. I will only add that in what I have just written, there is too much levity. In reality, my feeling was deeper and more modest. Perhaps even now I am more modest in myself than in my words and deeds. God grant it may be so. Perhaps I have done amiss in sitting down to write at all. Infinitely more remains hidden within than comes out in words. Your thought, even if it is an evil one, is always deeper while it is in your mind. It becomes more absurd and dishonorable when it is put into words. Versalov once said to me that the opposite was true only with horrid people. They simply tell lies. It is easy for them. But I am trying to write the whole truth, and that's fearfully difficult. 2. On that 19th of September, I took one other step. For the first time since I arrived, I had money in my pocket. For the 60 rubles I had saved up in 2 years I had given to my mother, as I mentioned before. But a few days before, I had determined that on the day I received my salary, I would make an experiment of which I had long been dreaming. The day before, I had cut out of the paper an address. It was an advertisement that on the 19th of September at 12 o'clock in the morning in such and such a street at number so-and-so, there would be a sale by the local police authority of the effects that Mademoiselle Lebrecht and that catalog, valuation, and property for sale could be inspected on the day of the auction, and so on. It was just past 1. I hurried to the address on foot. I had not taken a cab for more than 2 years. I had taken a vow not to, or I should never have saved up my 60 rubles. I had never been to an auction. I had never allowed myself this indulgence. And though my present step was only an experiment, yet I had made up my mind not to take even that step till I had left grammar school, when I should break off with everything, hide myself in my shell, and become perfectly free. It is true that I was far from being in my shell, and far from being free yet, but then I was only taking this step by way of an experiment, simply to look into it, as it were to indulge a fancy, and after that not to recur to it perhaps for a long while, till the time of beginning seriously. For everyone else, this was only a stupid little auction, but for me it was the first plank in the ship in which Columbus would set out to discover his America. That was my feeling then. When I arrived, I went into the furthest corner of the yard of the house mentioned in the advertisement, and entered Mademoiselle Lebrecht's flat, which consisted of an entry and 4 small, low-pitched rooms. In the first room there was a crowd of about 30 persons, half of them people who had come to bargain, while the rest, judging from their appearance, were either inquisitive outsiders or connoisseurs or representatives of Mademoiselle Lebrecht. There were merchants and Jews gloating over the objects made of gold, and a few people of the well-dressed class. The very faces of some of these gentlemen remained stamped in my memory. In the doorway leading to the room on the right there was placed a table so that it was impossible to pass. On it lay the things catalogued for sale. There was another room on the left, but the door into it was closed, though it was continually being opened a little way, and someone could be seen peeping through the crack, no doubt someone of the numerous family of Mademoiselle Lebrecht, who must have been feeling very much ashamed at the time. At the table between the doors, facing the public, sat the warrant officer, to judge by his badge, presiding over the sale. I found the auction half over. I squeezed my way up to the table as soon as I went in. Some bronze candlesticks were being sold. I began looking at the things. I looked at the things and wondered what I could buy, and what I could do with bronze candlesticks, and whether my object would be attained, and how the thing would be done, and whether my project would be successful, and whether my project were not childish. All this I wondered as I waited. It was like the sensation one has at the gambling table at the moment before one has put down a card, though one has come to do so, feeling, if I like, I'll put it down, if I don't, I'll go away, I'm free to choose. One's heart does not begin to throb at that point, but there is a faint thrill and flutter in it, a sensation not without charm. But indecision soon begins to weigh painfully upon one. One's eyes grow dizzy, one stretches out one's hand, picks up a card, but mechanically, almost against one's will, as though someone else were directing one's hand. At last, one has decided and thrown down the card. Then the feeling is quite different, immense. I'm not writing about the auction. I'm writing about myself. Who else would feel his heart throbbing at an auction? Some were excited, some were waiting in silence, some had bought things and were regretting it. I felt no sympathy with the gentleman who, misunderstanding what was said, bought an electroplated milk jug in mistake for a silver one for 5 rubles instead of 2. In fact, it amused me very much. The warrant officer passed rapidly from one class of objects to another. After the candlesticks, displayed earrings, after earrings an embroidered leather cushion, then a money box, probably for the sake of variety or to meet the wishes of the purchasers. I could not remain passive even for 10 minutes. I went up to the cushion, and afterwards to the cash box. But at the critical moment my tongue failed me. These objects seemed to me quite out of the question. At last I saw an album in the warrant officer's hand. A family album in real Morocco, second-hand with sketches in watercolor and crayon, in a carved ivory case with silver clasps, priced 2 rubles. I went up. It looked an elegant article, but the carving was damaged in one place. I was the only person who went up to look at it. All were silent. There was no bidding for it. I might have undone the clasps and taken the album out of the case to look at it, but I did not make use of my privilege and only waved a trembling hand as though to say, "Never mind." 2 rubles 5 kopecks, I said. I believed my teeth were chattering again. The album was knocked down to me. I at once took out the money, paid for it, snatched up the album, and went into a corner of the room. There I took it out of its case and began looking through it with feverish haste. It was the most trumpery thing possible. A little album of the size of a piece of notepaper with rubbed gilt edges, exactly like the albums girls used to keep in former days when they left school. There were crayon and color sketches of temples on mountainsides, cupids, a lake with floating swans. There were verses. "On a far journey I am starting. From Moscow I am departing. From my dear ones I am parting. And with post horses flying south." They are enshrined in my memory. I made up my mind that I had made a mess of it. If there ever was anything no one could possibly want, it was this. Never mind, I decided. One's bound to lose the first card. It's a good omen, in fact. I felt thoroughly light-hearted. "Ah, I'm too late. Is it yours? You have bought it?" I suddenly heard beside me the voice of a well-dressed, presentable-looking gentleman in a blue coat. He had come in late. "I am too late. Ah, what a pity. How much was it?" 2 rubles 5 kopecks. "Ah, what a pity. Would you give it up?" "Come outside," I whispered to him in a tremor. We went out on the staircase. "I'll let you have it for 10 rubles, I said, feeling a shiver run down my back. 10 rubles? Upon my word." "As you like." He stared at me open-eyed. I was well-dressed, not in the least like a Jew or a second-hand dealer. "Mercy on us. Why, it's a wretched old album. What use is it to anyone? The case isn't worth anything, certainly. You certainly won't sell it to anyone." "I see you will buy it." "But that's for a special reason. I only found out yesterday. I'm the only one who would. Upon my honor, what are you thinking about?" "I ought to have asked 25 rubles, but as there was after all a risk you might draw back, I only asked for 10 to make sure of it. I won't take a farthing less." I turned and walked away. "Well, take 4 rubles, he said, overtaking me in the yard. "Come, 5. I strode on without speaking. "Well, take it then." He took out 10 rubles. I gave him the album. "But you must own it's not honest. 2 rubles and then 10, eh?" "Why not honest? It's a question of market." "What do you mean by market?" He grew angry. "When there's a demand, one has a market. If you hadn't asked for it, I shouldn't have sold it for 40 kopecks. Though I was serious and didn't burst out laughing, I was laughing inwardly. Not from delight. I don't know why myself. I was almost breathless. "Listen," I muttered, utterly unable to restrain myself, but speaking in a friendly way and speaking quite fond of him. "Listen. When, as a young man, the late James Rothschild, the Parisian one, who left 1,700 million francs, he nodded, heard of the murder of the Duc de Berry some hours before anybody else, he sent the news to the proper quarter, and by that one stroke, in an instant made several millions. That's how people get on." "So you're a Rothschild, are you?" he cried, as though indignant with me for being such a fool. I walked quickly out of the house. 1 step, and I had made 7 rubles, 95 kopecks. It was a senseless step, a piece of child's play, I admit, but it chimed in with my theories, and I could not help being deeply stirred by it. But it is no good describing one's feelings. My 10 rubles were in my waistcoat pocket. I thrust in 2 fingers to feel it, and walked along without taking my hand out. After walking 100 yards along the street, I took the note out to look at it. I looked at it, and felt like kissing it. A carriage rumbled up to the steps of a house. The house porter opened the door, and a lady came out to get into the carriage. She was young, handsome, and wealthy-looking, gorgeously dressed in silk and velvet, with a train more than 2 yards long. Suddenly a pretty portfolio dropped out of her hand and fell on the ground. She got into the carriage. The footman stooped down to pick the thing up, but I flew up quickly, picked it up, and handed it to the lady, taking off my hat. The hat was a silk one. I was suitably dressed for a young man. With a very pleasant smile, though with an air of reserve, the lady said to me, "Merci, monsieur." The carriage rolled away. I kissed the 10-ruble note. 3. That same day I was to go and see Yefim Zviev, one of my old schoolfellows at the grammar school who had gone to a special college in Petersburg. He's not worth describing, and I was not on particularly friendly terms with him, but I looked him up in Petersburg. He might, through various circumstances which again are not worth relating, be able to give me the address of a man called Crafts, whom it was very important for me to see as soon as he returned from Vilna. Yefim was expecting him that day or the next, as he had let me know 2 days before. I had to go to the Petersburg side, but I did not feel tired. I found Yefim, who was also 19, in the yard of his aunt's house, where he was staying for the time. He had just had dinner and was walking about the yard on stilts. He told me at once that Kraft had arrived the day before and was staying at his old lodgings close by, and that he was anxious to see me as soon as possible, as he had something important to tell me. "He's going off somewhere again," added Yefim. As in the present circumstances, it was of great importance to see Kraft. I asked Yefim to take me round at once to his lodging, which it appeared was in a back street only a few steps away. But Yefim told me that he had met him an hour ago and that he was on his way to Dergachev's. "But come along to Dergachev's. Why do you always cry off? Are you afraid?" Kraft might as a fact stay on at Dergachev's, and in that case, where could I wait for him? I was not afraid of going to Dergachev's, but I did not want to go to his house, though Yefim had tried to get me there 3 times already, and on each occasion had asked, "Are you afraid?" with a very nasty smile at my expense. It was not a case of fear, I must state at once. If I was afraid, it was of something quite different. This time I made up my mind to go. Dergachev's, too, was only a few steps away. On the way I asked Yefim if he still meant to run away to America. "Maybe I shall wait a bit," he answered with a faint smile. I was not particularly fond of him. In fact, I did not like him at all. He had fair hair and a full face of an excessive fairness, an almost unseemly childish fairness. Yet he was taller than I was, but he would never have been taken for more than 17. I had nothing to talk to him about. "What's going on there? Is there always a crowd?" I asked. "But why are you always so frightened?" he laughed again. "Go to hell," I said, getting angry. "There won't be a crowd at all. Only friends come, and they're all his own set. Don't worry yourself." "But what the devil is it to me whether they're his set or not? I'm not one of his set. How can they be sure of me?" "I am bringing you, and that's enough. They've heard of you already. Kraft can answer for you, too." "I say, will Vasin be there?" "I don't know." "If he is, give me a poke and point him out as soon as we go in. As soon as we go in, do you hear?" I had heard a good deal about Vasin already, and had long been interested in him. Dergachev lived in a little lodge in the courtyard of a wooden house belonging to a merchant's wife, but he occupied the whole of it. There were only 3 living rooms. All the 4 windows had the blinds drawn down. He was a mechanical engineer and did work in Petersburg. I had heard casually that he had got a good private berth in the provinces, and that he was just going away to it. As soon as we stepped into the tiny entry, we heard voices. There seemed to be a heated argument, and someone shouted, "Quae medicamente non sanat, ferum sanat, quae ferum non sanat, ignis sanat." I certainly was in some uneasiness. I was, of course, not accustomed to society of any kind. At school I had been on familiar terms with my schoolfellows, but I was scarcely friends with anyone. I made a little corner for myself and lived in it. But this was not what disturbed me. In any case, I vowed not to let myself be drawn into argument, and to say nothing beyond what was necessary, so that no one could draw any conclusions about me. Above all, to avoid argument. In the room, which was really too small, there were 7 men, counting the ladies, 10 persons. Dergachev was 25 and was married. His wife had a sister and another female relation who lived with them. The room was furnished after a fashion, sufficiently though, and was even tidy. There was a lithographed portrait on the wall, but a very cheap one. In the corner there was an icon without a setting, but with a lamp burning before it. Dergachev came up to me, shook hands, and asked me to sit down. "Sit down. They're all our own set here." "You're very welcome," a rather nice-looking, modestly dressed young woman added immediately, and making me a slight bow, she at once went out of the room. This was his wife, and she too seemed to have been taking part in the discussion, and went away to nurse the baby. But there were two other ladies left in the room, one very short girl of about 20, wearing a black dress, also rather nice-looking, and the other a thin, keen-eyed lady of 30. They sat listening eagerly, but not taking part in the conversation. All the men were standing, except Kraft, Vasin, and me. Yefim pointed them out to me at once, for I had never seen Kraft before either. I got up and went up to make their acquaintance. Kraft's face I shall never forget. There was no particular beauty about it, but a positive excess of mildness and delicacy, though personal dignity was conspicuous in everything about him. He was 26, rather thin, above medium height, fair-haired, with an earnest but soft face. There was a peculiar gentleness about his whole personality, and yet if I were asked, I would not have changed my own, possibly very commonplace, countenance for his, which struck me as so attractive. There was something in his face I should not have cared to have in mine. Too marked a calm in a moral sense, and something like a secret, unconscious pride. But I probably could not have actually formed this judgment at the time. It seems so to me now in the light of later events. "I'm very glad you've come," said Kraft. "I have a letter which concerns you. We'll stay here a little and then go home." Dergachev was a strong, broad-shouldered, dark-complexioned man of medium height, with a big beard. His eyes showed acuteness, habitual reserve, and a certain incessant watchfulness. Though he was, for the most part, silent, he evidently controlled the conversation. Vasin's face did not impress me much, though I had heard of him as extraordinarily intelligent. He had fair hair, large light gray eyes, and a very open face, but at the same time there was something as it were too hard in it. One had a presentiment that he would not be communicative. But he looked undeniably clever, cleverer than Dergachev, of a more profound intellect, cleverer than anyone in the room, but perhaps I'm exaggerating. Of the other young men I only recall two. One, a tall, dark man of 27 with black whiskers, who talked a great deal, a teacher or something of the sort. The other was a fellow of my own age, with good lines in his face, wearing a Russian tunic without sleeves. He was silent and listened attentively. He turned out afterwards to be a peasant. "No, that's not the way to put it," the black-whiskered teacher began, obviously continuing the previous discussion. He talked more than anyone in the room. "I'm not talking of mathematical proofs, but that idea which I am prepared to believe without mathematical proof." "Wait a bit, Tihimirov," Dergachev interrupted loudly. "The newcomers don't understand, you see?" He suddenly addressed himself to me alone, and I confess, if he intended to put me as a novice through an examination, or to make me speak, it was adroitly done on his part. I felt it and prepared myself. "It is all our friend Kraft, who is well known to us all for his character and the solidity of his convictions. From a very ordinary fact, he has deduced a very extraordinary conviction that has surprised us all. He has deduced that the Russians are a second-rate people." "Third-rate!" shouted someone. "A second-rate people destined to serve as the raw material for a nobler race, and not to play an independent part in the history of humanity." In view of this theory of his, which is perhaps correct, Kraft has come to the conclusion that the activity of every Russian must in the future be paralyzed by this idea, that all, so to speak, will fold their hands and... "Excuse me, Dergachev, that's not the way to put it," Tihimirov interrupted impatiently again. Dergachev at once gave way. "Considering that Kraft has made a serious study of the subject, has made on a physiological basis deductions which he regards as mathematically proved, and has spent perhaps 2 years on his idea, which I should be prepared a priori to accept with equanimity, considering all this, that is, considering Kraft's excitement and earnestness, the case must be considered as a phenomenon. All this leads up to a question which Kraft cannot understand, and that's what we must attend to. I mean, Kraft's not understanding it, for that's the phenomenon. We must decide whether this phenomenon belongs to the domain of pathology as a solitary instance,
or whether it is an occurrence which may be normally repeated in others. That's what is of interest for the common cause. I believe Kraft about Russia, and I will even say that I am glad of it. Perhaps if his idea were assimilated by all, it would free many from patriotic prejudice and untie their hands."
"I am not influenced by patriotism," said Kraft, speaking with a certain stiffness. All this debate seemed distasteful to him. "Whether patriotism or not, we need not consider," observed Vasin, who had been very silent.
"But how, tell me, please, could Kraft's deduction weaken the impulse to the cause of humanity?"
shouted the teacher. He was the only one shouting. All the others spoke in a low voice.
"Let Russia be condemned to second-rateness, but we can still work, and not for Russia alone. And what's more, how can Kraft be a patriot if he has ceased to believe in Russia?"
"Besides being a German," a voice interrupted again. "I am Russian," said Kraft. "That's a question that has no direct bearing on the subject," observed Dergachev to the speaker who had interrupted.
"Take a wider view of your idea,"
cried Tomarov, heeding nothing.
"If Russia is the only material for nobler races, why shouldn't she serve as such material? It's a sufficiently attractive part for her to play. Why not accept the idea calmly, considering how it enlarges the task? Humanity is on the eve of its regeneration, which is already beginning. None but the blind deny the task before us. Let Russia alone if you've lost faith in her, and work for the future unknown people that will be formed of all humanity without distinction of race. Russia would perish sometime anyway. Even the most gifted peoples exist for 1,500 or at the most 2,000 years. Isn't it all the same whether it's 2,000 or 200? The Romans did not last 1,500 years as a vital force. They too have turned into material. They ceased to exist long ago, but they've left an idea, and it has become an element in the future of mankind. How can one tell a man there's nothing to be done? I can't conceive of a position in which there ever could be nothing to do. Work for humanity and don't trouble about the rest. There's so much to do that life isn't long enough if you look into it more closely." "One must live in harmony with the laws of nature and truth,"
Mademoiselle Dergachev observed from the doorway. The door was slightly ajar, and one could see that she was standing there, listening eagerly, with the baby at her breast, which was covered. Kraft listened with a faint smile, and brought out at last, with a somewhat harassed face, but with earnest sincerity, "I don't understand how, if one is under the influence of some overmastering idea which completely dominates one's mind and one's heart, one can live for something else which is outside that idea."
"But if it is logically, mathematically proved to you that your deduction is erroneous, that your whole idea is erroneous, that you have not the slightest right to exclude yourself from working for the welfare of humanity simply because Russia is predestined to a second-rate part. If it is pointed out to you that in place of your narrow horizon infinity lies open before you, that instead of your narrow idea of patriotism—"
"Ah," Kraft waved his hand gently, "I've told you there is no question of patriotism." "There is evidently a misunderstanding," Vasin interposed suddenly. "The mistake arises from the fact that Kraft's conclusion is not a mere logical theory, but so to say a theory that has been transmuted into a feeling. All natures are not alike. In some men, a logical deduction is sometimes transmuted into a very powerful emotion, which takes possession of the whole being and is sometimes very difficult to dislodge or alter. To cure such a man, the feeling itself must be changed, which is only possible by replacing it by another, equally powerful one. That's always difficult and in many cases impossible."
"That's a mistake," roared the argumentative teacher. "A logical proof of itself will dissipate prejudices. A rational conviction will give rise to feeling, too. Thought arises from feeling, and dominating a man in its turn formulates new feeling."
"People are very different. Some change their feelings readily, while for others it's hard to do so," responded Vasin, as though disinclined to continue the argument, but I was delighted by his idea. "That's perfectly true what you say," I said, turning to him, all at once breaking the ice and suddenly beginning to speak, "that to change a feeling one must replace it by another. 4 years ago, a general in Moscow, I didn't know him, you see, but Perhaps he couldn't have inspired respect of himself, and the fact itself may seem irrational, but he had lost a child. That's to say, 2 little girls who had died one after another of scarlatina, and he was utterly crushed and did nothing but grieve, so that one couldn't bear to go and look at him, and he ended by dying scarcely 6 months later. It's a fact that he died of it. What could have saved him? The answer is a feeling of equal strength. One would have had to dig those 2 little girls out of the grave and give them back to him. That would have been the only thing. I mean, in that way, and he died. Yet one might have presented him with excellent reflections that life is transitory, that all are mortal. One might have produced statistics to show how many children do die of scarlatina. He was on the retired list. I stopped, out of breath, and looked round. "That's nothing to do with it," said someone. "The instance you have quoted, though it's not quite in the same category, is very similar and illustrates the subject," said Vaccine, turning to me. For here I must confess why I was so delighted with what Vaccine had said about the idea transmuted into feeling, and at the same time I must confess to a fiendish disgrace. Yes, I was afraid to go to Dergachev's, though not for the reason Yefim imagined. I dreaded going because I had been afraid of them even before I left Moscow. I knew that they, or some of their sort, it's all the same, were great in argument and would perhaps shatter my idea. I was firmly resolved in myself that I wouldn't give away my idea or say a word to them about it. But they, or again some of their sort, might easily say something to me which would destroy my faith in my idea, even though I might not utter a syllable about it. There were questions connected with my idea which I had not settled, but I did not want anyone to settle them but myself. For the last 2 years I had even given up reading for fear of meeting with some passage opposed to my idea which might shake me. And all at once Vaccine had solved the difficulty and reassured me on the most essential point. After all, what was I afraid of, and what could they do to me, whatever skill in argument they might have? I perhaps was the only one who understood what Vaccine meant by an idea transformed into an emotion. It's not enough to refute a fine idea. One must replace it by something fine of equal strength. Or else, refusing absolutely to part with my feeling in my heart, I should refute the refutation, however strong the argument might be, whatever they might say. And what could they give me in place of it? And therefore I might be braver. I was bound to be more manly. While I was delighted with Vaccine, I felt ashamed and felt myself an insignificant child. Then there followed fresh ignominy. It was not a contemptible desire to show off my intelligence that made me break the ice and speak. It was an impulse to throw myself on his neck. The impulse to throw myself on people's necks that they might think well of me and take me to their hearts or something of the sort. Pure beastliness, in fact. I look upon as the most abject of my weaknesses, and I suspected it in myself long ago. In fact, when I was in the corner in which I entrenched myself for so many years, though I don't regret doing so, I knew I ought to behave in company with more austerity. What comforted me after every such ignominious scene was that my idea was as great a secret as ever, and that I hadn't given it away. With a sinking at my heart, I sometimes imagined that when I did let out my idea to someone, I should suddenly have nothing left, that I should become like everyone else, and perhaps I should give up the idea. And so I was on my guard and preserved it, and trembled at the thought of chattering. And now at Dergachev's, almost at the first contact with anyone, I broke down. I hadn't betrayed anything, of course, but I had chattered unpardonably. It was ignominious. It is a horrid thing to remember. No, I must not associate with people. I think so even now. 40 years hence I will speak. My idea demands a corner. 5. As soon as Vaccine expressed approval, I felt irresistibly impelled to talk. I consider that everyone has a right to have his own feelings if they are from conviction, and that no one should reproach him with them. I went on, addressing Vaccine. Though I spoke boldly, it was as though I was not speaking, not my own tongue moving in my mouth. "Really?" The same voice which had interrupted Dergachev and shouted at Kraft that he was a German interposed with an ironical drawl. Regarding the speaker as a complete nonentity, I addressed the teacher as though he had called out to me. "It's my conviction that I should not dare to judge anyone," I said, quivering and conscious that I was going to make a fool of myself. "Why so mysterious?" cried the voice of the nonentity again. Every man has his own idea, I went on, gazing persistently at the teacher, who for his part held his tongue and looked at me with a smile.
Yours is, cried the nonentity.
Too long to describe, but part of my idea is that I should be left alone. As long as I have 2 rubles, I want to be independent of everyone. Don't excite yourself, I know the objection that will be made. And to do nothing. Not even to work for that grand future of humanity which Mr. Kraft is invited to work for. Personal freedom, that is, my own, is the first thing, and I don't care about anything else. My mistake was that I lost my temper.
In other words, you advocate the tranquility of the well-fed cow.
So be it. Cows don't hurt anyone. I owe no one anything. I pay society in the form of taxes that I may not be robbed, killed, or assaulted, and no one dare demand anything more. I personally perhaps may have other ideas, and if I want to serve humanity, I shall, and perhaps 10 times as much as those who preach about it. Only I want no one to dare to demand it of me, to force me to it, like Mr. Kraft. I must be perfectly free not to lift a finger if I like, but to rush and fall on everybody's neck from love to humanity and dissolve in tears of emotion is only a fashion. And why should I be bound to love my neighbor, or your future humanity which I shall never see, which will never know anything about me, and which will in its turn disappear and leave no trace? Time counts for nothing in this. When the earth in its turn will be changed into an iceberg, and will fly off into the void with an infinite multitude of other similar icebergs. It's the most senseless thing one could possibly imagine. That's your teaching. Tell me why I am bound to be so noble, especially if it all lasts only for a moment. Pooh! Cried a voice. I had fired off all this with nervous exasperation, throwing off all restraint. I knew that I was making a fool of myself, but I hurried on, afraid of being interrupted. I felt that my words were pouring out like water through a sieve, incoherently, 19 to the dozen, but I hurried on to convince them and get the better of them. It was a matter of such importance to me. I had been preparing for it for 3 years, but it was remarkable that they were all suddenly silent. They said absolutely nothing. Everyone was listening. I went on, addressing my remarks to the teacher. That's just it. A very clever man has said that nothing is more difficult than to answer the question, why we must be honorable. You know, there are 3 sorts of scoundrels in the world. Naive scoundrels, that is, convinced that their villainy is the highest virtue. Scoundrels who are ashamed, that is, ashamed of their own villainy, though they fully intend to persevere with it. And lastly, simple scoundrels, pure-bred scoundrels. For example, I had a schoolfellow called Lambert who told me at 16 that when he came into his fortune, it would be his greatest satisfaction to feed on meat and bread while the children of the poor were dying of hunger. And when they had no fuel for their fires, he would buy up a whole wood stack, build it up in a field, and set fire to it there, and not give any of it to the poor. Those were his feelings. Tell me, what am I to say to a pure-blooded scoundrel like that if he asks me why he should be honorable? Especially now in these times which you have so transformed, for things have never been worse than they are now. Nothing is clear in our society. You deny God, you see, deny heroism. What blind, deaf, dull-witted stagnation of mind can force me to act in one way if it's more to my advantage to do the opposite? You say a rational attitude to humanity is to your own advantage too. But what if I think all these rational considerations irrational, and dislike all these socialist barracks and phalanxes? What the devil do I care for them or for the future, when I shall only live once on earth? Allow me to judge of my advantage for myself. It's more amusing. What does it matter to me what will happen in 1,000 years to your humanity if, on your principles, I'm to get for it neither love nor future life nor recognition of my heroism? No, if that's how it is, I'd rather live in the most ignorant way for myself and let them all go to perdition. An excellent sentiment, though I'm always ready to go with them. That's one better, the same voice again. The others still remained silent. They all scrutinized me, staring, but little by little in different parts of the room there rose a titter, subdued indeed, but they were all laughing at me to my face. Vassine and Kraft were the only ones not laughing. The gentleman with the black whiskers was sniggering too. He sneered at me persistently and listened. I'm not going to tell you my idea, I cried, quivering all over. Nothing would induce me. But I ask you, on the other hand, from your point of view, don't imagine I'm speaking for myself, for I dare say I love humanity 1,000 times more than all of you put together. Tell me, and you must. You are bound now to answer because you are laughing. Tell me, what inducement do you hold out to me to follow you? Tell me, how do you prove to me that you'll make things better? How will you deal with my individual protest in your barracks? I have wanted to meet you, gentlemen, for ever so long. You will have barracks, communistic homes, strict nécessaire, atheism, and communistic wives without children. That's your ideal. I know all about it. And for all this, for this little part of mediocre advantage which your rational system guarantees me, for a bit of bread and a warm corner, you take away all my personal liberty. For instance, if my wife's carried off, are you going to take away my personal liberty so that I mayn't bash my rival's brains in? You tell me I shall be more sensible than myself. But what will the wife say to a husband so sensible if she has the slightest self-respect? Why, it's unnatural. You ought to be ashamed.
You're a specialist on the woman question, then?
The voice of the nonentity pronounced malignantly. For one instant I had an impulse to fly at him and pummel him with my fists. He was a short fellow with red hair and freckles, though what the devil does his appearance matter? Don't excite yourself. I've never once had relations with a woman, I rapped out, for the first time addressing him directly.
A priceless avowal which might have been made more politely in the presence of ladies.
For there was a general movement among them. They were all looking for their hats and taking leave, not on my account, of course, but simply because it was time to break up. But I was crushed with shame at the way they all ignored me. I jumped up, too.
Allow me to ask your name. You kept looking at me,
said the teacher, coming up to me with a very nasty smile. Dolgoruky.
Prince Dolgoruky?
No, simply Dolgoruky. Legally the son of a former serf, Makar Dolgoruky, but the illegitimate son of my former master, Monsieur Versalov. Don't make a mistake, gentlemen. I don't tell you this to make you all fall upon my neck and begin howling like calves from sentimentality. There was a loud and unceremonious roar of laughter, so much so that the baby, who was asleep in the next room, waked up and began squealing. I trembled with fury. Everyone shook hands with Dergachev and went out without taking the slightest notice of me. Come along, said Kraft, touching me. I went up to Dergachev, pressed his hand, and shook it vigorously several times. You must excuse Kudryumov's being so rude to you. Kudryumov was the red-haired man, said Dergachev. I followed Kraft out. I was not in the least ashamed. 6. There is, of course, an immense difference between what I am now and what I was then. Still not in the least ashamed, I overtook Vasin on the stairs, leaving Kraft behind as of secondary importance, and with the most natural air as though nothing had happened, I asked, I believe you know my father, Versalov. He's not exactly an acquaintance of mine, Vasin answered at once, and without a trace of that insulting refinement of politeness which delicate people adopt when they speak to people who have just disgraced themselves. But I do know him a little. I have met him, and I have heard him talk. If you've heard him, no doubt you do know him, for you are you. What do you think of him? Forgive the abrupt question, but I need to know. It's what you would think. Just your opinion that I need. You are asking a great deal of me. I believe that man is capable of setting himself tremendous tasks and possibly carrying them through, but without rendering an account of his doings to anyone. That's true. That's very true. He's a very proud man. Is he a sincere man? Tell me, what do you think about his being a Catholic? But I forgot. Perhaps you don't know. If I had not been so excited, I should not, of course, have fired off such questions so irrelevantly at a man of whom I had heard, but whom I had never seen before. I was surprised that Vasin did not seem to notice how rude I was. I heard something about it, but I don't know how far it may be true, he answered in the same calm and even tone as before. Not a bit. It's false. Do you suppose he can believe in God? He is a very proud man, as you said just now, and many very proud people like to believe in God, especially those who despise other people. Many strong natures seem to have a sort of natural craving to find someone or something to which they can do homage. Strong natures often find it very difficult to bear the burden of their strength. Do you know, that must be awfully true, I cried again, only I should like to understand. The reason is obvious. They turn to God to avoid doing homage to men, of course without recognizing how it comes about in them. To do homage to God is not so humiliating. They become the most fervent of believers, or to be more accurate, the most fervently desirous of believing. But they take this desire for belief itself. These are the people who most frequently become disillusioned in the end. As for Monsieur Versolov, I imagine that he has some extremely sincere characteristics, and altogether he interested me. "Vaccine," I cried, "you rejoice my heart. It's not your intelligence I wonder at. I'm astonished that you, a man of such a lofty nature and so far above me, can walk with me, and talk to me as simply and courteously as though nothing had happened." Vaccine smiled. "You are too flattering, and all that has happened is that you have shown a weakness for abstract conversation. You have probably been through a long period of silence." "For 3 years I have been silent. For 3 years I have been preparing to speak. You couldn't, of course, have thought me a fool. You're so extraordinarily clever, though no one could have behaved more stupidly. But you must have thought me a scoundrel." "A scoundrel?" "Yes, certainly. Tell me, don't you secretly despise me for saying I was Versolov's illegitimate son, boasting I was the son of a serf?" "You worry yourself too much. If you think you did wrong in saying so, you've only to avoid saying it again. You have 50 years before you." "Oh, I know that I ought to be very silent with other people. This throwing oneself on people's necks is the lowest of all vices. I told them so just now, and here I am doing it to you. But there is a difference, isn't there? If you realize that difference, if you are capable of realizing it, then I bless this moment." Vaccine smiled again. "Come and see me if you care to," he said. "I have work now and am busy, but I shall be pleased to see you." "I thought from your face just now that you were too hard and uncommunicative." "That may very well be true. I saw something of your sister, Lizaveta Makarovna, at Luga last year. Kraft has stopped, and I believe is waiting for you. He has to turn here." I pressed Vaccine's hand warmly and ran up to Kraft, who had walked on ahead all the while I talked to Vaccine. We walked in silence to his lodgings. I could not speak to him and did not want to. One of the strongest traits in Kraft's character was delicacy. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. Part 1, Chapter 4 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance GARNETT. Part 1, Chapter 4. 1. Kraft had been somewhere in the service and at the same time had been a paid assistant of Andronikov's in the management of the private business which the deceased gentleman had always carried on in addition to his official duties. What mattered to me was that from his close association with Andronikov, Kraft might well know a great deal of what interested me. But Marie Ivanovna, the wife of Nikolai Semyonovich, with whom I had boarded so many years while I was at the grammar school in Moscow, was a favorite niece of Andronikov and was brought up by him, and from her I learned that Kraft had actually been commissioned to give me something. I had been expecting him for a whole month. He lived in a little flat of 2 rooms quite apart from the rest of the house, and at the moment, having only just returned, he had no servant. His trunk stood open, not yet unpacked. His belongings lay about on the chairs and were spread out on the table in front of the sofa, his traveling bag, his cash box, his revolver, and so on. As we went in, Kraft seemed lost in thought, as though he had altogether forgotten me. He had perhaps not noticed that I had not spoken to him on the way. He began looking for something at once, but happening to catch a glimpse of himself in the looking-glass, he stood still for a full minute gazing at his own face. Though I noticed this peculiar action and recalled it all afterwards, I was depressed and disturbed. I was not feeling equal to concentrating my mind. For a moment I had a sudden impulse to go straight away and give it all up forever. And after all, what did all these things amount to in reality? Was it not simply an unnecessary worry I had taken upon myself? I sank into despair at the thought that I was wasting so much energy perhaps on worthless trifles from mere sentimentality, while I had facing me a task that called for all my powers. And meanwhile, my incapacity for any real work was clearly obvious from what had happened at Dergachev's. "Kraft, shall you go to them again?" I asked him suddenly. He turned slowly to me as though hardly understanding me. I sat down on a chair. "Forgive them," said Kraft suddenly. I fancied, of course, that this was a sneer, but looking attentively at him, I saw such a strange and even wonderful ingenuousness in his face that I positively wondered at his asking me so earnestly to forgive them. He brought up a chair and sat down beside me. "I know that I am perhaps a medley of all sorts of vanities and nothing more," I began, "but I'm not apologizing." "And you've no need to apologize to anyone," he said quietly and earnestly. He talked all the time quietly and very slowly. "I may be guilty in my own eyes. I like being guilty in my own eyes. Kraft, forgive me for talking nonsense. Tell me surely you don't belong to that circle. That's what I wanted to ask." "They are no sillier than other people and no wiser. They are mad like everyone else." "Why is everyone mad?" I asked, turning towards him with involuntary curiosity. "All the best people are mad nowadays. It's the carnival of mediocrity and ineptitude and nothing else, but it's not worth talking about." As he talked, he looked away into the air and began sentences and broke off without finishing them. I was particularly struck by a note of despondency in his voice. "Surely Vasin is not one of them. Vasin has a mind. Vasin has a moral idea," I cried. "There are no moral ideas now. It suddenly appears that there is not one left, and what's worse, that there never have been any." "Never have been any in the past?" "Let us leave that," he brought out with unmistakable weariness. I was touched by his sorrowful earnestness. Ashamed of my own egoism, I began to drop into his tone. "The present day," he began after a pause lasting 2 minutes, looking away into space, "the present day is the golden age of mediocrity and callousness, of a passion for ignorance, idleness, inefficiency, a craving for everything ready-made. No one thinks. It's rare for anyone to work out an idea for himself." He broke off again and paused for a while. I listened. "Nowadays they are stripping Russia of her forests and exhausting her natural wealth, turning the country into a waste and making it only fit for the Kalmucks. If a man looks forward and plants a tree, everyone laughs at him and tells him he won't live to enjoy it. On the other hand, those with aspirations discuss nothing but what will be in 1,000 years. The idea that has sustained men has utterly gone. It's as though they were all at an hotel and were leaving Russia tomorrow. They are alive if they could only..." "Excuse me, Kraft, you said they worried their heads about what would happen in 1,000 years, but you despair about the future of Russia. Isn't that an anxiety of the same sort?" It's the most essential question in the world," he said irritably, and jumped up quickly from his seat. "Ah, yes, I forgot," he said suddenly in quite a different voice, looking at me in perplexity. "I asked you to come for something special, and meanwhile, for heaven's sake, excuse me." He seemed suddenly to wake up from a sort of dream and was almost disconcerted. He took a letter out of a portfolio on the table and gave it to me. "This is what I have to give you. It's a document of some importance," he began, speaking collectedly and with a business-like air. Long afterwards, when I recalled it, I was struck by this faculty in him, at an hour such as this was for him, of turning such wholehearted attention on another person's affairs and going into them with such firmness and composure. "It is a letter of Stolbiev's, that is, of the man whose will gave rise to Versolov's lawsuit with the Princes Sokolsky. The case is just being decided in the court and will certainly be decided in Versolov's favor. The law is on his side. Meanwhile, in this letter, a private letter written 2 years ago, the deceased sets forth his real dispositions, or more accurately, his desires, and expresses them rather in favor of the Sokolskys than of Versolov. At any rate, the points on which the Sokolskys rest their case in contesting the will are materially strengthened by this letter. Versolov's opponents would give a great deal for this letter, though it really has no positive legal value. Alexei Nikanorovich Andronikov, who managed Versolov's affairs, kept this letter, and not long before his death gave it to me, telling me to take care of it. Perhaps he had a presentiment that he was dying and was anxious about his papers. I was unwilling to judge of Alexei Nikanorovich's intentions in the case, and I must confess that at his death I found myself in disagreeable uncertainty what to do with this document, especially as the case was so soon to be concluded. But Marie Ivanovna, in whom Alexei Nikanorovich seems to have put great confidence in his lifetime, helped me out of the difficulty. She wrote to me 3 weeks ago telling me that I was to give the letter to you, as this would, she believed, her own expression, be in accordance with the wishes of the deceased, and I am very glad that I can at last give it to you. "Tell me," I said, dumbfounded at this new and unexpected information, "what am I to do with this letter now? How am I to act?" "That's for you to decide." Impossible. My hands are tied. You must admit that. Versalov is so reckoning on this fortune, and you know he'll be utterly lost without it, and it suddenly appears that a document like this exists. It only exists here in this room. Is that really so? I looked at him attentively. If you can't decide how to act in this case, what can I advise you? But I can't give it to the Sokolskys either. I should ruin all Versalov's hopes and be a traitor to him besides. On the other hand, if I give it to Versalov, I plunge the innocent into poverty, and I should put Versalov in a hopeless dilemma too. He would either have to give up the fortune or become a thief. You exaggerate the importance of the matter. Tell me one thing. Is this letter decisive, conclusive? No, it isn't. I'm not much of a lawyer. A lawyer on the other side would, no doubt, know how to make use of such a document and to turn it to account. But Alexei Nikanorovich considered positively that if this letter were put forward, it would have no great legal value, so that Versalov's case might be won all the same. This letter is more a matter of conscience, so to say. But that's what matters most of all, I interrupted, just because it would put Versalov in a hopeless dilemma. He may, on the contrary, destroy the document and so escape all danger. Have you any grounds for supposing such a thing of him, Kraft? That's what I want to know. That's why I'm here. I believe everyone would do the same in his place. Would you behave so yourself? I'm not going to receive a fortune, so I can't tell about myself. Very well, I said, putting the letter in my pocket. The matter's settled for the present. Listen, Kraft. Maria Ivanovna, who has, I assure you, told me a great deal, said to me that you and only you could tell me the truth of what happened at Ems a year and a half ago between Versalov and Mademoiselle Almakov. I've been looking forward to seeing you as a sun that would throw light on everything. You don't know my position, Kraft. I beseech you to tell me the whole truth. What I want to know is what kind of man he is. And now I need to know it more than ever. I wonder Marie Ivanovna did not tell you about it herself. She might have heard it all from Andronikov, and of course she has heard it, and very likely knows more than I do. Andronikov was not clear about it himself, so Marie Ivanovna told me. It seems a maze to which no one has the clue. The devil himself would be lost in it. I know that you were at Ems yourself at the time. I never knew the whole of it, but what I do know, I will willingly tell you if you like, though I doubt whether I shall satisfy you. 2. I won't reproduce his story word for word, but will only give a brief summary of it. A year and a half before, Versalov, through the old prince, became a constant visitor at the Almakovs. They were all abroad then, at Ems, and made a great impression on the general himself, a man who had, during 3 years of marriage, squandered all his wife's large dowry over cards, and as a result of his irregular life had already had a paralytic stroke, though he was not an old man. He had recovered from it before going abroad, and was staying at Ems for the sake of his daughter by his first wife. She was a girl of 17, in delicate health, consumptive, and said to be extremely beautiful, but at the same time very fantastical. She had no dowry, but they rested their hopes as usual on the old prince. Mademoiselle Almakov was said to be a good stepmother, but the girl for some reason became particularly attached to Versalov. He was preaching at that time something impassioned, as Kraft expressed it, some sort of new life, was in a state of religious fervor of the most exalted kind, in the strange and perhaps ironical phrase of Andronikov, which was repeated to me. But it was noticeable that they all soon began to dislike him. The general was positively afraid of him. Kraft did not altogether deny the rumor that Versalov succeeded in instilling into the invalid husband's mind the suspicion that his wife, Katerina Nikolaevna, was not indifferent to the young Prince Sokolsky, who had left Ames and was at the time in Paris. He did this not directly, but after his usual fashion, by hints, inferences, and all sorts of roundabout ways, at which he is a great master, said Kraft. I may say that Kraft considered him, and preferred to consider him, altogether rather as an impostor and an inveterate intriguer than as a man genuinely possessed by some exalted, or at least original idea. I knew, apart from Kraft, that Versalov, who had at first had an extraordinary influence on Katerina Nikolaevna, had by degrees come to an open rupture with her. What lay behind all this I could not find out from Kraft, but everyone confirmed the story of the mutual hatred that had sprung up between them after their friendship. Then came a strange circumstance. Katerina Nikolaevna's invalid stepdaughter apparently fell in love with Versilov, or was struck by something in him, or was inflamed by his eloquence, or I don't know what. But it is known that at one time Versilov spent almost every day at her side. It ended by the young lady suddenly announcing to her father that she wanted to marry Versilov. That this actually had happened was confirmed by everyone, by Kraft, by Andronikov, by Maria Ivanovna, and even Tatiana Pavlovna once spoke about it before me. They asserted also that Versilov not only desired it himself, but positively insisted on a marriage with this girl, and that these two creatures of such different species, one old and the other young, were in complete agreement about it. But the father was alarmed at the idea. As he became more estranged from Katerina Nikolaevna, whom he had been very fond of, he now began almost to idolize his daughter, especially after his stroke. But the bitterest opposition to the idea of such a marriage came from Katerina Nikolaevna. There followed a great number of secret and extremely unpleasant family wrangles, disputes, mortifying, and in fact revolting scenes. At last the father began to give way before the persistence of the lovesick girl who was, as Kraft expressed it, fanaticized by Versilov. But Katerina Nikolaevna still resisted it with implacable hatred. And it is at this stage that the muddle begins which no one can understand. But this was Kraft's conjecture based on the facts. Only a conjecture, however. He thought Versilov had succeeded in his characteristic way in subtly suggesting to the young person that the reason Katerina Nikolaevna would not agree was that she was in love with him herself, and had been for a long time past worrying him with her jealousy, pursuing him and intriguing, that she had declared her feeling to him, and was now ready to horsewhip him for loving someone else, something of that sort anyway. Worst of all, that he had hinted this to the girl's father, the husband of the unfaithful wife, explaining that the prince had only been a passing amusement. The house, of course, began to be a perfect hell. In some versions of the story, Katerina Nikolaevna was devoted to her stepdaughter, and now was in despair at being calumniated to her, to say nothing of her relations with her invalid husband. And what is more, there existed another version, which to my grief I found Kraft fully believed, and therefore I believed myself. Of all this I had heard already. It was maintained, Andronikov, it was said, had heard it from Katerina Nikolaevna herself, that on the contrary, Versilov had in the past, before his feeling for the girl, made love to Katerina Nikolaevna, that though she had been his friend, and had been for a time carried away by his religious exaltation, yet she had constantly opposed and mistrusted him, and that she had met Versilov's declaration with deep resentment and had ridiculed him vindictively, that she had formally dismissed him for having openly suggested that she should become his wife, as her husband was expected to have a second attack very shortly. On this theory, Katerina Nikolaevna must have felt a peculiar hatred for Versilov when she saw him afterwards so openly trying to win her stepdaughter's hand. Marie Ivanovna, who told me all this in Moscow, believed in both versions. Both together, that is. She maintained that there was nothing inconsistent in all this, that it was something in the style of la haine dans l'amour, of the wounded pride of love on both sides, etc., etc. Something, in fact, like a very subtle, intricate romance, quite out of keeping with any serious and common-sense man, and moreover with an element of nastiness in it. But Maria Ivanovna, in spite of her estimable character, had been from childhood upwards saturated with sentiment from the novels which she read day and night. The sequel exhibited Versilov's evident baseness, his lying and intriguing, something dark and loathsome in him, the more so as the affair had a tragic ending. The poor, infatuated girl poisoned herself, they say, by means of phosphorus matches, though even now I don't know whether to believe that last detail. They did their utmost to hush it up anyway. The young lady was ill for a fortnight and then died, so the matches remained an open question, but Kraft firmly believed in them. Shortly afterwards, the young lady's father died too. It was said from his grief, which brought on a second stroke, though this did not occur till 3 months later. But after the young lady's funeral, the young Prince Sokolsky, who had returned to Ems from Paris, gave Versilov a slap in the face in a public garden, and the latter had not replied with a challenge, but had, on the contrary, showed himself next day on the promenade as though nothing had happened. Then everyone turned against him, in Petersburg as well. Though Versolov kept up with some acquaintances, they were quite in a different circle. All his aristocratic friends blamed him, though as a fact scarcely anyone knew the details. They only knew something of the young lady's romantic death and the slap in the face. Only 2 or 3 persons knew the story fully, so far as that was possible. The one who had known most of all was the deceased Andronikov, who had for many years had business relations with the Amakovs, and had had to do with Katerina Nikolaevna, particularly in one case. But he kept all these secrets even from his own family, and had only told part of the story to Kraft and Marie Ivanovna, and that from necessity. "The chief point is that there is a document in existence," concluded Kraft, "which Mademoiselle Amakov is very much afraid of." And this was what he told me about that. When the old Prince Katerina Nikolaevna's father was abroad, beginning to recover from his attack, she was so indiscreet as to write to Andronikov in dead secret. Katerina Nikolaevna put implicit faith in him, an extremely compromising letter. During his convalescence, the old prince actually did, it was said, display a propensity to waste his money, almost to fling it away, in fact. He began buying when he was abroad, quite useless but expensive objects, pictures, vases, making donations and subscriptions of large sums to various institutions out there and goodness knows what. He almost bought on the sly for an immense sum a ruined and encumbered estate from a fashionable Russian spendthrift, and finally began even dreaming of matrimony. And in view of all this, Katerina Nikolaevna, who had never left her father's side during his illness, wrote to Andronikov as a lawyer and an old friend, inquiring whether it would be legally possible to put the old prince under guardianship, or to declare him incompetent to manage his own affairs, and, if so, how it could best be done without a scandal, that no one might blame her, and that her father's feelings might be spared, etc., etc. It was said that Andronikov advised her against this and dissuaded her, and later on, when the old prince had completely recovered, it was impossible to return to the idea, but the letter remained in Andronikov's hands. And now he had died, and Katerina Nikolaevna had at once remembered the letter. If it turned up among the deceased's papers and fell into the old prince's hands, he would no doubt have cast her off forever, cut her out of his will, and not given her another farthing during his lifetime. The thought that his own daughter did not believe in his sanity, and even wanted to have him certified as a lunatic, would change the lamb into a wild beast. Her husband's gambling habits had left her at his death without a farthing, and she had only her father to look to. She fully hoped to receive from him a second dowry as ample as the first. Kraft did not quite know what had become of the letter, but observed that Andronikov never tore up papers of consequence, and he was besides a man of broad principles as well as broad intelligence. I was positively surprised at the independence of Kraft's criticism of Andronikov, whom he had loved and respected so much. But Kraft felt convinced that Versolov had obtained possession of the compromising document through his close relations with Andronikov's widow and daughters. It was known, indeed, that they had at once of necessity handed over all the deceased's papers to Versolov. He knew, too, that Katerina Nikolaevna was already aware that the letter was in Versolov's possession, and that she was frightened on account of it, imagining that Versolov would take the letter straight to her old father, that on her return from abroad she had searched for the document in Petersburg, had been at the Andronikovs, and was still hunting for it now, so that she must still have some hope that the letter was not in Versolov's hands, and finally that she had gone to Moscow simply with the same object, and had entreated Marie Ivanovna to look for it among the papers that had remained with her. She had only recently, since her return to Petersburg, heard of the existence of Marie Ivanovna, and of the footing on which the latter had stood with Andronikov. "You don't think she found it at Marie Ivanovna's?" I asked. "I have my own ideas." "If Marie Ivanovna has not told even you about it, probably she hasn't got it." "Then you suppose the document is in Versolov's hands?" "Most likely it is. I don't know, though. Anything is possible," he answered with evident weariness. I gave up questioning him, and indeed there was no object in doing so. All that mattered most had been made clear to me. In spite of all this sordid tangle, all that I feared most was confirmed. "It's all like a delirious nightmare," I said, deeply dejected as I took up my hat. "Is the man so dear to you?" asked Kraft. I read his deep sympathy on his face at that minute. "I felt I shouldn't learn the whole story from you," said I. "Mademoiselle Amakov is the only hope left me. I was resting my hopes on her. Perhaps I shall go to her, and perhaps not." Kraft looked at me with some surprise. "Goodbye, Kraft," I said. "Why force oneself on people who don't want to see one? Isn't it better to break with everything, eh?" "And what then?" he asked almost sullenly, keeping his eyes on the ground. "Retreat within oneself. Break with everything and withdraw within oneself." "To America?" "To America. Within oneself. Simply within oneself. That's my whole idea, Kraft," I said enthusiastically. He looked at me with some curiosity. "Have you such a place within yourself?" "Yes. Goodbye, Kraft. Thank you. I am sorry to have troubled you. If I were in your place and had that sort of Russia in my head, I'd send them all to hell. I'd say, get out with you. Keep your fretting and intriguing to yourselves. It's nothing to do with me." "Stay a little longer," he said suddenly when he was already with me at the front door. I was a little surprised. I went back and sat down again. Kraft sat opposite. We looked at each other with a sort of smile. I can see it all now. I remember that I felt a sort of wonder at him. "What I like in you is that you're so courteous," I said suddenly. "Yes?" "I feel that because I don't often succeed in being courteous myself, though I should like to. And yet perhaps it's better for people to be rude to one. At least they save one from the misfortune of liking them." "What hour of the day do you like best?" he asked, evidently not listening to me. "What hour? I don't know. I don't like sunset." "No?" he brought out with a peculiar curiosity. "Are you going away again?" "Yes, I'm going away." "Soon?" "Yes." "Surely you don't want a revolver to get to Vilna?" I asked without the faintest hidden meaning in my words, and indeed there was no meaning at all. I asked the question simply because I happened to glance at the revolver and I was at a loss for something to say. He turned and looked intently at the revolver. "No, I take it simply from habit." "If I had a revolver, I should keep it hidden somewhere, locked up. It really is a temptation, you know. I may not believe in an epidemic of suicide, but if it's always catching my eye, there really are moments, you know, when it might tempt one." "Don't talk about it," he said, and suddenly got up from his chair. "I wasn't thinking of myself," I said, standing up too. "I'm not going to use it. If you were to give me 3 lives, it wouldn't be enough for me." "Long life to you," broke from him. He gave me an absent-minded smile and, strange to say, walked straight into the passage as though to show me out, probably not noticing what he was doing. "I wish you every sort of success, Kraft," I said as I went out onto the stairs. "That's as it may be," he answered firmly. "Till we meet again." "That's as it may be, too." I remember his last glance at me. 3. And this was the man for whom my heart had been beating all those years. And what had I expected from Kraft? What new information? As I came away from Kraft's, I felt very hungry. It was evening, and I had had no dinner. I went to a little restaurant in Great Prospect that I might not have to spend more than 20 or at most 25 kopecks. I would not have allowed myself to spend more at that time. I took some soup for myself, and as I ate it, I sat looking out of window. There were a great many people in the room, and there was a smell of burnt meat, restaurant napkins, and tobacco. It was nasty. Over my head, a dumb nightingale, gloomy and pensive, was pecking at the bottom of its cage. There was a noise in the adjoining billiard room, but I sat there and sank into deep thought. The setting sun, why was Kraft surprised at my not liking the sunset, aroused in me a new and unexpected sensation quite out of keeping with my surroundings. I was haunted by the soft look in my mother's eyes, her dear eyes which had been watching me so timidly the whole month. Of late I had been very rude at home, to her especially. I had a desire to be rude to Versalov, but not daring, in my contemptible way, tormented her instead. I had thoroughly frightened her. In fact, often she looked at me with such imploring eyes when Andrei Petrovich came in, afraid of some outburst on my part. It was a very strange thing that sitting here in the restaurant, I realized for the first time that while Versalov spoke to me familiarly, she always addressed me deferentially. I had wondered at it before and had not been impressed in her favor by it, But now I realized it particularly, and strange ideas passed one after another through my brain. I sat there a long time till it got quite dark. I thought about my sister, too. It was a fateful moment for me. At all costs, I must decide. Could I be incapable of decision? What is the difficulty of breaking with them if they don't want me either? My mother and sister? But I should not leave them anyway, however things turn out. It is true that the entrance of that man into my life, though only for an instant in my early childhood, was the turning point from which my conscious development began. Had he not met me then, my mind, my way of thinking, my fate would certainly have been different, even in spite of the character ordained me by destiny, which I could not anyway have escaped. But it turned out that this man was only a dream, the dream of my childhood. I had invented him myself, and in reality he was a different man who fell far below my imagination. I had come to find a genuine man, not a man like this. And why had I fallen in love with him once and forever in that brief moment when I saw him as a child? That forever must vanish. Sometime, if I have space for it, I will describe that meeting, the most futile incident leading up to nothing. But I had built it up into a pyramid. I had begun building that pyramid as I lay in my little bed. When falling asleep, I could dream and weep. What for, I cannot tell. Because I had been abandoned? Because I was tormented? But I was only tormented a little, and only for 2 years at Touchard's, the school into which he thrust me before leaving me forever. Afterwards, no one tormented me. Quite the contrary. I looked scornfully at my schoolfellows. And I can't endure the self-pity of the forlorn. There's no role more revolting than that of the orphan, the illegitimate, the outcast, and all such wretched creatures for whom I never feel any pity when they solemnly parade before the public and begin piteously but insistently whining of how they have been treated. I could beat them all. Will none of the filthy, conventional herd understand that it would be 10 times as credible to hold their tongues, not to whine, and not to deign to complain? And if he does deign, he deserves his fate, the bastard. That's my view. But what is absurd is not that I used to dream of him in my little bed, but that almost forgetting my chief object, I have come here for the sake of him, of that imagined man. I have come to help him to stamp out a calumny, to crush his enemies. The document of which Kraft had spoken, that woman's letter to Andronikov about which she was so afraid, which might ruin her and reduce her to poverty, which she supposed to be in Versalov's hands, was not in his possession, but in mine, sewn up in my coat pocket. I had sewn it there myself, and no one in the whole world knew of it. The fact that the romantic Marie Ivanovna, in whose keeping the letter was left to be preserved, thought fit to give it to me and to no one else was only her own idea and a matter for her to decide, which I am not called upon to explain, though I may discuss it later if it seems appropriate. But, armed with this unexpected weapon, I could not help yielding to the temptation to come to Petersburg. Of course, I proposed to assist this man secretly without display or excitement, without expecting his praise or his embraces, and never, never would I condescend to reproach him for anything. And indeed, was it his fault that I had fallen in love with him and had created a fantastic ideal of him? Though indeed I did not perhaps love him at all. His original mind, his interesting character, his intrigues and adventures, and what my mother had been to him, all that, it seemed, could not keep me. It was enough that my fantastic doll was shattered, and that I could not perhaps love him any more. And so what was keeping me? Why was I sticking there? That was the question. The upshot of it all was that only I was a fool, no one else. But expecting honesty from others, I will be honest myself. I must confess that the letter sewn up in my pocket did not only arouse in me the passionate desire to rush to Versalov's aid. Now it is quite clear to me, and even then I thought of it with a blush. I had visions of a woman, a proud aristocratic creature, whom I should meet face to face. She would laugh at me, despise me as though I were a mouse. She would not even suspect that her future was in my power. This idea intoxicated me even in Moscow, and still more in the train on the way. I have confessed this already. Yes, I hated that woman, but already I loved her as my victim, and all this was true, all this was real. But this was childishness, which I should not have expected even from anyone like me. I'm describing my feelings then, that is, what passed through my mind as I sat in the restaurant under the nightingale and made up my mind to break with them forever. The memory of my recent meeting with that woman sent a rush of color to my face. An ignominious meeting, an ignominious and stupid impression, and what mattered most, it showed my incapacity for action. It proved, I thought then, that I was not strong enough to withstand the stupidest lure, though I told Kraft myself just now that I had my place within myself, and work of my own, and that if I had 3 lives they wouldn't be enough for me. I said that proudly. My having abandoned my idea and mixed myself up with Versolov's affairs was to some extent excusable, but that I should run from side to side like a frightened hare and be drawn into every trifle, that of course was simply my own folly. What induced me to go to Dergachev's and to burst out with my imbecilities, though I knew long ago that I am incapable of saying anything cleverly or sensibly, that it is always better for me to be silent? And some vaccine or other reassures me with the reflection that I have 50 years of life ahead of me, and so I have no need to worry. It was a good reply, I admit, and did credit to his unmistakable intelligence. It was good because it was the simplest, and what is simplest is never understood till the last, when everything that is cleverer or stupider has been tried already. But I knew that answer before vaccine. I'd had an inkling of that thought more than 3 years ago. What's more, my idea was to some extent included in it. Such were my reflections in the restaurant. I felt disgusted as I made my way towards Semyonovsky Polk at 8 o'clock in the evening, worn out with walking and with thinking. It was quite dark by then, and the weather had changed. It was dry, but a horrid Petersburg wind had sprung up, blowing keenly and malignantly on my back, and whirling up the dust and sand. How many sullen faces of poor people hurrying home to their corners from work and trade. Every one had his own sullen anxiety in his face, and there was perhaps not one common uniting thought in the crowd. Kraft was right. Everyone was different. I met a little boy, so little that it was strange he could be out alone in the street at that hour. He seemed to have lost his way. A peasant woman stopped for a minute to listen to him, but not understanding what he said, waved her hand and went on, leaving him alone in the darkness. I was going towards him, but he suddenly took fright and ran away. As I approached the house, I made up my mind that I should never go and see Vaccine. I had an intense longing as I went up the stairs to find them at home alone, without Versolov, that I might have time before he came in to say something nice to my mother, or to my dear sister, to whom I had scarcely said anything particular all that month. It so happened that he was not at home. 4. By the way, as I am bringing onto the scene this new character, I am speaking of Versolov, I will introduce briefly a formal account of him, though it is of no significance. I do this to make things more comprehensible for the reader, and because I can't foresee where this account could fit in the later part of my story. He studied at the university, but went into a cavalry regiment of the Guards. He married Mademoiselle Fanaryatov and retired from the army. He went abroad, and on his return lived a life of worldly gaiety in Moscow. On his wife's death, he spent some time in the country. Then came the episode with my mother. Then he lived for a long time somewhere in the south. During the war with Europe, he served in the army, but did not reach the Crimea, and was never in action. At the conclusion of the war, he left the service and went abroad. He took my mother with him, though he left her at Königsberg. The poor woman used sometimes shaking her head to tell with a sort of horror how she had spent 6 months there with her little girl, not knowing the language, absolutely friendless, and in the end penniless, as though she were lost in a forest. Then Tatiana Pavlovna came to fetch her and took her back to some place in the Novgorod province. Then, on the emancipation of the serfs, Versolov became one of the first mediators, and is said to have performed his duties admirably, but he soon gave this up, and in Petersburg was occupied with the conduct of various private lawsuits. Andronikov always had a high opinion of his capacity. He had a great respect for him, and only said he did not understand his character. Then Versolov gave that up too, and went abroad again, this time for a long period, several years. Then came his close intimacy with old Prince Sokolsky. During this period, his financial position underwent 2 or 3 radical changes. At one time he fell into complete poverty, then grew wealthy and rose again. Having brought my story to this point, I am determined to describe my idea too. For the first time since its conception, I will translate it into words. I am determined to reveal it, so to speak, to the reader, partly for the sake of greater clearness in what I have to explain further. And it is not only confusing for the reader. Even I, the author, am beginning to get muddled by the difficulty of explaining each step without explaining what led up to it and induced me to take it. By keeping up this attitude of silence, I have clumsily descended to one of those literary graces which I have ridiculed above. Before entering upon my Petersburg romance with all my ignominious adventures in it, I find this preface is necessary. But I was not tempted to silence for the sake of literary grace, but was forced to it by the nature of the case, that is, the difficulty of the case. Even now, when it is all over, I find it very difficult to put this idea into words. Besides, I must describe it in its aspects at that time, that is, the form it took and the way I looked at it. Not now, but then, and that is a fresh difficulty. To describe some things is almost impossible. The ideas that are the simplest and the clearest are the most difficult to understand. If, before the discovery of America, Columbus had begun telling his idea to other people, I am convinced that for a very long time people would not have understood him. And indeed, they did not understand him. I don't mean to compare myself with Columbus, and if anyone imagines that I do, he ought to be ashamed of himself. That's all. End of Part 1, Chapter 4, read by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. Part 1, Chapter 5 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance GARNETT. Part 1, Chapter 5. 1. My idea is to become a Rothschild. I invite the reader to keep calm and not to excite himself. I repeat it. My idea is to become a Rothschild, to become as rich as Rothschild. Not simply rich, but as rich as Rothschild. What objects I have in view, what for and why, all that shall come later. First, I will simply show that the attainment of my object is a mathematical certainty. It is a very simple matter. The whole secret lies in 2 words, obstinacy and perseverance. We have heard that. It's nothing new, people will tell me. Every Vater in Germany repeats this to his children, and meanwhile your Rothschild, James Rothschild, the Parisian is the one I mean, is unique, while there are millions of such Vaters. I should answer. You assert that you've heard it, but you've heard nothing. It's true that you're right about one thing. When I said that this was very simple, I forgot to add that it is most difficult. All the religions and the moralities of the world amount to one thing: love virtue and avoid vice. One would think nothing could be simpler, but just try doing something virtuous and giving up any one of your vices. Just try it. It's the same with this. That's why your innumerable German Vaters may, for ages past reckoning, have repeated those 2 wonderful words which contain the whole secret. And meanwhile, Rothschild remains unique. It shows the same idea, but not the same, and these Vaters don't repeat the same idea. No doubt they too have heard of obstinacy and perseverance, but to attain my object, what I need is not these German Vaters of obstinacy, or these Vaters perseverance. The mere fact that he is a Vater, I don't mean only the Germans, that he has a family, that he is living like other people, has expenses like other people, has obligations like other people, means that he can't become a Rothschild, but must remain an average man. I understand quite clearly that in becoming a Rothschild, or merely desiring to become one, not in the German Vater's way, but seriously, I must at the same time cut myself off from society. Some years ago I read in the newspaper that on one of the steamers on the Volga there died a beggar who went about begging in rags and was known to everyone. On his death they found sewn up in his shirt 3,000 rubles in notes. The other day I read of another beggar of the respectable sort who used to go about the restaurants holding out his hand. He was arrested and there was found on him 5,000 rubles. 2 conclusions follow directly from this. The first, that obstinacy in saving even the smallest coin will produce enormous results in the long run. Time is of no account in this. And secondly, that the most unskillful form of accumulation, if only persevering, is mathematically certain of success. Meanwhile, there are perhaps a good number of respectable, clever, obstinate people who cannot save either 3 or 5,000, however much they struggle, though they would be awfully glad to have such a sum. Why is that? The answer is clear. It is because not one of them, in spite of all their wishing it, desires it to such a degree that, for instance, if he is not able to save by other means, he is ready to become a beggar, and so persistent that after becoming a beggar he will not waste the first farthing he is given on an extra crust of bread for himself or his family. With this system of saving, that is, in beggary, one must live on bread and salt and nothing more to save up such sums. At least so I imagine. That is no doubt what the 2 beggars I have mentioned above did do. They must have eaten nothing but bread and have lived almost in the open air. There is no doubt that they had no intention of becoming Rothschilds. They were simply Harpagons or Ilyushkins in their purest form, nothing more. But when there is intelligent accumulation in quite a different form with the object of becoming a Rothschild, no less strength of will is needed than in the case of those 2 beggars. The German Vater does not show such strength of will. There are many kinds of strength in the world, especially of strength of will and of desire. There is the temperature of boiling water, and there is the temperature of molten iron. One wants here the same thing as in a monastery, the same heroic asceticism. Feeling is wanted, not only idea. What for? Why? Is it moral and not monstrous to wear sackcloth and eat black bread all one's life to heap up filthy lucre? These questions I will consider later. Now I am discussing only the possibility of attaining the object. When I thought of my idea, and it was forged in white heat, I began asking myself, am I capable of asceticism? With this object, for the whole of the first month I took bread and water, not more than 2.5 pounds of black bread a day. To do this, I was obliged to deceive Nikolai Semyonovitch, who was clever, and Marie Ivanovna, who was anxious for my welfare. Though I wounded her and somewhat surprised Nikolai Semyonovitch, who was a man of great delicacy, I insisted on having my dinner brought to my room. There I simply got rid of it. I poured the soup out of window onto the nettles or elsewhere. The meat I either flung out of window to a dog, or wrapping it up in paper, put it in my pocket and threw it away after, and so on. As the bread given me for dinner was much less than 2.5 pounds, I bought bread on the sly. I stood this for a month, perhaps, only upsetting my stomach a little, but the next month I added soup to the bread and drank a glass of tea morning and evening, and I assure you I passed a year like that in perfect health and content, as well as in a moral ecstasy and perpetual secret delight. Far from regretting the dainties I missed, I was overjoyed. At the end of the year, having convinced myself I was capable of standing any fast, however severe, I began eating as they did, and went back to dine with them. Not satisfied with this experiment, I made a second. Apart from the sum paid to Nikolai Semyonovitch for my board, I was allowed 5 rubles a month for pocket money. I resolved to spend only half. This was a very great trial, but after at most 2 years I had in my pocket by the time I went to Petersburg 70 rubles saved entirely in this way, besides other money. The result of these 2 experiments was of vast importance to me. I had learnt positively that I could so will a thing as to attain my objects, and that, I repeat, is the essence of my idea. The rest is all nonsense. 2. Let us, however, look into the nonsense too. I have described my 2 experiments. In Petersburg, as the reader knows, I made a third. I went to the auction, and at one stroke made a profit of 7 rubles 95 kopecks. This, of course, was not a real experiment. It was only by way of sport and diversion. I simply wanted to filch a moment from the future, and to test how I should go and behave. I had decided, even at the very first, in Moscow, to put off really beginning till I was perfectly free. I fully realized that I must, for instance, finish my work at school. The university, as the reader knows already, I sacrificed. There is no disputing that I went to Petersburg with concealed anger in my heart. No sooner had I left the grammar school and become free for the first time than I suddenly saw that Versalav's affairs would distract me from beginning my enterprise for an indefinite period. But though I was angry, I went to Petersburg feeling perfectly serene about my object. It is true I knew nothing of practical life, but I had been thinking about it for 3 years, and could have no doubt about it. I had pictured 1,000 times over how I should begin. I should suddenly find myself, as though dropped from the clouds, in one of our two capitals. I pitched on Petersburg or Moscow for my beginning, and by choice Petersburg, to which I gave the preference through certain considerations. Perfectly free, not dependent on anyone, in good health, and with 100 rubles hidden in my pocket as the capital for my first investment. Without 100 rubles, it would be impossible to begin, as without it, even the earliest period of success would be too remote. Apart from my 100 rubles, I should have, as the reader knows already, courage, obstinacy, perseverance, absolute isolation, and secrecy. Isolation was the principal thing. I greatly disliked the idea of any connection or association with others until the last moment. Speaking generally, I proposed beginning my enterprise alone. That was a sine qua non. People weigh upon me, and with them I should have been uneasy, and uneasiness would have hindered my success. Generally speaking, all my life up to now, and all my dreams of how I would behave with people, I always imagined myself being very clever. It was very different in reality. I was always very stupid, and I confess sincerely, with indignation, I always gave myself away and was flustered, and so I resolved to cut people off altogether. I should gain by it independence, tranquility of mind, and clearness of motive. In spite of the terrible prices in Petersburg, I determined once for all that I should never spend more than 50 kopecks on food, and I knew I should keep my word. This question of food I had thought over minutely for a long time past. I resolved, for instance, sometimes to eat nothing but bread and salt for 2 days together, and to spend on the third day what I had saved on those 2 days. I fancied that this would be better for my health than a perpetual uniform fast on a minimum of 15 kopecks. Then I needed a corner, literally a corner, solely to sleep the night in and to have a refuge in very bad weather. I proposed living in the street, and if necessary I was ready to sleep in one of the night refuges where they give you a piece of bread and a glass of tea as well as a night's lodging. Oh, I should be quite capable of hiding my money so it should not be stolen in the corner or in the refuge, and should not even be suspected. I'll answer for that. Steal from me? Why, I'm afraid of stealing myself, I once heard a passer-by in the street say gaily. Of course, I only apply to myself the caution and smartness of it. I don't intend to steal. What is more, while I was in Moscow, perhaps from the very first day of my idea, I resolved that I would not be a pawnbroker or usurer either. There are Jews for that job, and such Russians as have neither intelligence nor character. Pawnbroking and usury are for the commonplace. As for clothes, I resolved to have 2 suits, one for every day and one for best. When once I had got them, I felt sure I should wear them a long time. I purposely trained myself to wear a suit for 2.5 years, and in fact I discovered a secret. For clothes always to look new and not to get shabby, they should be brushed as often as possible, 5 or 6 times a day. Brushing does not hurt the cloth. I speak from knowledge. What does hurt it is dust and dirt. Dust is the same thing as stones if you look at it through the microscope, and however hard a brush it is almost the same as fur. I trained myself to wear my boots evenly. The secret lies in putting down the whole sole at once, and avoiding treading on the side. One can train oneself to this in a fortnight. After that, the habit is unconscious. In this way, boots last on an average a third as long again. That is the experience of 2 years. Then followed my activity itself. I started with the hypothesis that I had 100 rubles. In Petersburg, there are so many auction sales, petty hucksters' booths, and people who want things, that it would be impossible not to sell anything one bought for a little more. Over the album, I had made 7 rubles 95 kopecks profit on 2 rubles 5 kopecks of capital invested. This immense profit was made without any risk. I could see from his eyes that the purchaser would not back out. Of course, I know quite well that this was only a chance, but it is just such chances I am on the lookout for. That is why I have made up my mind to live in the street. Well, granted that such a chance is unusual, no matter. My first principle will be to risk nothing, and the second, to make every day more than the minimum spent on my subsistence, that the process of accumulation may not be interrupted for a single day. I shall be told that all this is a dream. You don't know the streets, and you'll be taken in at the first step. But I have will and character, and the science of the streets is a science like any other. Persistence, attention, and capacity can conquer it. In the grammar school, right up to the 7th form, I was one of the first. I was very good at mathematics. Why, can one possibly exaggerate the value of experience and knowledge of the streets to such a fantastic pitch as to predict my failure for certain? That is only what people say who have never made an experiment in anything, have never begun any sort of life, but have grown stiff in second-hand stagnation. One man breaks his nose, so another must break his. No, I won't break mine. I have character, and if I pay attention, I can learn anything. But is it possible to imagine that with constant persistence, with incessant vigilance and continual calculation and reflection, with perpetual activity and alertness, one could fail to find out how to make 20 kopecks to spare every day? Above all, I resolved not to struggle for the maximum profit, but always to keep calm. As time went on, after heaping up 1 or 2,000, I should, of course, naturally rise above second-hand dealing and street trading. I know, of course, far too little as yet about the stock exchange, about shares, banking, and all that sort of thing. But to make up for that, I know, as I know I have 5 fingers on my hand, that I should learn all the stock exchange and banking business as well as anyone else, and that the subject would turn out to be perfectly simple, because one is brought to it by practice. What need is there of the wisdom of Solomon so long as one has character? Efficiency, skill, and knowledge come of themselves, if only one does not leave off willing. The great thing is to avoid risks, and that can only be done if one has character. Not long ago in Petersburg, I had before me a subscription list of shares in some railway investments. Those who succeeded in getting shares made a lot of money. For some time, the shares went up and up. Well, if one day someone who had not succeeded in getting a share or was greedy for more had offered to buy mine at a premium of so much %, I should certainly have sold it. People would have laughed at me, of course, and have said that if I had waited I should have made 10 times as much. Quite so, but my premium is safer, for it's a bird in the hand while yours is on the bush. I shall be told that one can't make much like that. Excuse me, that's your mistake. The mistake of all our Kokorevs, Polyakovs, and Gubinins. Let me tell you the truth. Perseverance and persistence in money-making, and still more in saving, is much more effective than these cent-per-cent profits. Not long before the French Revolution, there was a man called Locke in Paris who invented of himself a scheme that was theoretically magnificent, but which came utterly to grief in practice afterwards. All Paris was in excitement. Locke's shares were bought up at once before allotment. Money from all parts of Paris poured as from a sack into the house where the shares were subscribed. But the house was not enough at last. The public thronged the street, people of all callings, all classes, all ages, bourgeois, noblemen, their children, countesses, marquises, prostitutes, were all struggling in one infuriated, half-crazy, rabid mob. Rank, the prejudices of birth and pride, even honor, and good name were all trampled in the same mire. All, even women, were ready to sacrifice anyone to gain a few shares. The list at last was passed down into the streets, but there was nothing to write on. Then it was suggested to a hunchback that he should lend his back for the time as a table on which people could sign their names for shares. The hunchback agreed. One can fancy at what a price. Sometime, a very short time after, they were all bankrupt. The whole thing went smash. The whole idea was exploded and the shares were worth nothing. Who got the best of it? Why, the hunchback, because he did not take shares but louis d'or in cash. Well, I am that hunchback. I had strength of will enough not to eat and to save 72 rubles out of my kopecks. I shall have strength enough to restrain myself and prefer a safe profit to a large one, even when everyone around me is carried away by a fever of excitement. I am trivial only about trifles, not in what is important. I have often lacked fortitude for enduring little things ever since the inception of my idea, but for enduring big things I shall always have enough. When in the morning my mother gave me cold coffee before I set out to work, I was angry and rude to her, and yet I was the same person who had lived a whole month on bread and water. In short, not to make money, not to learn how to make money, would be unnatural. It would be unnatural, too, in spite of incessant and regular saving, unflagging care and mental sobriety, self-control, economy, and growing energy. It would be unnatural, I repeat, to fail to become a millionaire. How did the beggar make his money if not by a fanatical determination and perseverance? Am I inferior to a beggar? And after all, supposing I don't arrive at anything, suppose my calculation is incorrect, suppose I fall and come to grief. No matter, I shall go on. I shall go on because I want to. That is what I said in Moscow. I shall be told that there is no idea in this, absolutely nothing new. But I say, and for the last time, that there are an immense number of ideas in it, and a vast amount that is new. Oh, I foresaw how trivial all objections would be, and that I should be as trivial myself in expounding my idea. Why, what have I said, after all? I haven't told 100th part of it. I feel that it is trivial, superficial, crude, and somehow too young for my age. 3. I've still to answer the questions what for and why, whether it's moral, and all the rest of it. I've undertaken to answer them. I am sad at disappointing the reader straight off, sad and glad too. Let him know that in my idea there is absolutely no feeling of revenge, nothing Byronic, no curses, no lamentations over my orphaned state, no tears over my illegitimacy, nothing of the sort. In fact, if a romantic lady should chance to come across my autobiography, she would certainly turn up her nose. The whole object of my idea is isolation. But one can arrive at isolation without straining to become a Rothschild. What has Rothschild got to do with it? Why, this, that besides isolation, I want power. Let me tell the reader, he will perhaps be horrified at the candor of my confession, and in the simplicity of his heart will wonder how the author could help blushing. But my answer is that I'm not writing for publication, and I may not have a reader for 10 years, and by that time everything will be so thoroughly past, settled, and defined that there will be no need to blush. And so, if I sometimes in my autobiography appeal to my reader, it is simply a form of expression. My reader is an imaginary figure. No, it was not being illegitimate with which I was so taunted at Touchard's, not my sorrowful childhood. It was not revenge nor the desire to protest that was at the bottom of my idea. My character alone was responsible for everything. At 12 years old, I believe, that is almost at the dawn of real consciousness, I began to dislike my fellow creatures. It was not that I disliked them exactly, but that their presence weighed upon me. I was sometimes in my moments of purest sincerity quite sad that I never could express everything even to my nearest and dearest. That is, I could, but will not. For some reason I restrain myself so that I'm mistrustful, sullen, and reserved. Again, I have noticed one characteristic in myself almost from childhood, that I am too ready to find fault and given to blaming others. But this impulse was often followed at once by another which was very irksome to me. I would ask myself whether it were not my fault rather than theirs, and how often I blamed myself for nothing. To avoid such doubts I naturally sought solitude. Besides, I found nothing in the company of others, however much I tried, and I did try. All the boys of my own age, anyway, all my schoolfellows, every one of them turned out to be inferior to me in their ideas. I don't recall one single exception. Yes, I am a gloomy person. I'm always shutting myself up. I often love to walk out of a room full of people. I may perhaps do people a kindness, but often I cannot see the slightest reason for doing them a kindness. People are not such splendid creatures that they are worth taking much trouble about. Why can't they approach me openly and directly? Why must I always be forced to make the first overtures? That is the question I ask myself. I am a grateful creature, and have shown it by 100 imbecilities. If someone were frank with me, I should instantly respond with frankness and begin to love them at once. And so have I done, but they have all deceived me promptly, and have withdrawn from me with a sneer. The most candid of them all was Lambert, who beat me so much as a child, but he was only an open brute and scoundrel. And even his openness was only stupidity. Such was my state of mind when I came to Petersburg. When I came out from Dergachev's, and goodness only knows what made me go to him, I had gone up to Vassin, and in a rush of enthusiasm, I had begun singing his praises. And that very evening I felt that I liked him much less. Why? Just because by my praise of him I had demeaned myself before him. Yet one might have thought it would have been the other way. A man just and generous enough to give another his due, even to his own detriment, ought to stand higher in his personal dignity than anyone. And though I quite understood this, I did like Vassin less, much less, in fact. I purposely choose an example with which the reader is familiar. I even thought of Kraft with a bitter, sickly feeling, because he had led me into the passage, And this feeling lasted till the day when Kraft's state of mind at the time was revealed, and it was impossible to be angry with him. From the time when I was in the lowest class in the grammar school, as soon as any of my comrades excelled me in schoolwork, or witty answers, or physical strength, I immediately gave up talking or having anything to do with them. Not that I disliked them or wished them not to succeed. I simply turned away from them because such was my character. Yes, I thirsted for power. I've thirsted for it all my life. Power and solitude. I dreamed of it at an age when everyone would have laughed at me to my face if they could have guessed what was in my head. That was why I so liked secrecy. And indeed, all my energy went into dreams, so much so that I had no time to talk. This led to my being unsociable, and my absent-mindedness led people to more unpleasant conclusions about me, but my rosy cheeks belied their suspicions. I was particularly happy when, covering myself up in bed at night, I began in complete solitude, with no stir or sound of other people round me, to recreate life on a different plan. I was most desperately dreamy up to the time of the idea, when all my dreams became rational instead of foolish, and passed from the fantastic realms of romance to the reasonable world of reality. Everything was concentrated into one object. Not that they were so very stupid before, although there were masses and masses of them. But I had favorites. There is no need to bring them in here, however. Power. I am convinced that very many people would think it very funny if they knew that such a pitiful creature was struggling for power. But I shall surprise them even more, perhaps from my very first dreams, that is, almost from my earliest childhood. I could never imagine myself except in the foremost place, always and in every situation in life. I will add a strange confession. It is the same perhaps to this day. At the same time, let me observe that I am not apologizing for it. That is the point of my idea. That is the force of it, that money is the one means by which the humblest non-entity may rise to the foremost place. I may not be a non-entity, but I know from the looking-glass that my exterior does not do me justice, for my face is commonplace. But if I were as rich as Rothschild, who would find fault with my face? And wouldn't thousands of women be ready to fly at me with all their charms if I whistled to them? I am sure that they would honestly consider me good-looking. Suppose I am clever, but were I as wise as Solomon, someone would be found wiser still, and I should be done for. But if I were a Rothschild, what would that wise man be beside me? Why, they would not let him say a word beside me. I may be witty, but with Talleyrand or Piron, I'm thrown into the shade. But if I were a Rothschild, where would Piron be? And where Talleyrand even, perhaps? Money is, of course, despotic power. And at the same time, it is the greatest leveler, and that is its chief power. Money levels all inequality. I settled all that in Moscow. You will see, of course, in this idea nothing but insolence, violence, the triumph of the non-entity over the talented. I admit that it is an impudent idea, and for that reason, a sweet one. But let it pass. You imagine that I desire power to be able to crush, to avenge myself. That is just the point. That is how the commonplace would behave. What is more, I'm convinced that the thousands of wise and talented who are so exalted, if the Rothschilds' millions suddenly fell to their lot, could not resist behaving like the most vulgar and commonplace, and would be more oppressive than any. My idea is quite different. I'm not afraid of money. It won't crush me, and it won't make me crush others. What I want isn't money, or rather money is not necessary to me, nor power either. I only want what is obtained by power, and cannot be obtained without it. That is, the calm and solitary consciousness of strength. That is the fullest definition of liberty for which the whole world is struggling. Liberty. At last I have written that grand word. Yes, the solitary consciousness of strength is splendid and alluring. I have strength and I am serene. With the thunderbolts in his hands, Jove is serene. Are his thunders often heard? The fool fancies that he is asleep. But put a literary man or a peasant woman in Jove's place, and the thunder would never cease. If I only have power, I argued, I should have no need to use it. I assure you that of my own free will I should take the lowest seat everywhere. If I were a Rothschild, I would go about in an old overcoat with an umbrella. What should I care if I were jostled in the crowd, if I had to skip through the mud to avoid being run over? The consciousness that I was myself a Rothschild would even amuse me at the moment. I should know I could have a dinner better than anyone, that I could have the best cook in the world. It would be enough for me to know it. I would eat a piece of bread and ham and be satisfied with the consciousness of it. I think so even now. I shouldn't run after the aristocracy, but they would run after me. I shouldn't pursue women, but they would fly to me like the wind, offering me all that women can offer. The vulgar run after money, but the intelligent are attracted by curiosity to the strange, proud, and reserved being, indifferent to everything. I would be kind, and would give them money perhaps, but I would take nothing from them. Curiosity arouses passion. Perhaps I may inspire passion. They will take nothing away with them, I assure you, except perhaps presents that will make me twice as interesting to them. To me, enough, the consciousness of this. It is strange but true that I have been fascinated by this picture since I was 17. I don't want to oppress or torment anyone, and I won't. But I know that if I did want to ruin some man, some enemy of mine, no one could prevent me, and everyone would serve me, and that would be enough again. I would not revenge myself on anyone. I could never understand how James Rothschild could consent to become a baron. Why? For what reason, when he was already more exalted than anyone in the world? Oh, let that insolent general insult me at the station where we are both waiting for our horses. If he knew who I was, he would run himself to harness the horses and would hasten to assist me into my modest vehicle. They say that some foreign count or baron at a Vienna railway station put an Austrian banker's slippers on for him in public, and the latter was so vulgar as to allow him to do it. Oh, may that terrible beauty, yes, terrible, there are such, that daughter of that luxurious and aristocratic lady meeting me by chance on a steamer or somewhere, glance askance at me and turn up her nose, wondering contemptuously how that humble, unpresentable man with a book or paper in his hand could dare to be in a front seat beside her. If only she knew who was sitting beside her, and she will find out. She will, and will come to sit beside me of her own accord, humble, timid, ingratiating, seeking my glance, radiant at my smile. I purposely introduced these early daydreams to express what was in my mind, but the picture is pale and perhaps trivial. Only reality will justify everything. I shall be told that such a life would be stupid. Why not have a mansion? Keep open house, gather society round you. Why not have influence? Why not marry? But what would Rothschild be then? He would become like everyone else. All the charm of the idea would disappear, all its moral force. When I was quite a child, I learned Pushkin's monologue of the miserly knight. Pushkin has written nothing finer in conception than that. I have the same ideas now. But yours is too low an ideal, I shall be told with contempt. Money, wealth, very different from the common weal, from self-sacrifice for humanity. But how can anyone tell how I should use my wealth? In what way is it immortal? In what way is it degrading that these millions should pass out of dirty, evil Jewish hands into the hands of a sober and resolute ascetic with a keen outlook upon life? All these dreams of the future, all these conjectures seem like a romance now, and perhaps I am wasting time in recording them. I might have kept them to myself. I know, too, that these lines will very likely be read by no one, but if anyone were to read them, would he believe that I should be unable to stand the test of the Rothschild millions? Not because they would crush me, quite the contrary. More than once in my dreams I have anticipated that moment in the future when my consciousness will be satiated and power will not seem enough for me. Then, not from ennui, not from aimless weariness, but because I have a boundless desire for what is great, I shall give all my millions away. Let society distribute all my wealth, and I will mix with nothingness again.
Maybe I will turn into a beggar, like the one who died on the steamer, with the only difference that they wouldn't find money sewn up in my shirt. The mere consciousness that I had had millions in my hands and had flung them away into the dirt like trash would sustain me in my solitude. I am ready to think the same even now. Yes. My idea is a fortress in which I can always, at every turn, take refuge from everyone, even if I were a beggar dying on a steamer. It is my poem, and let me tell you, I must have the whole of my vicious will simply to prove to myself that I can renounce it. No doubt I shall be told that this is all romance, and that if I got my millions, I should not give them up and become a beggar. Perhaps I should not. I have simply sketched the ideal in my mind. But I will add seriously that if I did succeed in piling up as much money as Rothschild, that it really might end in my giving it all up to the public, though it would be difficult to do so before I reached that amount. And I shouldn't give away half, because that would be simply vulgar. I should be only half as rich, that would be all. I should give away all to the last farthing, for on becoming a beggar, I should become twice as rich as Rothschild. If other people don't understand this, it's not my fault. I'm not going to explain it. The fanaticism, the romanticism of insignificance and impotence, people will pronounce. The triumph of commonplaceness and mediocrity. Yes, I admit that it is in a way the triumph of commonplaceness and mediocrity, but surely not of impotence. I used to be awfully fond of imagining just such a creature, commonplace and mediocre, facing the world and saying to it with a smile, "You are Galileos and Copernicuses, Charlemagnes and Napoleons, you are Pushkins and Shakespeares, you are field marshals and generals, and I am incompetence and illegitimacy, and yet I am higher than all of you because you bowed down to it yourself." I admit that I have pushed this fancy to such extremes that I have struck out even my education. It seemed to me more picturesque if the man were sordidly ignorant. This exaggerated dream had a positive influence at the time on my success in the 7th form of the grammar school. I gave up working simply from fanaticism, feeling that lack of education would add a charm to my ideal. Now I've changed my views on that point. Education does not detract from it. Gentlemen, can it be that even the smallest independence of mind is so distasteful to you? Blessed he who has an ideal of beauty, even though it be a mistaken one. But I believe in mine. It is only that I've explained it clumsily, crudely. In 10 years, of course, I should explain it better, and I treasure that in my memory.
4. I finished with my idea. If my account of it has been commonplace and superficial, it is I that am to blame and not the idea. I have already pointed out that the simplest ideas are always the most difficult to understand. Now, I will add that they are also the most difficult to explain. Moreover, I have described my idea in its earliest phase. The converse is the rule with ideas. Commonplace and shallow ideas are extraordinarily quickly understood, and are invariably understood by the crowd, by the whole street. What is more, they are regarded as very great, and as the ideas of genius, but only for the day of their appearance. The cheap never wears. For a thing to be quickly understood is only a sign of its commonplaceness. Bismarck's idea was received as a stroke of genius instantly, and Bismarck himself was looked on as a genius, but the very rapidity of its reception was suspicious. Wait for 10 years, and then we shall see what remains of the idea and of Bismarck himself. I introduce this extremely irrelevant observation, of course, not for the sake of comparison, but also for the sake of remembering it. An explanation for the too unmannerly reader. And now I will tell 2 anecdotes to wind up my account of the idea, that it may not hinder my story again. In July, 2 months before I came to Petersburg, when my time was all my own, Marie Ivanovna asked me to go to see an old maiden lady who was staying in the Troitsky suburb to take her a message of no interest for my story. Returning the same day, I noticed in the railway carriage an unattractive-looking young man, not very poorly, though grubbily dressed, with a pimply face and a muddy dark complexion. He distinguished himself by getting out at every station, big and little, to have a drink. Towards the end of the journey, he was surrounded by a merry throng of very low companions. One merchant, also a little drunk, was particularly delighted by the young man's power of drinking incessantly without becoming drunk.
Another person who was awfully pleased with him was a very stupid young fellow who talked a great deal. He was wearing European dress and smelt most unsavory. He was a footman, as I found out afterwards. This fellow got quite friendly with the young man who was drinking, and every time the train stopped, roused him with the invitation, "It's time for a drop of vodka." And they got out with their arms round each other. The young man who drank scarcely said a word, but yet more and more companions joined him. He only listened to their chatter, grinning incessantly with a drivelling snigger, and only from time to time, always unexpectedly, brought out a sound something like "Toorlooloo," while he put his finger up to his nose in a very comical way. This diverted the merchant and the footman and all of them, and they burst into very loud and free and easy laughter. It is sometimes impossible to understand why people laugh. I joined them too, and I don't know why. The young man attracted me too, perhaps by his very open disregard for the generally accepted conventions and proprieties. I didn't see, in fact, that he was simply a fool. Anyway, I got onto friendly terms with him at once, and as I got out of the train, I learned from him that he would be in the Tverskoy Boulevard between 8 and 9. It appeared that he had been a student. I went to the boulevard, and this was the diversion he taught me. We walked together up and down the boulevards, and a little later, as soon as we noticed a respectable woman walking along the street, if there were no one else near, we fastened upon her. Without uttering a word, we walked one on each side of her, and with an air of perfect composure, as though we didn't see her, began to carry on a most unseemly conversation. We called things by their names, preserving unruffled countenances as though it were the natural thing to do. We entered into such subtleties in our description of all sorts of filth and obscenity as the nastiest mind of the lewdest debauchee could hardly have conceived. I had, of course, acquired all this knowledge at the boarding school before I went to the grammar school, though I knew only words, nothing of the reality. The woman was dreadfully frightened and made haste to try and get away, but we quickened our pace too, and went on in the same way. Our victim, of course, could do nothing. It was no use to cry out. There were no spectators. Besides, it would be a strange thing to complain of. I repeated this diversion for 8 days. I can't think how I can have liked doing it, though indeed I didn't like doing it. I simply did it. At first I thought it original, as something outside everyday conventions and conditions. Besides, I couldn't endure women. I once told a student that in his Confessions, Jean-Jacques Rousseau describes how as a youth he used to behave indecently in the presence of women. The student responded with his "Toorlooloo." I noticed that he was extraordinarily ignorant, and that his interests were astonishingly limited. There was no trace in him of any latent idea such as I had hoped to find in him. Instead of originality, I found nothing in him but a wearisome monotony. I disliked him more and more. The end came quite unexpectedly. One night, when it was quite dark, we persecuted a girl who was quickly and timidly walking along the boulevard. She was very young, perhaps 16 or even less, very tidily and modestly dressed, possibly a working girl hurrying home from work to an old widowed mother with other children. There's no need to be sentimental, though. The girl listened for some time and hurried as fast as she could with her head bowed and her veil drawn over her face, frightened and trembling. But suddenly she stood still, threw back her veil, showing, as far as I remember, a thin but pretty face, and cried with flashing eyes, "Oh, what scoundrels you are!" She may have been on the verge of tears, but something different happened. Lifting her thin little arm, she gave the student a slap in the face which could not have been more dexterously delivered. It did come with a smack. He would have rushed at her, swearing, but I held him back, and the girl had time to run away. We began quarreling at once. I told him all I had been saving up against him in those days. I told him he was the paltriest commonplace fool without the trace of an idea. He swore at me. I had once explained to him that I was illegitimate. Then we spat at each other, and I've never seen him since. I felt frightfully vexed with myself that evening, but not so much the next day, and by the day after I had quite forgotten it. And though I sometimes thought of that girl again, it was only casually, for a moment. It was only after I had been a fortnight in Petersburg I suddenly recalled the whole scene. I remembered it, and I was suddenly so ashamed that tears of shame literally ran down my cheeks. I was wretched the whole evening, and all that night, and I am rather miserable about it now. I could not understand at first how I could have sunk to such a depth of degradation, and still less how I could have forgotten it without feeling shame or remorse. It is only now that I understand what was at the root of it. It was all due to my idea. Briefly, I conclude that having something fixed, permanent, and overpowering in one's mind, in which one is terribly absorbed, one is, as it were, removed by it from the whole world, and everything that happens, except the one great thing, slips by one. Even one's impressions are hardly formed correctly. And what matters most, one always has an excuse. However much I worried my mother at that time, however disgracefully I neglected my sister, "Oh, I've my idea, nothing else matters," was what I said to myself, as it were. If I were slighted and hurt, I withdrew in my mortification and at once said to myself, "Ah, I'm humiliated, but still I have my idea, and they know nothing about that." The idea comforted me in disgrace and insignificance, but all the nasty things I did took refuge, as it were, under the idea. It, so to speak, smoothed over everything, but it also put a mist before my eyes, and such a misty understanding of things and events may of course be a great hindrance to the idea itself, to say nothing of other things. Now, for another anecdote. On the 1st of April last year, Maria Ivanovna was keeping her name day. Some visitors, though only few, came for the evening. Suddenly, Agrafiena rushed in, out of breath, announcing that a baby was crying in the passage before the kitchen and that she didn't know what to do. We were all excited at the news. We went out and saw a bark basket, and in the basket a 3 or 4 weeks old child crying. I picked up the basket and took it into the kitchen. Then I immediately found a folded note. "Gracious benefactors, show kind charity to the girl christened Arina, and we will join with her to send our tears to the heavenly throne for you forever, and congratulate you on your name day. Persons unknown to you." Then Nikolai Semyonovich, for whom I have such a respect, greatly disappointed me. He drew a very long face and decided to send the child at once to the foundling home. I felt very sad. They lived very frugally but had no children, and Nikolai Semyonovich was always glad of it. I carefully took little Arina out of the basket and held her up under the arms. The basket had that sour, pungent odor characteristic of a small child which has not been washed for a long time. I opposed Nikolai Semyonovich, and suddenly announced that I would keep the child at my expense. In spite of his gentleness, he protested with some severity, and though he ended by joking, he adhered to his intention in regard to the foundling. I got my way, however. In the same block of buildings, but in a different wing, there lived a very poor carpenter, an elderly man given to drink, but his wife, a very healthy and still youngish peasant woman, had only just lost a baby, and what is more, the only child she had had in 8 years of marriage, also a girl, and by a strange piece of luck, also called Arina. I call it good luck because while we were arguing in the kitchen, the woman, hearing of what had happened, ran in to look at the child, and when she learned that it was called Arina, she was greatly touched. She still had milk, and unfastening her dress, she put the baby to her breast. I began persuading her to take the child home with her, saying I would pay for it every month. She was afraid her husband would not allow it, but she took it for the night. Next morning, her husband consented to her keeping it for 8 rubles a month, and I immediately paid him for the first month in advance. He at once spent the money on drink. Nikolai Semyonovich, still with a strange smile, agreed to guarantee that the money should be paid regularly every month. I would have given my 60 rubles into Nikolai Semyonovich's keeping as security, but he would not take it. He knew, however, that I had the money and trusted me. Our momentary quarrel was smoothed over by this delicacy on his part. Maria Ivanovna said nothing, but wondered at my undertaking such a responsibility. I particularly appreciated their delicacy in refraining from the slightest jest at my expense, but on the contrary, taking the matter with proper seriousness. I used to run over to the carpenter's wife 3 times a day, and at the end of the week I slipped an extra 3 rubles into her hand without her husband's knowledge. For another 3, I bought a little quilt and swaddling clothes, but 10 days later little Arina fell ill. I called in a doctor at once, he wrote a prescription, and we were up all night tormenting the mite with horrid medicine. Next day he declared that he had been sent for too late, and answered my entreaties, which I fancy were more like reproaches, by saying with majestic evasiveness, "I am not God." The baby's little tongue and lips and whole mouth were covered with a minute white rash. and towards evening she died, gazing at me with her big black eyes, as though she understood already. I don't know why I never thought to take a photograph of the dead baby. But will it be believed that I cried that evening, and in fact I howled as I had never let myself do before, and Marie Ivanovna had to try to comfort me again without the least mockery either on her part or on Nikolai Semyonovich's. The carpenter made a little coffin, and Marie Ivanovna finished it with a frill and a pretty little pillow, while I bought flowers and strewed them on the baby. So they carried away my poor little Blossom, whom it will hardly be believed I can't forget even now. A little afterwards, however, this sudden adventure made me reflect seriously. Little Arina had not cost me much, of course. The coffin, the burial, the doctor, the flowers, and the payment to the carpenter's wife came altogether to 30 rubles. As I was going to Petersburg, I made up this sum from the 40 rubles sent me by Versalov for the journey and from the sale of various articles before my departure, so that my capital remained intact. But I thought, if I am going to be turned aside like this, I shan't get far. The affair with the student showed that the idea might absorb me till it blurred my impressions and drew me away from the realities of life. The incident with little Arina proved, on the contrary, that no idea was strong enough to absorb me, at least so completely that I should not stop short in the face of an overwhelming fact, and sacrifice to it at once all that I had done for the idea by years of labor. Both conclusions were nevertheless true. End of Part 1, Chapter 5, read by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon.
Part 1, Chapter 6, Of a Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance GARNETT. Part 1, Chapter 6. 1. My hopes were not fully realized. I did not find them alone, though Versalov was not at home. Tatiana Pavlovna was sitting with my mother, and she was, after all, not one of the family. Fully half of my magnanimous feelings disappeared instantly. It is wonderful how hasty and changeable I am. In such cases, a straw, a grain of sand, is enough to dissipate my good mood and replace it by a bad one. My bad impressions, I regret to say, are not so quickly dispelled, though I am not resentful. When I went in, I had a feeling that my mother immediately and hastily broke off what she was saying to Tatiana Pavlovna. I fancied they were talking very eagerly. My sister turned from her work only for a moment to look at me, and did not come out of her little alcove again. The flat consisted of 3 rooms. The room in which we usually sat, the middle room or drawing room, was fairly large and almost presentable. In it were soft red armchairs and a sofa very much the worse for wear. However, Versalov could not endure covers on furniture. There were rugs of a sort and several tables, including some useless little ones. On the right was Versalov's room, cramped and narrow, with one window. It was furnished with a wretched-looking writing-table covered with unused books and crumpled papers, and an equally wretched-looking easy-chair with a broken spring that stuck up in one corner and often made Versalov groan and swear. On an equally threadbare sofa in this room he used to sleep. He hated this study of his, and I believe he never did anything in it. He preferred sitting idle for hours together in the drawing-room. On the left of the drawing-room there was another room of the same sort, in which my mother and sister slept. The drawing-room was entered from the passage, at the end of which was the kitchen, where the cook, Lucretia, lived, and when she cooked she ruthlessly filled the whole flat with the smell of burnt fat. There were moments when Versalov cursed his life and fate aloud on account of the smell from the kitchen, and in that one matter I sympathized with him fully. I hated that smell too, though it did not penetrate to my room. I lived upstairs in an attic under the roof, to which I climbed by a very steep and shaky ladder. The only things worth mentioning in it were a semicircular window, a low-pitched ceiling, a sofa covered with American leather, on which at night Lucretia spread sheets and put a pillow for me. The rest of the furniture consisted of two articles, a perfectly plain deal table and a wooden rush-bottomed chair. We still preserved, however, some relics of former comfort. In the drawing-room, for instance, we had a fairly decent china lamp, and on the wall hung a large and splendid engraving of the Sistine Madonna. Facing it on the other wall was an immense and expensive photograph of the cast bronze gates of the Cathedral of Florence. In the corner of the same room was a shrine of old-fashioned family icons, one of which had a gilt silver setting, the one they had meant to pawn, while another, the image of Our Lady, had a velvet setting embroidered in pearls. Under the icons hung a little lamp, which was lighted on every holiday. Versalov evidently had no feeling for the icons in their inner meaning and religious significance, but he restrained himself. He merely screwed up his eyes, sometimes complaining that the lamplight reflected in the gilt setting hurt them, but he did not hinder my mother from lighting the lamp. I usually entered in gloomy silence, looking away into some corner, and sometimes without even greeting any one. As a rule, I returned earlier than to day, and they used to send my dinner to me upstairs. Going into the room, I said, "Good evening, mother," a thing I had never done before, though even this time I was unable, from a sort of bashfulness, to make myself look at her, and I sat down in the opposite corner of the room. I was awfully tired, but I did not think of that. "That lout of yours still walks in as rudely as ever," Tatiana Pavlovna hissed at me. She had been in the habit in old days of using abusive epithets to me, and it had become an established tradition between us. My mother faltered "Good evening" to me, using the formal mode of address, and evidently embarrassed at my greeting her. "Your dinner has been ready a long while," she added, almost overcome by confusion. "I hope the soup is not cold. I will order the cutlets at once." She was hastily jumping up to go to the kitchen, and for the first time, perhaps, during that whole month, I felt ashamed that she should run about to wait on me so humbly, though till that moment I had expected it of her. "Thank you very much, mother. I have had dinner already. May I stay and rest here, if I am not in the way?" "Oh, of course. How can you ask? Pray sit down." "Don't worry yourself, mother. I won't be rude to Andrei Petrovitch again," I rapped out all at once. "Good heavens, how noble of him!" cried Tatiana Pavlovna. "Sonia, darling, you don't mean to say you still stand on ceremony with him? Who is he to be treated with such deference? And by his own mother, too. Look at you. Why, you behave as though you were afraid of him. It is disgraceful." "I should like it very much, mother, if you would call me Arkasha." "Oh yes, certainly, yes, I will," my mother said hurriedly. "I don't always. Henceforward I will." She blushed all over. Certainly her face had at times a great charm. It had a look of simplicity, but by no means of stupidity. It was rather pale and anemic. Her cheeks were very thin, even hollow. Her forehead was already lined by many wrinkles, but there were none round her eyes, and her eyes were rather large and wide open, and shone with a gentle and serene light, which had drawn me to her from the very first day. I liked her face, too, because it did not look particularly depressed or drawn. On the contrary, her expression would have been positively cheerful if she had not been so often agitated, sometimes almost panic-stricken over trifles, starting up from her seat for nothing at all, or listening in alarm to anything new that was said, till she was sure that all was well, and as before. What mattered to her was just that all should be as before, that there should be no change, that nothing new should happen, not even new happiness. It might have been thought that she had been frightened as a child. Besides her eyes, I liked the oval of her rather long face, and I believe if it had been a shade less broad across the cheek bones, she might have been called beautiful, not only in her youth, but even now. She was not more than 39, but grey hairs were already visible in her chestnut hair. Tatiana Pavlovna glanced at her in genuine indignation. "A booby like him, and you tremble before him! You are ridiculous, Sophia. You make me angry, I tell you." "Ah, Tatiana Pavlovna, why should you attack him now? But you are joking, perhaps, eh?" my mother added, detecting something like a smile on Tatiana Pavlovna's face. Her scoldings could not indeed be always taken seriously. But she smiled, if she did smile, only at my mother, of course, because she loved her devotedly, and no doubt noticed how happy she was at that moment at my meekness. "Of course I can't help feeling hurt if you will attack people unprovoked, Tatiana Pavlovna, and just when I've come in saying 'Good evening, mother,' a thing I've never done before. I thought it necessary to observe at last." "Only fancy," she boiled over at once. "He considers it as something to be proud of. Am I to go down on my knees to you, pray, because for once in your life you've been polite, and as though it were politeness? Why do you stare into the corner when you come in? I know how you tear and fling about before her. You might have said good evening to me too. I wrapped you in your swaddling clothes. I am your godmother." I need not say I did not deign to answer. At that moment my sister came in, and I made haste to turn to her. "Liza, I saw Vasson to day, and he inquired after you. You have met him?" "Yes, last year in Luga," she answered quite simply, sitting down beside me and looking at me affectionately. I don't know why, but I had fancied she would flush when I spoke of Vasson. My sister was a blonde, very fair, with flaxen hair, quite unlike both her parents. But her eyes and the oval of her face were like our mother's. Her nose was very straight, small, and regular. There were tiny freckles in her face, however, of which there was no sign in my mother's. There was very little resemblance to Versolov, nothing but the slenderness of figure, perhaps, her tallness, and something charming in her carriage. There was not the slightest likeness between us. We were the opposite poles. "I knew his Honour for 3 months," Liza added. "Is it Vasson you call his Honour, Liza? You should call him by his name. Excuse my correcting you, sister, but it grieves me that they seem to have neglected your education." "But it's shameful of you to remark upon it before your mother," cried Tatiana Pavlovna, firing up, "and you are talking nonsense. It has not been neglected at all." "I am not saying anything about my mother," I said sharply, defending myself. "Do you know, mother, that when I look at Liza, it's as though it were you over again. You have given her the same charm of goodness which you must have had yourself, and you have it to this day, and always will have it. I was only talking of the surface polish, of the silly rules of etiquette, which are necessary, however. I'm only indignant at the thought that when Versalov has heard you call Vasin his honour, he has not troubled to correct you at all. His disdain and his indifference to us are so complete. That's what makes me furious. He is a perfect bear himself, and he is giving us lessons in good manners. Don't you dare talk of Versalov before your mother, sir, or before me either. I won't stand it," Tatiana Pavlovna flashed out. "I got my salary to day, mother, 50 roubles. Take it, please. Here." I went up to her and gave her the money. She was in a tremor of anxiety at once. "Oh, I don't know about taking it," she brought out, as though afraid to touch the money. I did not understand. "For goodness' sake, mother, if you both think of me as one of the family, as a son and a brother. Oh, I've been to blame, Arkady. I ought to have confessed something to you, but I'm afraid of you." She said this with a timid and deprecating smile. Again I did not understand, and interrupted. "By the way, did you know, mother, that Andrei Petrovitch's case against the Sokolskys is being decided to day?" "Ah, I knew," she cried, clasping her hands before her, her favourite gesture, in alarm. "To day?" cried Tatiana Pavlovna, startled. "But it's impossible. He would have told us. Did he tell you?" She turned to my mother. "Oh, no, that it was to day, he didn't. But I have been fearing it all the week. I would have prayed for him to lose it even, only to have it over and off one's mind, and to have things as they used to be again." "What, hasn't he even told you, mother?" I exclaimed. "What a man! There's an example of the indifference and contempt I spoke of just now. It's being decided. How is it being decided? And who told you?" cried Tatiana Pavlovna, pouncing upon me. "Speak, do." "Why, here he is himself. Perhaps he will tell you," I announced, catching the sound of his step in the passage, and hastily sitting down again beside Eliza. "Brother, for God's sake, spare mother, and be patient with Andrei Petrovitch," she whispered to me. "I will, I will." With that I turned to her and pressed her hand. Liza looked at me very mistrustfully, and she was right. 2. He came in very much pleased with himself, so pleased that he did not feel it necessary to conceal his state of mind. And indeed he had become accustomed of late to displaying himself before us without the slightest ceremony, not only in his bad points, but even where he was ridiculous, a thing which most people are afraid to do. At the same time he fully recognised that we should understand to the smallest detail. In the course of the last year, so Tatiana Pavlovna observed, he had become slovenly in his dress. His clothes, though old, were always well cut and free from foppishness. It is true that he was prepared to put on clean linen only on every alternate day, instead of every day, which was a real distress to my mother. It was regarded by them as a sacrifice, and the whole group of devoted women looked upon it as an act of heroism. He always wore soft, wide-brimmed black hats. When he took off his hat, his very thick but silvery locks stood up in a shock on his head. I liked looking at his hair when he took off his hat. "Good evening. Still disputing? And is he actually one of the party?" I heard his voice from outside in the passage. "He has been attacking me, I suppose." It was one of the signs of his being in a good humour for him to be witty at my expense. I did not answer, of course. Lukerya came in with a regular sackful of parcels, and put them on the table. "Victory, Tatiana Pavlovna. The case is won, and the Sokolskys certainly won't venture to appeal. I've won the day. I was able to borrow 1,000 roubles at once. Sonia, put down your work. Don't try your eyes. Back from work, Liza?" "Yes, father. answered Liza, looking at him affectionately. She used to call him father. Nothing would have induced me to submit to doing the same. Tired? Yes. Give up your work. Don't go to morrow, and drop it altogether. Father, that will be worse for me. I beg you will. I greatly dislike to see women working, Tatiana Pavlovna. How can they get on without work? A woman's not to work. I know. That's excellent and very true, and I agree with it beforehand. But I mean needlework particularly. Only imagine, I believe that's one of the morbid, anomalous impressions of my childhood. In my dim memories of the time when I was 5 or 6 years old, I remember more often than anything, with loathing of course, a solemn council of wise women, stern and forbidding, sitting at a round table with scissors, material, patterns, and a fashion plate. They thought they knew all about it, and shook their heads slowly and majestically, measuring, calculating, and preparing to cut out. All those kind people who were so fond of me had suddenly become unapproachable, and if I began to play, I was carried out of the room at once. Even my poor nurse, who held me by the hand and took no notice of my shouting and pulling at her, was listening and gazing enraptured, as though at a kind of paradise. The sternness of those sensible faces, and the solemnity with which they faced the task of cutting out, is for some reason distressing for me to picture even now. Tatiana Pavlovna, you are awfully fond of cutting out. Although it may be aristocratic, yet I do prefer a woman who does not work at all. Don't take that as meant for you, Sonia. How could you, indeed? Woman is an immense power without working. You know that, though, Sonia. What's your opinion, Arkady Markarovitch? No doubt you disagree. No, not at all, I answered. That's a particularly good saying, that woman is an immense power, though I don't understand why you say that about work. And she can't help working if she has no money, as you know yourself. Well, that's enough." And he turned to my mother, who positively beamed all over. When he addressed me, she was all of a tremor. "At least, to begin with, I beg you not to let me see you doing needlework for me. No doubt, Arkady, as a young man of the period, you are something of a Socialist. Well, would you believe it, my dear fellow, none are so fond of idleness as the toiling masses. Rest, perhaps, not idleness. No, idleness, doing nothing, that's their ideal. I knew a man who was for ever at work, though he was not one of the common people. He was rather intellectual and capable of generalizing. Every day of his life, perhaps, he brooded with blissful emotion on visions of utter idleness, raising the ideal to infinity, so to speak, to unlimited independence, to everlasting freedom, dreaming, and idle contemplation. So it went on till he broke down altogether from overwork. There was no mending him. He died in a hospital. I am sometimes seriously disposed to believe that the delights of labour have been invented by the idle, from virtuous motives, of course. It is one of the Geneva ideas of the end of last century. Tatiana Pavlovna, I cut an advertisement out of the newspaper the day before yesterday. Here it is." He took a scrap of paper out of his waistcoat pocket. "It is one of those everlasting students, proficient in classics and mathematics, and prepared to travel, to sleep in a garret or anywhere. Here, listen. A teacher, lady, prepares for all the scholastic establishments, do you hear, for all, and gives lessons in arithmetic. Prepares for all the scholastic establishments. In arithmetic, therefore, may we assume? No, arithmetic is something apart for her. It is a case of simple hunger, the last extremity of want. It is just the ineptitude of it that's so touching. It's evident that the lady has never prepared any one for any school, and it is doubtful whether she is fit to teach anything. Yet at her last gasp she wastes her one remaining rouble, and prints in the paper that she prepares for all the scholastic establishments, and what's more, gives lessons in arithmetic, per tutto mundo e in altri citi. "Oh, Andrei Petrovitch, she ought to be helped. Where does she live?" cried Tatiana Pavlovna. "Oh, there are lots of them." He put the advertisement in his pocket. "That bag's full of treats for you, Liza, and you, Tatiana Pavlovna. Sonia and I don't care for sweet things, and perhaps for you, young man. I bought the things myself at Eliseev's and at Ballet's. Too long we've gone hungry, as Lukerya said." Note well, none of us had ever gone hungry. "Here are grapes, sweets, duchesses, and strawberry tarts. I've even brought some excellent liqueur. Nuts, too. It's curious that to this day I'm fond of nuts, as I have been from a child, Tatiana Pavlovna, and of the commonest nuts. Do you know? Liza takes after me. She is fond of cracking nuts like a squirrel. But there's nothing more charming, Tatiana Pavlovna, than sometimes when recalling one's childhood to imagine oneself in a wood in a copse gathering nuts. The days are almost autumnal, but bright. At times it's so fresh. One hides in the bushes, one wanders in the wood. There's a scent of leaves. I seem to see something sympathetic in your face, Arkady Makarovitch. The early years of my childhood, too, were spent in the country. But I thought you were brought up in Moscow, if I am not mistaken." "He was living in Moscow at the Andronikovs' when you went there. But till then he used to live in the country with your aunt Varvara Stepanovna," Tatiana Pavlovna put in. "Sonia, here's some money. Put it away. I promise you in a few days 5,000. "So there's no hope, then, for the Sokolskys?" asked Tatiana Pavlovna. "Absolutely none, Tatiana Pavlovna. I've always sympathized with you and all of yours, Andrei Petrovitch, and I've always been a friend of the family. But though the Sokolskys are strangers, yet, upon my word, I'm sorry for them. Don't be angry, Andrei Petrovitch." "I have no intention of going shares with them, Tatiana Pavlovna." "You know my idea, of course, Andrei Petrovitch. They would have settled the case out of court, if at the very beginning you had offered to go halves with them. Now, of course, it is too late. Not that I venture to criticise. I say so because I don't think the deceased would have left them out of his will altogether." "Not only he wouldn't have left them out, he'd have certainly left them everything, and would have left none out but me, if he'd known how to do things, and to write a will properly. But as it is, the law's on my side, and it's settled. I can't go shares, and I don't want to, Tatiana Pavlovna, and that is the end of the matter." He spoke with real exasperation, a thing he rarely allowed himself to do. Tatiana Pavlovna subsided. My mother looked down mournfully. Versaloff knew that she shared Tatiana Pavlovna's views. "He has not forgotten that slap in the face at Ems," I thought to myself. The document given me by Kraft, and at that moment in my pocket, would have a poor chance if it had fallen into his hands. I suddenly felt that the whole responsibility was still weighing upon me, and this idea, together with all the rest, had of course an irritating effect upon me. "Arkady, I should like you to be better dressed, my dear fellow. Your suit is all right, but for future contingencies I might recommend you to an excellent Frenchman, most conscientious and possessed of taste." "I beg you never to make such suggestions again," I burst out suddenly. "What's that?" "It is not that I consider it humiliating, of course, but we are not agreed about anything. On the contrary, our views are entirely opposed. For in a day or two, to morrow, I shall give up going to the prince's, as I find there is absolutely no work for me to do there." "But you are going and sitting there with him. That is the work." "Such ideas are degrading. I don't understand. But if you are so squeamish, don't take money from him, but simply go. You will distress him horribly. He has already become attached to you, I assure you. However, as you please." He was evidently put out. "You say don't ask for money, but thanks to you I did a mean thing to day. You did not warn me, and I demanded my month's salary from him to day." "So you have seen to that already. I confess I did not expect you to ask for it. But how sharp you all are nowadays! There are no young people in these days, Tatiana Pavlovna." He was very spiteful. I was awfully angry, too. "I ought to have had things out with you. You made me do it. I don't know now how it's to be. By the way, Sonia, give Arkady back his 60 roubles at once. And you, my dear fellow, don't be angry at our repaying it so quickly. I can guess from your face that you have some enterprise in your mind, and that you need it. So invest it, or something of the sort." I don't know what my face expresses, but I did not expect Mother would have told you of that money when I so particularly asked her. I looked at my mother with flashing eyes. I cannot express how wounded I felt. "Arkasha, darling, for God's sake forgive me. I couldn't possibly help speaking of it." "My dear fellow, don't make a grievance of her telling me your secrets. Besides, she did it with the best intentions. It was simply a mother's longing to boast of her son's feeling for her. But I assure you I should have guessed without that you were a capitalist. All your secrets are written on your honest countenance. He has his idea, Tatiana Pavlovna, as I told you." "Let's drop my honest countenance," I burst out again. "I know that you often see right through things, but in some cases you see no further than your own nose, and I have marvelled at your powers of penetration. Well, then, I have my idea. That you should use the expression, of course, was an accident, but I am not afraid to admit it. I have an idea of my own. I am not afraid, and I am not ashamed of it." "Don't be ashamed. That's the chief thing. And all the same, I shall never tell it you." "That's to say, you won't condescend to. No need to, my dear fellow. I know the nature of your idea as it is. In any case, it implies, 'Into the wilderness I flee.' Tatiana Pavlovna, my notion is that he wants to become a Rothschild, or something of the kind, and shut himself up in his grandeur. No doubt he'll magnanimously allow us a pension, though perhaps he won't allow me one. But in any case he will vanish from our sight, like the new moon he has risen, only to set again." I shuddered in my inmost being. Of course it was all chance. He knew nothing of my idea, and was not speaking about it, though he did mention Rothschild. But how could he define my feelings so precisely, my impulse to break with him and go away? He divined everything, and wanted to defile beforehand, with his cynicism, the tragedy of fact. That he was horribly angry, of that there could be no doubt. "Mother, forgive my hastiness, for I see that there's no hiding things from Andrei Petrovitch in any case," I said, affecting to laugh, and trying, if only for a moment, to turn it into a joke. "That's the very best thing you can do, my dear fellow, to laugh. It is difficult to realise how much every one gains by laughing, even in appearance. I am speaking most seriously. He always has an air, Tatiana Pavlovna, of having something so important on his mind, that he is quite abashed at the circumstance himself. I must ask you in earnest, Andrei Petrovitch, to be more careful what you say." "You are right, my dear boy. But one must speak out once for all, so as never to touch upon the matter again. You have come to us from Moscow to begin making trouble at once. That's all we know as yet of your object in coming. I say nothing, of course, of your having come to surprise us in some way. And all this month you have been snorting and sneering at us. Yet you are obviously an intelligent person, and as such you might leave such snorting and sneering to those who have no other means of avenging themselves on others for their own insignificance. You are always shutting yourself up, though your honest countenance and your rosy cheeks bear Witness that you might look every one straight in the face with perfect innocence. He's a neurotic. I can't make out, Tatiana Pavlovna, why they are all neurotic nowadays. If you did not even know where I was brought up, you are not likely to know why a man's neurotic. Oh, so that's the key to it. You are offended at my being capable of forgetting where you were brought up. Not in the least. Don't attribute such silly ideas to me. Mother, Andrei Petrovitch praised me just now for laughing. Let us laugh. Why sit like this? Shall I tell you a little anecdote about myself, especially as Andrei Petrovitch knows nothing of my adventures? I was boiling. I knew this was the last time we should be sitting together like this, that when I left that house I should never enter it again. So on the eve of it all I could not restrain myself. He had challenged me to such a parting scene himself. "That will be delightful, of course, if it is really amusing," he observed, looking at me searchingly. "Your manners were rather neglected where you were brought up, my dear fellow, though they are pretty passable. He is charming to day, Tatiana Pavlovna, and it's a good thing you have undone that bag at last." But Tatiana Pavlovna frowned. She did not even turn round at his words, but went on untying the parcels and laying out the good things on some plates which had been brought in. My mother, too, was sitting in complete bewilderment, though she had misgivings, of course, and realised that there would be trouble between us. My sister touched my elbow again. 3. "I simply want to tell you all," I began, with a very free and easy air, "how a father met for the first time a dearly loved son. It happened wherever you were brought up. My dear fellow, won't it be a dull story? You know, tous les genres. Don't frown, Andrei Petrovitch. I am not speaking at all with the object you imagine. All I want is to make every one laugh. Well, God hears you, my dear boy. I know that you love us all, and don't want to spoil our evening," he mumbled with a sort of affected carelessness. "Of course you have guessed by my face that I love you." "Yes, partly by your face, too. Just as I guessed from her face that Tatiana Pavlovna's in love with me. Don't look at me so ferociously, Tatiana Pavlovna. It is better to laugh. It is better to laugh." She turned quickly to me, and gave me a searching look, which lasted half a minute. "Mind now," she said, holding up her finger at me, but so earnestly that her words could not have referred to my stupid joke, but must have been meant as a warning in case I might be up to some mischief. "Andrei Petrovitch, is it possible you don't remember how we met for the first time in our lives?" "Upon my word, I've forgotten, my dear fellow, and I'm really very sorry. All that I remember is that it was a long time ago, and took place somewhere." "Mother, and don't you remember how you were in the country where I was brought up, till I was 6 or 7, I believe? Or rather, were you really there once, or is it simply a dream that I saw you there for the first time? I've been wanting to ask you about it for a long time, but I've kept putting it off. Now the time has come." "To be sure, Arkasha, to be sure. I stayed with Varvara Stepanovna 3 times. My first visit was when you were only a year old. I came a second time when you were nearly 4, and afterwards again when you were 6. Ah, you did then? I've been wanting to ask you about it all this month." My mother seemed overwhelmed by a rush of memories, and she asked me with feeling, "Do you really mean, Arkasha, that you remembered me there?" "I don't know or remember anything. Only something of your face remained in my heart for the rest of my life, and the fact, too, that you were my mother. I recall everything there as though it were a dream. I've even forgotten my nurse. I have a faint recollection of Varvara Stepanovna, simply that her face was tied up for toothache. I remember huge trees near the house, lime trees I think they were. Then sometimes the brilliant sunshine at the open windows, the little flower garden, the little paths, and you, mother. I remember clearly only at one moment, when I was taken to the church there, and you held me up to receive the sacrament and to kiss the chalice. It was in the summer. and a dove flew through the cupola, in at one window and out at another. "Mercy on us, that's just how it was," cried my mother, throwing up her hands. "And the dear dove I remember too, now, with the chalice just before you. You started and cried out, 'A dove, a dove.'" Your face, or something of the expression, remained in my memory so distinctly that I recognised you 5 years after, in Moscow, though nobody there told me you were my mother. But when I met Andrei Petrovitch for the first time, I was brought from the Andronikovs. I had been vegetating quietly and happily with them for 5 years on end. I remember their flat down to the smallest detail, and all those ladies who have all grown so much older here, and the whole household, and how Andronikov himself used to bring the provisions, poultry, fish, and sucking pigs from the town in a fish basket. And how at dinner, instead of his wife, who always gave herself such airs, he used to help the soup, and how we all laughed at his doing it, he most of all. The young ladies there used to teach me French, but what I liked best of all was Krylov's fables. I learned a number of them by heart, and every day I used to recite one to Andronikov, going straight into his tiny study to do so without considering whether he were busy or not. Well, it was through a fable of Krylov's that I got to know you, Andrei Petrovitch. I see you are beginning to remember. I do recall something, my dear fellow, that you repeated something to me, a fable or a passage from Woe from Wit, I fancy. What a memory you have, though." "A memory? I should think so. It's the one thing I've remembered all my life." "That's all right, that's all right, my dear fellow. You are quite waking me up." He actually smiled. As soon as he smiled, my mother and sister smiled after him. Confidence was restored. But Tatiana Pavlovna, who had finished laying out the good things on the table, and settled herself in a corner, still bent upon me a keen and disapproving eye. "This is how it happened," I went on. "One fine morning there suddenly appeared the friend of my childhood, Tatiana Pavlovna, who always made her entrance on the stage of my existence with dramatic suddenness. She took me away in a carriage to a grand house, to sumptuous apartments. You were staying at Madame Fanariotov's, Andrei Petrovitch, in her empty house, which she had bought from you. She was abroad at that time. I always used to wear short jackets. Now all of a sudden I was put into a pretty little blue greatcoat and a very fine shirt. Tatiana Pavlovna was busy with me all day, and bought me lots of things. I kept walking through all the empty rooms, looking at myself in all the looking glasses. And wandering about in the same way the next morning at 10 o'clock, I walked quite by chance into your study. I had seen you already the evening before, as soon as I was brought into the house, but only for an instant on the stairs. You were coming downstairs to get into your carriage and drive off somewhere. You were staying alone in Moscow then, for a short time after a very long absence, so that you had engagements in all directions, and were scarcely ever at home. When you met Tatiana Pavlovna and me, you only drawled "Ah!" and did not even stop. "He describes it with a special love," observed Versalov, addressing Tatiana Pavlovna. She turned away and did not answer. "I can see you now as you were then, handsome and flourishing. It is wonderful how much older and less good looking you have grown in these years. Please forgive this candour. You were 37 even then, though." I gazed at you with admiration. What wonderful hair you had, almost jet black, with a brilliant lustre without a trace of grey, moustaches and whiskers like the setting of a jewel. I can find no other expression for it. Your face of an even pallor, not like its sickly pallor to-day, but like your daughter, Anna Andreevna, whom I had the honour of seeing this morning. Dark glowing eyes and gleaming teeth, especially when you laughed. And you did laugh when you looked round as I came in. I was not very discriminating at that time, and your smile rejoiced my heart. That morning you were wearing a dark blue velvet jacket, a sulphur-coloured necktie, and a magnificent shirt with Alençon lace on it. You were standing before the looking-glass with a manuscript in your hand, and were busy declaiming Tchatsky's monologue, and especially his last exclamation, "A coach! I want a coach!" "Good heavens!" cried Verslov. "Why, he's right. Though I was only in Moscow for so short a time, I undertook to play Tchatsky in an amateur performance at Alexandra Petrovna Vitovtov's in place of Zileyko, who was ill." "Do you mean to say you had forgotten it?" laughed Tatiana Pavlovna. "He has brought it back to my mind, and I own that those few days in Moscow were perhaps the happiest in my life. We were still so young then, and all so fervently expecting something. It was then in Moscow I unexpectedly met so much. But go on, my dear fellow. This time you've done well to remember it all so exactly." "I stood still to look at you, and suddenly cried out, 'Ah, how good! The real Tchatsky!' You turned round at once and asked, 'Why, do you know Tchatsky already?' And you sat down on a sofa and began drinking your coffee in the most charming humour. I could have kissed you. Then I informed you that at the Andronikovs every one read a great deal, and that the young ladies knew a great deal of poetry by heart, and used to act scenes out of Woe from Wit among themselves, and that all last week we had been reading aloud in the evening a sportsman's sketches, but what I liked best of all was Krylov's fables, and that I knew them by heart. You told me to repeat one, and I repeated The Girl Who Was Hard to Please. I made her suitor shrewdly scanned." "Yes, yes, I remember it all now," cried Verslov again. "But, my dear fellow, I remember you, too, clearly now. You were such a charming boy then, a thoughtful boy, even, and I assure you, you too have changed for the worse in the course of these 9 years." At this point all of them, even Tatiana Pavlovna, laughed. It was evident that Andrei Petrovitch had deigned to jest, and had paid me out in the same coin for my biting remark about his having grown old. Every one was amused, and indeed it was well said. As I recited, you smiled, but before I was half-way through the fable, you rang the bell and told the footman who answered it to ask Tatiana Pavlovna to come, and she ran in with such a delighted face that, though I had seen her the evening before, I scarcely knew her. For Tatiana Pavlovna, I began the fable again. I finished it brilliantly. Even Tatiana Pavlovna smiled, and you, Andrei Petrovitch, cried "Bravo!" and observed with warmth that if it had been The Ant and the Grasshopper, it would not be wonderful that a sensible boy of my age should recite it sensibly. But this fable, "A maid her suitor shrewdly scanned, indeed that's not a crime," was different. Listen how he brings out, "Indeed that's not a crime," you said. In fact, you were enthusiastic. Then you said something in French to Tatiana Pavlovna, and she instantly frowned and began to protest, and grew very hot, in fact. But as it was impossible to oppose Andrei Petrovitch if he once took an idea into his head, she hurriedly carried me off to her room. There my hands and face were washed again, my shirt was changed, my hair was pomaded, and even curled. Then, towards evening, Tatiana Pavlovna dressed herself up rather grandly, as I had never expected to see her, and she took me with her in the carriage. It was the first time in my life I had been to a play. It was at a private performance of Madame Vitovtov's. The lights, the chandeliers, the ladies, the officers, the generals, the young ladies, the curtain, the rows of chairs, were utterly unlike anything I had seen before. Tatiana Pavlovna took a very modest seat in front of the back rows, and made me sit down beside her. There were, of course, other children like me in the room, but I had no eyes for anything. I simply waited with a sinking of my heart for the performance. When you came on, Andrei Petrovitch, I was ecstatic to the point of tears. What for and why, I don't understand. Why those tears of rapture? It has been a strange recollection for me ever since, for these last 9 years. I followed the drama with a throbbing heart. All I understood of it, of course, was that she was deceiving him, and that he was ridiculed by stupid people who were not worth his little finger. When he was reciting at the ball, I understood that he was humiliated and insulted, that he was reproaching all these miserable people, but that he was great, great. No doubt my training at the Andronikovs helped me to understand. And your acting, Andrei Petrovitch, it was the first time I had seen a play when you went off shouting, 'A coach, a coach,' and you did that shout wonderfully. I jumped up from my seat, and while the whole audience burst into applause, I, too, clapped my hands and cried bravo at the top of my voice. I vividly recall how at that instant I felt as though I had been pierced by a pin in my back, a little below the waist. Tatiana Pavlovna had given me a ferocious pinch, but I took no notice of it. As soon as Woe from Wit was over, Tatiana Pavlovna took me home, of course. You can't stay for the dancing, and it's only on your account I am not staying. You hissed at me all the way home in the carriage, Tatiana Pavlovna. All night I was delirious, and by 10 o'clock the next morning I was standing at the study door, but it was shut. There were people with you, and you were engaged in some business with them. Then you drove off, and were away the whole day till late at night, so I did not see you again. What I meant to say to you I have forgotten, of course, and indeed I did not know then, but I longed passionately to see you as soon as possible. And at 8 o'clock next morning you were graciously pleased to set off for Serpukhov. At that time you had just sold your Tula estate to settle with your creditors, but there was still left in your hands a tempting stake. That was why you had come at that time to Moscow, where you had not been able to show yourself to then for fear of your creditors. And this Serpukhov ruffian was the only one of them who had not agreed to take half of what you owed him instead of the whole. When I questioned Tatiana Pavlovna, she did not even answer me. It's no business of yours, but the day after tomorrow I shall take you to your boarding school. Get your exercise books ready, take your lesson books, put them all in order, and you must learn to pack your little box yourself. You can't expect to be waited on, sir. You were drumming this and that into my ears all those 3 days, Tatiana Pavlovna. It ended in my being taken in my innocence to school at Tushard's, adoring you, Andrei Petrovitch. Our whole meeting was a trivial incident, perhaps, but would you believe it? 6 months afterwards, I longed to run away from Tushard's to you. You describe it capitally. You have brought it all back so vividly, Versaloff pronounced incisively, but what strikes me most in your story is the wealth of certain strange details, concerning my debts, for instance. Apart from the fact that these details are hardly a suitable subject for you to discuss, I can't imagine how you managed to get hold of them. Details? How I got hold of them? Why, I repeat, for the last 9 years I have been doing nothing but getting hold of facts about you. A strange confession, and a strange way of spending your time. He turned half reclining in his easy chair, and even yawned slightly, whether intentionally or not I could not say. Well, shall I go on telling you how I wanted to run to you from Tushard's? Forbid him, Andrei Petrovitch. Suppress him and send him away, Tatiana Pavlovna burst out. That won't do, Tatiana Pavlovna, Versaloff answered her impressively. Arkasha has evidently something on his mind, and so he must be allowed to finish. Well, let him speak. When he's said what he's got to say, it will be off his mind, and what matters most to him is that he should get it off his mind. Begin your new story, my dear fellow. I call it new, but you may rest assured that I know how it ends. 4. I ran away. That is, I tried to run away to you, very simply. Tatiana Pavlovna, do you remember, after I had been there a fortnight, Tushard wrote you a letter, didn't he? Marie Ivanovna showed me the letter afterwards. That turned up among Andronikov's papers, too. Tushard suddenly discovered that the fees he had asked were too small, and with dignity announced in his letter to you that little princes' and senators' children were educated in his establishment, and that it was lowering its tone to keep a pupil of such humble origin as me, unless the remuneration were increased. Mon cher, you really might— Oh, that's nothing, that's nothing, I interrupted. I'm only going to say a little about Touchard. You wrote from the provinces a fortnight later, Tatiana Pavlovna, and answered with a flat refusal. I remember how he walked into our classroom, flushing crimson. He was a very short, thick-set little Frenchman of 45, a Parisian cobbler by origin, though he had from time immemorial held a position in Moscow as an instructor in the French language, and even had an official rank of which he was extremely proud. He was a man of crass ignorance. There were only 6 of us pupils. Among them there actually was a nephew of a Moscow senator, and we all lived like one family under the supervision of his wife, a very affected lady who was the daughter of a Russian government clerk. During that fortnight I had given myself great airs before my schoolfellows. I boasted of my blue overcoat and my papa, Andrei Petrovitch, and their questions why I was called Dolgoruky and not Versaloff did not embarrass me in the least, since I did not know why. "Andrei Petrovitch," cried Tatiana Pavlovna in a voice almost menacing. My mother, on the contrary, was watching me intently, and evidently wished me to go on. "Sir Touchard, I actually recall him now. He was a fussy little man," Versaloff admitted, "but he was recommended to me by the very best people." Sir Touchard walked in with the letter in his hand, went up to the big oak table at which all 6 of us were seated, learning something by heart. He seized me firmly by the shoulder, picked me up from the chair, and ordered me to collect my exercise books. "Your place is not here, but there," he said, pointing to a tiny room on the left of the passage, where there was nothing but a plain deal table, a rush-bottomed chair, and an American leather sofa, exactly like what I have upstairs in the attic. I went into it in amazement, very much downcast. I had never been roughly treated before. Half an hour later, when Touchard had gone out of the schoolroom, I began to exchange glances and smiles with my schoolfellows. They, of course, were laughing at me, and I had no suspicion of it, and thought we were laughing because we were merry. At that moment Touchard darted in, seized me by the forelock, and dragged me about. "Don't you dare sit with gentlemanly boys. You are a child of low origin, and no better than a lackey." And he gave me a stinging blow on my chubby rosy cheek. He must have enjoyed doing so, and he struck me a second time, and a third. I cried violently, and was terribly astonished. For a whole hour I sat with my face hidden in my hands, crying and crying. Something had happened which was utterly beyond my comprehension. I don't understand how a man, not of spiteful character, a foreigner like Touchard, who rejoiced at the emancipation of the Russian peasants, could have beaten a foolish child like me. I was only amazed, not resentful, however. I had not yet learnt to resent an insult. It seemed to me that I had somehow been naughty, that when I was good again I should be forgiven, and that we should all be merry again at once, that we should go out to play in the yard and live happy ever after. "My dear fellow, if I had only known," Versaloff drawled with the careless smile of a rather weary man. "What a scoundrel that Touchard was, though! I have not given up all hope, however, that you may make an effort and forgive us for all that at last, and that we may all live happy ever after." He yawned decisively. "But I am not blaming you at all, and believe me, I am not complaining of Touchard," I cried, a little disconcerted, "though indeed he beat me for 10 months or so. I remember I was always trying to appease him in some way. I used to rush to kiss his hands. I was always kissing them, and I was always crying and crying. My schoolfellows laughed at me and despised me, because Touchard began to treat me sometimes like a servant. He used to order me to bring him his clothes when he was dressing. My menial instincts were of use to me there. I did my very utmost to please him, and was not in the least offended, because I did not at that time understand it at all. And I am surprised to this day that I could have been so stupid as not to realize that I was not on an equal footing with the rest. It's true my schoolfellows made many things clear to me even then. It was a good school. Tushar came in the end to prefer giving me a kick to slapping me in the face, and 6 months later he even began to be affectionate. Only he never failed to beat me once a month or so to remind me not to forget myself. He soon let me sit with the other boys too, and allowed me to play with them. But not once during those 2.5 years did Tushar forget the difference in our social positions, and from time to time, though not very frequently, he employed me in menial tasks, I verily believe, to remind me of it. I was running away, that's to say, I was on the point of running away, for 5 months after those first 2 months. I've always been slow in taking action. When I got into bed and pulled the quilt over me, I began thinking of you at once, Andrei Petrovitch, only of you, of no one else. I don't in the least know why it was so. I dreamed about you, too. I used always to be passionately imagining that you would walk in, and I would rush up to you, and you would take me out of that place and bring me home with you to that same study, and that we should go to the theatre again, and so on. Above all, that we should not part again. That was the chief thing. As soon as I had to wake up in the morning, the jeers and contempt of the boys began again. One of them actually began beating me and making me put on his boots for him. He called me the vilest names, particularly aiming at making my origin clear to me, to the diversion of all who heard him. When at last Tushar himself became comprehensible, something unbearable began in my soul. I felt that I should never be forgiven here. Oh, I was beginning by degrees to understand what it was they would not forgive me, and of what I was guilty, and so at last I resolved to run away. For 2 whole months I dreamed of it incessantly. At last, it was September, I made up my mind. I waited for Saturday, when my schoolfellows used to go home for the week-end, and meanwhile I secretly and carefully got together a bundle of the most necessary things. All the money I had was 2 roubles. I meant to wait till dusk, then I will go downstairs, I thought, and I'll go out and walk away. Where? I knew that Andronikov had moved to Petersburg, and I resolved that I would look for Madame Fanariatov's house in Arbity. I'll spend the night walking or sitting somewhere, and in the morning I'll ask someone in the courtyard of the house where Andrei Petrovitch is now, if not in Moscow, in what town or country. They will be sure to tell me. I'll walk away, and then ask someone somewhere else by which gate to go out to reach such a town, and then I'll go and walk and walk. I shall keep on walking. I shall sleep somewhere under the bushes. I shall eat nothing but bread, and for 2 roubles I can get bread enough for a long time. I could not manage to run away on Saturday, however. I had to wait till next day, Sunday, and as luck would have it, Tushar and his wife were going away somewhere for the Sunday. There was no one left in the house but Agafya and me. I waited the night in terrible agitation, I remember. I sat at the window in the schoolroom, looking out at the dusty street, the little wooden houses, and the few passers-by. Tushar lived in an out-of-the-way street. From the windows I could see one of the city gates. Isn't it the one? I kept wondering. The sun set in a red glow. The sky was so cold-looking, and a piercing wind was stirring up the dust just as it is today. It was quite dark at last. I stood before the icon and began to pray, only very, very quickly. I was in haste. I caught up my bundle and went on tiptoe down the creaking stairs, horribly afraid that Agafya would hear me from the kitchen. The door was locked. I turned the key, and at once a dark, dark night loomed black before me, like a boundless, perilous, unknown land, and the wind snatched off my cap. I was just going out on the same side of the pavement. I heard a hoarse volley of oaths from a drunken man in the street. I stood, looked, and slowly turned, slowly went upstairs, slowly took off my things, put down my little bundle, and lay down flat, without tears and without thoughts. And it was from that moment, Andrei Petrovitch, that I began to think. It was from that moment that I realized that besides being a lackey, I was a coward too. And my real development began. "Well, I see through you once and for all from this minute," cried Tatyana Pavlovna, jumping up from her seat, and so suddenly that I was utterly unprepared for it. Yes, you were not only a lackey then, you are a lackey now. You've the soul of a lackey. Why should not Andrei Petrovitch have apprenticed you to a shoemaker? It would have been an act of charity to have taught you a trade. Who would have expected more than that of him? Your father, Makar Ivanovitch, asked, in fact he insisted, that you, his children, should not be brought up to be above your station. Why, you think nothing of his having educated you for the university, and that through him you have received class rights. The little rascals teased him, to be sure, so he has sworn to avenge himself on humanity, you scoundrel." I must confess I was struck dumb by this outburst. I got up and stood for some time staring and not knowing what to say. "Well, certainly Tatiana Pavlovna has told me something new," I said at last, turning resolutely to Versalov. "Yes, certainly I am such a lackey that I can't be satisfied with Versalov's not having apprenticed me to a shoemaker. Even rights did not touch me. I wanted the whole of Versalov. I wanted a father. That's what I asked for, like a regular lackey. Mother, I've had it on my conscience for 8 years, when you came to Moscow alone to see me at Tushard's, the way I received you then, but I have no time to speak of it now. Tatiana Pavlovna won't let me tell my story. Good-bye till to-morrow, mother. We may see each other again. Tatiana Pavlovna, what if I am so utterly a lackey that I am quite unable to admit the possibility of a man's marrying again when his wife is alive? Yet you know that all but happened to Andrei Petrovitch at Ems. Mother, if you don't want to stay with a husband who may take another wife to-morrow, remember you have a son who promises to be a dutiful son to you for ever. Remember, and let us go away, only on condition that it is either he or I. Will you? I don't ask you for an answer at once, of course. I know that such questions can't be answered straight off. But I could not go on, partly because I was excited and confused. My mother turned pale, and her voice seemed to fail her. She could not utter a word. Tatiana Pavlovna said something in a very loud voice and at great length, which I could not make out, and twice she pushed me on the shoulder with her fist. I only remember that she shouted that my words were a sham, the broodings of a petty soul, counted over and turned inside out. Versalov sat motionless and very serious. He was not smiling. I went upstairs to my room. The last thing I saw as I went out was the reproach in my sister's eyes. She shook her head at me sternly. End of Part 1, Chapter 6. Part 1, Chapter 7 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 1, Chapter 7. 1. I describe all these scenes without sparing myself, in order to recall it clearly and revive the impression. As I went up to my attic, I did not know in the least whether I ought to be ashamed or triumphant, as though I had done my duty. Had I been ever so little more experienced, I should have had a misgiving that the least doubt in such cases must be taken as a bad sign. But another fact threw me out in my reckoning. I don't know what I was pleased about, but I felt awfully pleased, in spite of my being uncertain, and of my realizing distinctly that I had not come off with flying colors downstairs. Even Tatiana Pavlovna's spiteful abuse of me struck me as funny and amusing, and did not anger me at all. Probably all this was because I had anyway broken my chains, and for the first time felt myself free. I felt, too, that I had weakened my position. How I was to act in regard to the letter about the inheritance was more obscure than ever. Now it would be certainly taken for granted that I was revenging myself on Versalov. But while all this discussion was going on downstairs, I had made up my mind to submit the question of the letter to an impartial outsider, and to appeal to Vasson for his decision, or failing Vasson, to take it to someone else. I had already made up my mind to whom I would go to see Vasson once, for that occasion only, I thought to myself, and then I would vanish for a long while, for some months, from the sight of all, especially of Vasson. Only my mother and sister I might see occasionally. It was all inconsistent and confused. I felt that I had done something, though not in the right way, and I was satisfied. I repeat, I was awfully pleased anyway. I meant to go to bed rather early, foreseeing I should have a lot to do next day. Besides finding a lodging and moving, I had another project, which in one way or another I meant to carry out. But the evening was not destined to end without surprises, and Versalov succeeded in astonishing me extremely. He had certainly never been into my attic, and lo and behold, before I had been an hour in my room, I heard his footsteps on the ladder. He called to me to show a light. I took a candle, and stretching out my hand, which he caught hold of, I helped him up. "Merci, my dear fellow. I've never climbed up here before, not even when I took the lodgings. I imagined what sort of place it was, but I never supposed it was quite such a hole as this." He stood in the middle of my attic, looking around with curiosity. "Why, this is a coffin, a regular coffin." It really had a resemblance to the inside of a coffin, and I positively admired the way he had described it in one word. It was a long narrow box of a room. The ceiling sloped away from the wall at the height of my shoulder, and the top of it was within easy reach of my hand. Versalov unconsciously stood stooping, afraid of hitting his head against the ceiling. He did not knock it, however, and finally, more or less reassured, he seated himself on the sofa, where my bed had already been made up. But I did not sit down. I looked at him in the greatest amazement. "Your mother says she does not know whether to take the money you gave her this evening for your board for the month. But for a coffin like this, instead of taking your money, we ought rather to offer you compensation. I have never been up, and I can't conceive how you can exist here." "I'm used to it. But what I can't get used to is seeing you in my room after what has just happened downstairs." "Oh yes, you were distinctly rude downstairs. But I, too, have a special object which I will explain to you, though indeed there is nothing extraordinary in my coming. Even the scene downstairs is in the regular order of things. But for mercy's sake do explain this. What you told us downstairs after preparing us, and approaching the subject so solemnly, was surely not all you meant to disclose or communicate. Was there really nothing else? That was all? Or we'll assume it was all." "It's not much, my dear fellow. I must own that from your beginning, and the way you urged us to laugh, in fact from your eagerness to talk, I expected more. But that does not matter to you, surely?" "But I speak simply from a sense of proportion. It was not worth making such a fuss about. It was quite disproportionate. You've been sitting mute a whole month, preparing to speak, and when it comes, it's nothing." "I meant to say more, but I am ashamed of having said even that. Not everything can be put into words. There are things it's better never to say at all. I said a good deal, but you did not understand." "Why, so you, too, are sometimes distressed at the impossibility of putting thought into words? That's a noble sorrow, my dear fellow, and it's only vouchsafed to the elect. The fool is always satisfied with what he has said, and always, too, says more than he need. They love to have something to spare." "As I see I did, for instance. I said more than I need. I asked for the whole of Versalov. That was a great deal too much. I don't need Versalov at all." "My dear fellow, I see you want to retrieve your failure downstairs. It is very evident you repent it. And as repentance among us always involves immediately attacking someone, you are very anxious to hit hard this time. I have come too soon, and you have not yet cooled down, and besides you are not very good at standing criticism. But sit down for mercy's sake. I have come to tell you something. Thank you. That's right." From what you said to your mother as you went out, it's quite clear that it is better for us to separate. I have come to persuade you to do so as gently and with as little fuss as possible, to avoid grieving and alarming your mother any further. My coming up here even has cheered her. She believes in a way that we may still be reconciled, and that everything will go on as before. I imagine that if we were to laugh heartily once or twice, we should fill their timid hearts with delight. They may be simple souls, but they are sincere and true hearted in their love. Why not humour them on occasion? Well, that's one thing. Another thing, why should we necessarily part thirsting for revenge, gnashing our teeth, vowing vengeance, etc.? Of course, there is no manner of need to fall on each other's necks, but we might part, so to say, with mutual respect, mightn't we? That's all nonsense. I promised to go away without a fuss, and that's enough. And is it for my mother's sake you are anxious? But it strikes me that my mother's peace of mind has absolutely nothing to do with it, and you are simply saying that. You don't believe it? You talk to me just as though I were a baby. I'm ready to beg your pardon 1,000 times over for that, in fact for everything you bring up against me, for those years of your childhood and the rest of it, but, cher enfant, what will be the use of it? You are too clever to want to be put into such a stupid position, to say nothing of my not understanding so far the exact nature of your accusations. What is it you blame me for in reality? For your not having been born a Versalov? Bah! You laugh contemptuously and wave your hands. So that's not it. No, I assure you I don't think it an honour to be called Versalov. Let's leave honour out of the question. And besides, your answer was bound to be democratic. But if so, what are you blaming me for? Tatiana Pavlovna told me just now all I needed to know, and had always failed to grasp till she spoke. That is, that you did not apprentice me to a shoemaker, and that consequently I had to be grateful too. I can't understand why it is I am not grateful even now, even after I have been taught my lesson. Isn't it the pride of your race showing itself in me, Andrei Petrovitch? Probably not, and apart from that, you must admit that by your sallies downstairs you've only bullied and tormented your mother instead of crushing me as you intended. Yet I should have thought it was not for you to judge her. Besides, what wrong has she done you? Explain to me, too, by the way, my dear fellow, for what reason and with what object did you spread abroad that you were illegitimate, at your boarding school and at the grammar school, and everywhere you have been, to every casual stranger, as I hear you have? I hear that you did this with a peculiar relish, and yet that's all nonsense, and a revolting calumny. You are legitimate, a Dolgoruky, the son of Makar Ivanovich Dolgoruky, a respectable man, remarkable for his intelligence and character. That you have received a superior education is entirely owing to your former master Versalov, and what's the upshot of it? By proclaiming your illegitimacy, which is a calumny in itself, you first and foremost gave away your mother's secret, and from a false pride exposed your mother to the criticism of every dirty stranger. My dear fellow, that was very discreditable, especially as your mother is in no way to blame. She has a nature of the greatest purity, and that her name is not Versalov is simply because her husband is still living. Enough. I entirely agree with you, and I have enough faith in your intelligence to hope that you won't go on rating at me too long for it. You are so fond of moderation, and yet there's a moderation in all things, even in your sudden love for my mother. I'll tell you what would be better, since you have gone so far as to come up and see me, and mean to spend a quarter of an hour or half an hour with me. I still don't know what for. We'll assume for my mother's peace of mind. And what's more, in spite of the scene downstairs, seem so eager to talk to me, you'd better tell me about my father. Tell me about Makar Ivanovich, the pilgrim. I want to hear from you about him. I've been intending to ask you for some time past. Now that we are parting perhaps for a long time, I should very much like to get from you an answer to another question. Has it really been impossible for you during these 20 years to affect my mother's traditional ideas, and on my sister's too, so as to dissipate by your civilizing influence the primitive darkness of her environment? Oh, I am not speaking of the purity of her nature. She's infinitely nobler than you, morally anyway, excuse my saying so, but she's only an infinitely noble corpse. Versalov is the only one living. Everything else about him and everything connected with him exists only on the express condition of having the honor to nourish him with its force, its living sap. But I suppose she, too, was once alive, wasn't she? I suppose you loved something in her, didn't you? I suppose she was once a woman." "My dear fellow, she never was, if you will have it," he assured me, at once dropping into his habitual manner with me, with which I was so familiar, and by which I was so enraged. That is, he was apparently all sincerity and open-heartedness, but if one looked more closely, there was nothing in him but the deepest irony. She never was. The Russian woman never is a woman. Is the Polish woman, the French woman, or the Italian, the passionate Italian, that's the sort to fascinate the civilized upper-class Russian of the type of Versalov? Well, I certainly did not expect to meet a Slavophil, laughed Versalov. I remember his story word for word. He began talking with great readiness indeed, and with evident pleasure. It was quite clear to me that he had come up not to have a gossip with me, and not to pacify my mother either, but with some other object. 2. "Your mother and I have spent these 20 years together in silence," he began, prattling on. "It was utterly affected and unnatural, and all that passed between us took place in silence. The chief characteristic of our 20 years' connection has been its dumbness. I believe we have never once quarreled. It is true, I have often gone away and left her alone, but it has always ended in my coming back. Nous revenons toujours. Indeed, it's a fundamental characteristic of men. It's due to their magnanimity. If marriage depended on women alone, not a single marriage would last. Meekness, submissiveness, self-abasement, and at the same time firmness, strength, real strength. That's your mother's character. Take note that she's the best of all women I've met in my life, and that she has strength I can bear witness. I have seen how that strength has supported her. When it's a matter, I won't say of convictions, convictions are out of the question, but what they look upon as convictions, and so to their thinking sacred, she is ready to face torture. Well, I leave you to judge whether I am much like a torturer. That's why I have preferred to remain silent about almost everything, and not simply because it was more convenient, and I confess I don't regret it. In this way our life has gone on of itself on broad and humane lines, so that indeed I take no credit to myself for it. I must say, by the way, in parenthesis, that for some reason she never believed in my humanity, and so was always in a tremor. But though she has trembled, she has never given in to any advanced ideas. They are so good at that, while we never understand that sort of thing, and in fact they are much better at managing things for themselves than we are. They are able to go on living their own lives in positions most unnatural to them, and in positions most strange to them. They remain always the same, but we can't do that." "Who are they? I don't quite understand you." "The people, my dear fellow. I'm speaking of the common people. They have shown their great living force, and their historical breadth, both morally and politically. But to come back to ourselves, I may remark about your mother that she is not always dumb. Your mother sometimes speaks, but she speaks in such a way that you see at once that you simply waste time in talking to her, even though you might have been preparing her for 5 years beforehand. Moreover, she makes the most unexpected objections. Note again that I am far from calling her a fool. On the contrary, she has intelligence of a sort, and even remarkable intelligence, though perhaps you will not believe in her intelligence. Why not? What I don't believe is that you really believe in her intelligence yourself, and are not pretending." "Yes, you look upon me as such a chameleon. My dear fellow, I am allowing you a little too much license, like a spoilt son. So be it for the time. Tell me, if you can, the truth about my father, about Makar Ivanovitch. Makar Ivanovitch was, as you are aware, a house serf, who, so to speak, had a yearning for glory of a sort. I bet that at this minute you feel envious of him." "On the contrary, my dear fellow, on the contrary. And if you like, I am very glad to see you in such a flippant mood. I swear that I am in a penitent frame of mind, and just now, at this moment, I regret 1,000 times over all that happened 20 years ago. And besides, God knows, it all happened quite accidentally. Well, and so far as in me lay, humanely too, as I conceived of an act of humanity in those days anyway. Oh, in those days we were all boiling over with zeal for doing good, for serving the public weal, for a higher ideal. We disapproved of class distinctions, of the privileges of our rank, of our property, and even of usury. At least some of us did. I declare we did. There were not many of us, but we said good things, and sometimes, I assure you, did good things too. That was when you sobbed on his shoulder. I'm ready to agree with you on every point beforehand. By the way, you heard of that shoulder from me, and so at this moment you are making spiteful use of my frankness and confidence in you. But you must admit that there was not so much harm in that episode as might seem at the first glance, especially for that period. To be sure, we were only making a beginning then. Of course it was a pose, but I did not know at the time that it was a pose. Have you, for instance, never posed in practical affairs? I was rather sentimental downstairs just now, and as I came up here I felt horribly ashamed at the thought that you might imagine I had been posing. It is true in some cases. Though one's feelings are sincere, one makes a display of one's feelings. I swear that everything I said downstairs was absolutely genuine. That's exactly it. You have very successfully defined it in a phrase. Though one's feelings are sincere, one makes a display of oneself. But do you know, it was just the same with me. Though I was making a display of them, my sobs were perfectly genuine. I don't deny that Makar Ivanovitch might, if he had been wittily disposed, have looked upon my sobs as the climax of mockery. But in those days he was too honest to be so clear-sighted. I don't know whether he felt sorry for me or not. I remember that I had a great desire that he should. Do you know, I interrupted him, you're jeering now when you say that. And in fact all this last month, whenever you have talked to me, you have been jeering. Why have you done so whenever you have talked with me? You think so? He answered mildly. You are very suspicious. However, if I do laugh, it's not at you, or at least not only at you. Don't be uneasy. But I am not laughing now and then. In short, I did everything I could then, and believe me, not for my personal advantage. We, that is, superior people, unlike the common people, do not know how to act for our personal advantage. On the contrary, we make a mess of it as far as we possibly could. And I suspect that that was considered among us in those days our higher advantage, in an exalted sense, of course. The present generation of advanced people are much keener on the main chance than we were. Even before our sin, I explained the whole position to Makar Ivanovitch with extraordinary directness. I'm ready to admit now that a great deal need not have been explained at all, especially with such directness. To say nothing of humanity, it would have been far more polite. But there's no pulling up when you once begin dancing and want to cut a fine caper. And perhaps our cravings for the fine and exalted only amount to that in reality. All my life I've never been able to make up my mind about it. However, that is too deep a subject for our superficial conversation. But I assure you I am sometimes ready to die with shame when I recall it. I offered him at the time 3,000 roubles, and I remember he did not say a word, and I did all the talking. Only fancy, I imagined that he was afraid of me, that is, of my rights of ownership over him. And I remember I did my utmost to reassure him. I kept trying to persuade him to have no apprehension, but to tell me his wishes frankly and without sparing me. By way of guarantee, I promised him that if he did not accept my terms, that is 3,000 with freedom, for himself and his wife, of course, and a journey wherever he pleased without his wife, of course, then let him say so straight out, and I would at once give him his freedom, let his wife go, and compensate them both with the same 3,000, I believe, and they should not go away from me, but I would go away myself in solitude for 3 years to Italy. Mon ami, I should not have taken Mademoiselle Sapazkov with me to Italy, you may be sure of that. I was extremely pure at that epoch. And do you know, Makar Ivanovitch knew perfectly well that I should do as I promised, but he still remained silent, and only when I was about to throw myself on his neck, for the third time, he drew back, waved his hand, and went out of the room with a certain lack of ceremony, indeed, which I assure you surprised me at the time. I caught a glimpse of myself in the looking-glass, and I can't forget it. As a rule, when they don't speak, it's worst of all, and he was a gloomy character, and I must confess that far from feeling sure of him, I was awfully afraid of him, when I summoned him to my study. In that class there are types, and many of them who are, so to speak, the very incarnation of all that's ill-bred, and one's more afraid of that than a beating. Sick. And what a risk I was running, what a risk. Why, what if he had begun shouting for all the servants to hear, had howled, this village Uriah? What would have become of me, such a juvenile David, and what should I have done then? That's why I trotted out the 3,000 first of all. That was instinctive, but luckily I was mistaken. This Makar Ivanovitch was something quite different. Tell me, had you sinned then? You said just now that you summoned the husband beforehand. Well, do you see, that is, as one understands it. Oh, you had then. You said just now you were mistaken in him, that he was something different. How different? Well, how exactly I don't know to this day, but somehow different, and, do you know, positively very decent. I think so, because in the end I felt more than ever ashamed to face him. Next day he agreed to the journey without any words, but without, of course, forgetting one of the inducements I had offered him. He took the money. I should think so. And you know, my dear fellow, in that point he surprised me too. I had not, of course, 3,000 at the time in my pocket, but I procured 700 and handed it over to him as the first installment. And what do you think? He demanded the remaining 2,300 from me in the form of a credit note made payable to a certain merchant for security. And 2 years later, by means of that credit note, he got the money out of me before a court, and with interest too, so that he surprised me again, especially as he had literally gone collecting funds for building a church, and has been a pilgrim ever since, that is, for the last 20 years. I don't understand what a pilgrim should want money of his own for, money which is such a worldly thing. I offered the money at the minute, of course, with perfect sincerity, and, so to speak, in the first flush of feeling, but afterwards, after the lapse of so many minutes, I might naturally have thought better of it, and might have reckoned that he would spare me, or, so to say, spare us, me and her, and would have waited for a time at least, but he lost no time, however. Here I must make a necessary note. If my mother were to outlive M. Versaloff, she would have been left literally without a farthing in her old age, had it not been for Makar Ivanovitch's 3,000, which had been doubled long ago by the accumulation of interest, in which he had the previous year left her intact in his will. He had seen through Versaloff even in those days. You told me once that Makar Ivanovitch had come several times on a visit to you, and always stayed at mother's lodgings. Yes, my dear boy, and I must confess at first I was awfully frightened of these visits. He has come 6 or 7 times altogether during this period, that is, the last 20 years. And on the first occasions I used to hide myself if I were in the house when he arrived. At first I could not make out what it meant, and why he had turned up. But afterwards I thought that from certain points of view it was by no means so stupid on his part. Afterwards it somehow occurred to me to feel curious about him. I came out to have a look at him, and formed, I assure you, a very original impression of him. This was on his 3rd or 4th visit, at the time when I had just been appointed a mediator, and when, of course, I was getting all my energies to work to study Russia. I heard from him a very great deal that was new to me. I found in him, besides, what I had never expected to find, a sort of benign serenity, an evenness of temper, and, what was more surprising than anything, something almost like gaiety, not the faintest allusion to that, tu comprends, and a very great capacity for talking sense, and talking extremely well, that is, with none of that silly servantish profundity, which I confess to you I can't endure, democratic as I am, and with none of those far-fetched Russian expressions which the genuine Russian peasant makes use of in novels and on the stage. At the same time, very little about religion, unless one begins upon the subject, and most charming descriptions of the monastery and monastic life, if one asks questions about it. And above all, respectfulness, that modest courtesy, just that courtesy which is essential for the truest equality, and without which, indeed, in my opinion, one cannot be really superior. The truest good breeding is in such cases attained through the complete absence of conceit, and the man shows himself secure in his self-respect in his own station of life, whatever that may be, and whatever fate may befall him. This power of respecting one's self in one's own position is extremely rare, as rare anyway as real personal dignity. You will see that for yourself if you live long enough. But what struck me most of all, especially later on, and not at the beginning," added Verslov, "was the fact that this Makar had an extraordinary stateliness, and was, I assure you, very handsome. It is true he was old, but dark-visaged, tall, erect, simple and dignified. I actually wondered how my poor Sonia could have preferred me then. At that time he was 50, but he was still a fine fellow, and compared with him I was such a featherhead. I remember, however, that he was unpardonably grey even then, so he must have been just as grey-headed when he married her. Perhaps that had an influence." Verslov had a very nasty aristocratic trick. After saying, when he could not help it, some particularly clever and fine things, he would all at once intentionally cap them with some stupid saying, such as this remark about Makar Ivanovitch's grey hair, and the influence it had on my mother. He did this on purpose, probably without knowing why he did it, from a silly, snobbish habit. To hear him, one would suppose he was speaking quite seriously, and all the while he was posing to himself, or laughing. 3. I don't know why, but I was suddenly overcome by an intense exasperation. In fact, I recall with extreme dissatisfaction some of my behaviour during those minutes. I suddenly got up from my seat. "I tell you what," I said. "You say you came up chiefly that my mother might imagine we were reconciled. Time enough has passed for her to imagine it. Will you be so good as to leave me alone?" He flushed slightly and got up from his place. "My dear boy, you are extremely unceremonious with me. However, good bye. There is no winning love by force. I will only venture upon one question. Do you really want to leave the prince?" "Aha! I knew you had some object in your mind. That is, you suspect I came up to induce you to stay with the prince, for some purpose of my own. But do you suppose, my dear fellow, that I sent for you from Moscow for some purpose of my own? Oh, how suspicious you are! On the contrary, I was anxious for your good in every way, and even now, since my position has so improved, I should have liked you to let me and your mother help you sometimes." "I don't like you, Verslov." "And Verslov, too, by the way. I greatly regret that I can't transmit you the name, seeing that in reality constitutes my whole offence, if offence there is, doesn't it? But again, I couldn't marry a married woman, could I? That was why I suppose you wanted to marry an unmarried one." A slight spasm passed over his face. "You are thinking of M's. Listen, Arkady. You went so far as to allude to that downstairs, pouring contempt upon me before your mother. You must know that that's where you make your greatest mistake. You know nothing whatever of what happened with Lydia Amakoff. You don't know how much your mother had to do with it all, although she was not with me at the time, and if I have ever seen a good woman, it was when I looked at your mother then. But that's enough. All that is a secret still, and you talk of what you don't know and have heard about from outsiders. Only to-day the prince told me that you have a special fancy for unfledged girls." "The prince said that?" "Yes. Listen, would you like me to tell you exactly what you have come up to me for? I've been sitting here all this time wondering what was the secret object of this visit, and now I believe I've guessed it." He was just going out, but he stopped and turned to me in expectation. "I blurted out just now that Tushard's letter to Tatiana Pavlovna was among Andronikoff's papers, and that his death came into the hands of Marie Ivanovna. I saw how your face suddenly twitched, and I only guessed why just now, when your face twitched again in the same way. The idea suddenly occurred to you that if one letter in Andronikoff's keeping had come into Marie Ivanovna's hands, why shouldn't another? And Andronikoff might have left very important letters, mightn't he? So I came up here hoping to make you talk about it. You know that yourself." He turned very pale. "You did not imagine that of yourself. There's a woman's influence in it, and what hatred there is in your words, in your coarse supposition." "A woman? I've seen that woman for the first time to-day. Perhaps it's just to spy on her you want me to stay on with the old prince. I see, though, that you will do well in your new line. Isn't that perhaps your idea? Go on, my dear fellow. You have an unmistakable gift for detective work. Given talent, one must perfect it." He paused to take breath. "Take care, Verslov. Don't make me your enemy." "My dear fellow, in such cases no one gives utterance to his last thoughts, but keeps them to himself." And with that show me a light, if you please. Though you are my enemy, you are not so much so as to want me to break my neck, I suppose. Tiens, mon ami, only fancy," he went on, as he descended the ladder, "all this month I have been taking you for a good-natured fellow. You so want to live, and are so thirsting for life, that I do believe 3 lives would not be enough for you. One can see that in your face, and people like that are generally good-natured. And how mistaken I've been." 4. I can't express how my heart ached when I was left alone. It was as though I had cut off a piece of my own living flesh. Why I had so suddenly lost my temper, and why I had so insulted him, so persistently and intentionally, I couldn't say now, nor could I at the time, of course. And how pale he had turned, and who knows, perhaps that paleness was the expression of the truest and purest feeling, and the deepest sorrow, and not of anger or of offence. I always fancied that there had been a moment when he really loved me. Why could I not believe that now, especially when so much had been made clear? I had flown into a sudden fury, and actually driven him away, partly perhaps by my sudden guess that he had come to find out whether there was not another letter left by Andronikov in Marie Ivanovna's possession. That he must have been on the lookout for those letters, and that he was on the lookout for them, I knew. But who knows, perhaps at that minute I had made a horrible blunder, and who knows, perhaps by that blunder I had led him to think of Marie Ivanovna and the possibility of her having letters. And finally there was something else that was strange. Again he had repeated word for word my own thought about 3 lives, which I had expressed to Kraft that evening, and what is more, in my very words. The coincidence was of course a chance again, but how he knew the inmost core of my nature, what insight, what penetration. But if he so well understood one thing, why was it he utterly failed to understand something else? Was it possible he was not pretending? Could he really be incapable of divining that it was not the noble rank of a Versalov I wanted, that it was not my birth I could not forgive him, but that all my life I had wanted Versalov himself, the whole man, the father, and that this idea had become part of myself? Was it possible that so subtle a man could be so crude and so stupid? And if not, why did he drive me to fury? Why did he pretend? End of Part 1, Chapter 7.
Part 1, Chapter 8 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tommack, Tucson, Arizona. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garrett. Part 1, Chapter 8. I tried to get up as early as possible in the morning. As a rule, we, that is my mother, my sister, and I, used to get up about 8 o'clock. Versalov used to lie comfortably in bed till 9:30. Punctually at 8:30, my mother used to bring me up my coffee. But this time I slipped out of the house at 8 o'clock without waiting for it. I had the day before mapped out roughly my plan of action for the whole of this day. In spite of my passionate resolve to carry out this plan, I felt that there was a very great deal of it that was uncertain and indefinite in its most essential points. That was why I lay all night in a sort of a half-waking state. I had an immense number of dreams as though I were lightheaded, and I hardly fell asleep properly all night. In spite of that, I got up feeling fresher and more confident than usual. I was particularly anxious not to meet my mother. I could not have avoided speaking to her on a certain subject, and I was afraid of being distracted from the objects I was pursuing by some new and unexpected impression. It was a cold morning, and a damp, milky mist hovered over everything. I don't know why, but I always liked the early workaday morning in Petersburg, in spite of its squalid air and the self-centered people, always absorbed in thought and hurrying on their affairs, have a special attraction for me at 8 o'clock in the morning. As I hasten on my road, I particularly like either asking someone a practical question or being asked one by some passer-by. Both question and answer are always brief, clear, and to the point. They are spoken without stopping and almost always in a friendly manner, and there is a greater readiness to answer than at any other hour. In the middle of the day or in the evening, the Petersburger is far more apt to be abusive or jeering. It is quite different early in the morning, before work has begun, at the soberest and most serious hour of the day. I have noticed that. I set off again for the Petersburg side. As I had to be back in Fontanka by 12 o'clock to see Vassin, who was always more likely to be at home at midday, I hurried on without stopping, though I had a great longing to have a cup of coffee. It was absolutely necessary to find Efim Zverev at home, too. I went to him and almost missed him. He had finished his coffee and was just ready to go out. "What brings you here so often?" was how he greeted me without getting up from his seat. I will explain that directly. The early morning everywhere, including Petersburg, has a sobering effect on a man's nature. Some of the passionate dreams of the night evaporate completely with the light and chill of morning, and it has happened to me myself sometimes to recall in the morning my dreams and even my actions of the previous night, with shame and self-reproach. But I will remark, however, in passing, I consider a Petersburg morning, which might be thought the most prosaic on the terrestrial globe, almost the most fantastic in the world. That is my personal view, or rather impression, but I am prepared to defend it. On such a Petersburg morning, foul, damp, and foggy, the wild dream of some Hermann out of Pushkin's Queen of Spades, a colossal figure, an extraordinary and regular Petersburg type, the type of the Petersburg period, would, I believe, be more like solid reality. 100 times over in such a fog, I have been haunted by a strange but persistent fancy. What if this fog should part and float away? Would not all this rotten and slimy town go with it, rise up with the fog, and vanish like smoke, and the old Finnish march be left as before, in the midst of it? Perhaps, to complete the picture, a bronze horseman on a panting, overdriven steed. In fact, I cannot find words for my sensations, for all this is fantastic after all, poetic, and therefore nonsensical. Nevertheless, I have often been and often am haunted by an utterly senseless question. Here they are, all flitting to and fro, but how can one tell perhaps all this is someone's dream, and there is not one real person here, nor one real action? Someone who is dreaming all this will suddenly wake up, and everything will suddenly disappear. But I am digressing. I must say, by way of preface, that there are projects and dreams in everyone's experience so eccentric that they might well be taken at first sight for madness. It was with such a fantasy in my mind that I arrived that morning at Efim's. I went to Efim because I had no one else in Petersburg to whom I could apply on this occasion. Yet Efim was the last person to whom I should have gone with such a proposition if I had any choice. When I was sitting opposite him, I was actually struck myself with the thought that I was the incarnation of fever and delirium, sitting opposite the incarnation of prose and the golden mean. Yet on my side there was an idea and true feeling, while on his there was nothing but the practical conviction that things were not done like that. In short, I explained to him briefly and clearly that I had absolutely no one else in Petersburg whom I could send by way of a second in a matter vitally affecting my honor, that he, Efim, was an old comrade and therefore had no right to refuse, and that I wanted to challenge a lieutenant in the Guards, Prince Sokolsky, because more than a year ago he had given my father a slap in the face at Ems. I may mention, by the way, that Efim knew all the details of my family circumstances, my relations with Versalov, and almost that I knew myself of Versalov's career. I had on various occasions talked to him of my private affairs, except, of course, certain secrets. He sat and listened, as his habit was, all ruffling up his feathers like a sparrow in a cage, silent and serious with his puffy face and his untidy flaxen white hair. A set smile of mockery never left his lips. This smile was all the nastier for being quite unintentional and unconscious. It was evident that he genuinely and sincerely considered himself at that moment vastly superior to me in intellect and character. I suspected, too, that he despised me for the scene the evening before at GARNETT's. It was bound to be so. Efim was the crowd. Efim was the man in the street. And the man in the street has no reverence for anything but success. And Versalov knows nothing of this, he asked. Of course not. Then what right have you to meddle in his affairs? That's the first question. And the second one is, what do you want to show by it? I was prepared for the objection, and at once explained to him that it was not so stupid as he supposed. To begin with, the insolent prince would be shown that there are people, even in our class, who know what is meant by honor. And secondly, Versalov would be put to shame and learn a lesson. And in the third place, what mattered most of all, even if Versalov had been right in refusing to challenge him in accordance with his convictions at the time, he would see that there was someone who was capable of feeling the insult to him so keenly that he accepted it as an insult to himself, and was prepared to lay down his life for his, Versalov's, interests, although he was leaving him forever. Wait a minute, don't shout, my aunt does not like it. Tell me, is it this same Prince Sokolsky that Versalov is at law with about a will? If so, this will be quite a new and original way of winning a lawsuit, to kill your opponent in a duel. I explained to him en toute lettre that he was simply silly and impertinent, and that if his sarcastic grin was growing broader and broader, it only showed his conceit and commonplaceness, and that he was incapable of imagining. Then I informed him that the case was already decided, and moreover it had not been brought by Prince Sokolsky, but by Princess Sokolsky, so that if a Prince Sokolsky were killed, the others would be left, but that no doubt it would be necessary to put off the challenge till the end of time within which an appeal was possible. Not that the Sokolskys would as a fact appeal, but simply as a matter of good form. When the latest possible date for an appeal had passed, the challenge would follow. That I had come about it now. Not that the duel would take place immediately, but that I must be prepared at any rate in time to find a second, if he, Efim, refused, as I knew no one. That was why I said I had come. Well, come and talk about it then, or else you'll be leading us a wild goose chase. He stood up and took his cap. So you'll go then? No, of course I won't. Why not? Well, for one reason, if I agreed now that I would go then, you would begin hanging about here every evening till the time for the appeal was over. And besides, it's simply nonsense, and that's all about it. And I am going to mess up my career for you? Why, Prince Sokolsky will ask me at once, who sent you? Dolgoruky? What's Dolgoruky got to do with Versalov? And am I to explain your pedigree to him, pray? Why, he'd burst out laughing. Then you'll give him a punch in the face. But it's all gibberish. You're afraid. You, so tall and the strongest at the grammar school. I'm afraid. Of course I'm afraid. Besides, the prince won't fight, for they only fight their equals. I am a gentleman, too, by education. I have rights. I am his equal. On the contrary, he is not my equal. You are a small boy. How a small boy? Just a small boy. We are both boys, but he is grown up. You fool! But I might have been married a year ago by the law. Well, get married then. But anyway, you will grow up one day. I saw, of course, that he thought fit to jeer at me. I might not indeed have told all this foolish episode, and it would have been better, in fact, for it to have perished in obscurity. Besides, it's revolting in its pettiness and gratuitousness, though it had rather serious consequences. But to punish myself still further, I will describe it fully. Realizing that Efim was jeering at me, I permitted myself to push him on the shoulder with my right hand, or rather my right fist. Then he took me by the shoulder and turned me upside down, and proved to me conclusively that he was the strongest of us at the grammar school. The reader will doubtless imagine that I was in a terrible state of mind when I came out from Epham's. He will be mistaken, however. I quite realized that what had happened was only schoolboyishness. But the gravity of my purpose remained unchanged. I got some coffee at Vasilevsky Island, purposely avoiding the restaurant I had been at the evening before on the Petersburg side. The restaurant and its nightingale were doubly hateful to me. It is a strange characteristic of mine that I am capable of hating places and things as though they were people. On the other hand, I have happy places in Petersburg, that is, places where I have at some time or other been happy, and I am careful of those places and purposely avoid visiting them as far as possible, that later on, when I am alone and unhappy, I may go back to them to brood over my griefs and my memories. Over my coffee, I did full justice to Ephraim and his common sense. Yes, he was more practical than I was, but I doubt whether he was in closer touch with reality. A realism that refuses to look beyond the end of its nose is more dangerous than the maddest romanticism, because it is blind. But while I did justice to Ephraim, who probably at that moment imagined that I was wandering about the streets swearing, I did not give up one point in my convictions, and I have not to this day. I have seen people who at the first bucket of cold water have abandoned their course of action and even their idea, and begun laughing at themselves at what an hour before they looked upon as sacred. Oh, how easily that is done! Even if Ephraim were more right than I in the main, and I were foolish beyond all foolishness and giving myself airs, yet at the very bottom of it all, there was also a point of view upon which I was right. There was something to be said on my side also, and what is more, too, it was something they could never understand. I reached Vassin's in Fotanka, near the Semyonovsky Bridge, at 12 o'clock punctually, but I did not find him at home. His work was in Vasilevsky Island, and he was only home at certain fixed hours, almost always at midday. And as it was a holiday, I made sure of finding him. Not finding him, I decided to wait, although it was my first visit. I reasoned that the matter of the letter was a question of conscience, and in choosing Vassin to decide it, I was showing him the deepest respect, which no doubt must be flattering to him. Of course, I was really worried by this letter, and was genuinely persuaded of the necessity of an outside opinion, but I suspect that I could have got out of my difficulty without any outside help, and what is more, I was aware of that myself. I had only to give the letter to Versalov, to put it in his hands, and let him do what he liked with it. That would have settled it. To set myself up as judge, as arbiter, in a matter of this sort, was indeed utterly irregular. By confining myself to handing over the letter, especially in silence, I should have scored at once, putting myself into a position of superiority over Versalov. For renouncing all the advantages of the inheritance, as far as I was concerned, for some part of it would have been sure sooner or later to fall into me as Versalov's son, I should have secured for even a superior moral attitude in regard to Versalov's future action. Nobody, on the other hand, could reproach me for ruining the Sokolskys, since the document had no decisive legal value. All this I thought over and made perfectly clear to myself, sitting in Vassin's empty room, and it even occurred to me suddenly that I had come to Vassin so thirsting for his advice how to act, simply to show him what a genuine and irreproachable person I was, and so to avenge myself for my humiliation before him the previous evening. As I recognized all this, I felt great vexation. Nevertheless, I did not go away, but sat on, though I knew for certain that my vexation would only grow greater every 5 minutes. First of all, I began to feel an intense dislike for Vassin's room. Show me your room, and I will tell you your character. One really may say that Vassin had a furnished room in a flat belonging to people evidently poor, who let lodgings for their living, and had other lodgers besides Vassin. I was familiar with poky apartments of this sort, scarcely furnished, yet with pretensions to comfort. There is invariably a soft sofa from the second-hand market, which is dangerous to move. A washing stand and iron bed shut off by a screen. Vassen was evidently the best and most to be depended on of the lodgers. Lodging house keepers always have one such best lodger and particularly try to please him. They sweep and tidy his room more carefully and hang lithographs over his sofa. Under the table they lay an emaciated-looking rug. People who are fond of stuffy tidiness and still more of obsequious deference in their landladies are to be suspected. I felt convinced that Vassen himself was flattered by his position as best lodger. I don't know why, but the sight of those two tables piled up with books gradually enraged me. The books, the papers, the inkstand were all arrayed with a revolting tidiness, the ideal of which would have coincided with the loftiest conceptions of a German landlady and her maidservant. There were a good many books, not merely magazines and reviews, but real books, and evidently he read them, and he probably sat down to read or write with an extremely important and precise expression. I don't know why, but I prefer to see books lying about in disorder. Then at any rate work is not made into a sacred rite. No doubt Vassen was extremely polite to his visitors, but probably every gesture he made told them plainly, "I will spend an hour and a half with you, and afterwards, when you go away, I'll set to work." No doubt one might have a very interesting conversation with him and hear something new from him, but he would be thinking, "Here we are talking now, and I am interesting you very much, but when you go away I shall proceed to something more interesting." Yet I did not go away, but went on sitting there. That I had absolutely no need of his advice, I was by now thoroughly convinced. I stayed for over an hour, sitting on one of the two rush-bottom chairs which had been placed by the window. It enraged me, too, that time was passing, and that before evening I had to find a lodging. I was so bored that I felt inclined to take up a book, but I did not. At the very thought of distracting my mind, I felt more disgusted than ever. For more than an hour there had been an extraordinary silence, when I began gradually and unconsciously to distinguish the sound of whispering, which kept growing louder and came from somewhere close by, the other side of a door that was blocked up by the sofa. There were two voices, evidently women's. So much I could hear, but I could not distinguish the words. And yet I was so bored that I began to listen. It was obvious that they were talking earnestly and passionately, and that they were not talking about patterns. They were discussing or disputing about something, or one voice was persuading or entreating, while the other was refusing or protesting. They must have been other lodgers. I soon got tired, and my ear became accustomed to the sound, so that I went on listening. It was only mechanically and sometimes quite without remembering that I was listening, when suddenly something extraordinary happened, as though someone had jumped down off a chair on both feet and had suddenly leapt up and stamped. Then I heard a moan and suddenly a shriek, or rather not a shriek, but an infuriated animal squeal, reckless whether it could be overheard or not. I rushed to the door and opened it. Another door at the end of the corridor was opened simultaneously, the door of the landlady's room, as I learned later, and from it two inquisitive faces peeped out. The shriek, however, ceased at once, and suddenly the door next to mine opened, and a young woman, so at least she seemed to me, dashed out and rushed downstairs. The other woman, who was elderly, tried to stop her, but did not succeed and could only moan after her, "Olya, Olya, where are you going? Oh!" But noticing our two open doors, she promptly closed hers, leaving a crack through which she listened till Olya's footsteps had died away completely on the stairs. I turned to my window. All was silence. It was a trivial and perhaps ridiculous incident, and I left off thinking of it. About a quarter of an hour later, I heard in the corridor at Vassen's door a loud and free and easy masculine voice. Someone took hold of the door handle and opened the door far enough for me to see in the passage a tall man who had already obviously seen and indeed had carefully scrutinized me, although he had not yet entered the room, but still holding the door handle went on talking to the landlady at the other end of the passage. The landlady called back to him in a thin, piping little voice, which betrayed that he was an old acquaintance, respected and valued by her as a visitor of consequence, and a gentleman of merry disposition. The merry gentleman shouted witticisms, but his theme was only the impossibility of finding Vasin at home. He declared that this was his destiny from his birth up, and that he would wait again as before, and all this, no doubt, seemed the height of wit to the landlady. Finally, the visitor flung the door wide open and came in. He was a well-dressed gentleman, evidently turned out by a good tailor, as they say, like a real gentleman, though there was nothing of the real gentleman about him, in spite, I fancy, of his desire to appear one. He was not exactly free and easy, but somehow naturally insolent, which is anyway less offensive than an insolence practiced before the looking-glass. His brown, slightly grizzled hair, his black eyebrows, big beard, and large eyes, instead of helping to define his character, actually gave him something universal, like everyone else. This sort of man laughs and is ready to laugh, but for some reason one is never cheerful in his company. He quickly passes from a jocular to a dignified air, from dignity to playfulness or winking, but all this seems put on and causeless. However, there is no need to describe him further. I came later on to know this gentleman more intimately, and therefore I have a more definite impression of him now than when he opened the door and came into the room. However, even now, I should find it difficult to say anything exact or definite about him, because the chief characteristic of such people is just their incompleteness, their artificiality, and their indefiniteness. He had scarcely sat down when it dawned upon me that he must be Vasin's stepfather, one Monsieur Stebelkov, of whom I had already heard something, but so casually that I couldn't tell what it was. I could only remember that it was not to his advantage. I knew that Vasin had long ago been left an orphan under this gentleman's control, but that for some years past he had not been under his influence, that their aims and interests were different, and that they lived entirely separated in all respects. It came back to my mind, too, that this Stebelkov had some money, that he was indeed something of a speculator and a spendthrift. In fact, I had probably heard something more definite about him, but I have forgotten. He looked me up and down, without bowing to me, however, put his top hat down on a table in front of the sofa, kicked away the table with an air of authority, and instead of quietly sitting down, flung himself full length on the sofa, on which I had not ventured to sit, so that it positively creaked, and dangling his legs, held his right foot up in the air and began admiring the tip of his patent leather boot. Of course, he turned to me at once and stared at me with his big and rather fixed-looking eyes. "I don't find him in." He gave me a slight nod. I did not speak. "Not punctual. He has his own ideas." "From the Petersburg side?" "You mean you've come from the Petersburg side?" I asked him in my turn. "No, I asked whether you had." "Yes, I have. But how do you know?" "How did I know? He winked, but did not deign to explain. "I don't live on the Petersburg side, but I've just been there and have come from there." He remained silent, still with the same significant smile which I disliked extremely. There was something stupid in his winking. "From Monsieur Deretchev's?" he said at last. "From Deretchev's?" I opened my eyes. He gazed at me triumphantly. "I don't know him." "Well, as you please," I answered. I began to loathe him. "To be sure. No, excuse me. You buy a thing at a shop. At another shop next door, another man buys something else. And what do you suppose? Money from a tradesman who is called a money lender, for money, too, is an article of sale, and a money lender is a tradesman, too. You follow me?" "Certainly I follow." A third purchaser comes along, and pointing to one shop, he says, "This is sound." Then he points to the other shop and says, "This is unsound." What am I to conclude about this purchaser? How could I tell? No, excuse me, I'll take an example. Man lives by good example. I walk along the Nevsky Prospect, and observe on the other side of the street a gentleman whose character I should like to investigate more closely. We walk, one each side of the street as far as the gate leading to Morskaya, and there, just where the English shop is, we observe a third gentleman, who has just been run over. Now, mark, a fourth gentleman walks up and wishes to investigate the character of all three of us, including the man who has just been run over, from the point of view of practicability and soundness. Do you follow me? Excuse me, with great difficulty. Quite so. Just what I thought. I'll change the subject. I was at the springs in Germany, the mineral springs, as I had frequently been before. No matter which springs, I go to drink the waters and see an Englishman. It is difficult, as you know, to make acquaintance with an Englishman. 2 months later, having finished my cure, we were walking, a whole party of us, with alpenstocks on the mountain, no matter what the mountain. At the pass there is an etape, the one where monks make chartreuse. Note that. I meet a native standing in solitude, looking about him in silence. I wish to form my conclusions in regard to his soundness. What do you think? Can I apply for conclusions to the crowd of Englishmen with whom I am traveling solely because I was unable to talk to them at the springs? How can I tell? Excuse me, it's very difficult to follow you. Difficult, is it? Yes, you weary me. He winked and made a gesture, probably intended to suggest victory and triumph. Then, with solid composure, he took out of his pocket a newspaper, which he had evidently only just bought, unfolded it, and began reading the last page, apparently intending to leave me undisturbed. For 5 minutes he did not look at me. Brestogravskys have gone smash, eh? Once they've started, they go on. I know a lot that have gone smash. He looked at me with intense earnestness. I don't know much about the stock exchange so far, I answered. You disapprove of it? What? Money? I don't disapprove of money, but I think ideas come first and money second. That is, allow me to say, here you have a man, so to say, with his own capital. A lofty idea comes before money, and a society with money but without a lofty idea comes to grief. I don't know why, but I began to grow hot. He looked at me rather blankly as though he were perplexed, but suddenly his whole face relaxed in a gleeful and cunning smile. Verislov, hey? He's fairly scored. He has. Judgment giving yesterday, eh? I suddenly perceived to my surprise that he knew who I was, and perhaps knew a great deal more. But I don't understand why I flushed and stared in a most idiotic way without taking my eyes off him. He was evidently triumphant. He looked at me in high glee, as though he had found me out and caught me in the cleverest way. No, he said, raising both his eyebrows. You ask me about Monsieur Verislov. What did I say to you just now about soundness? 1.5 years ago, over that baby, he might have made a perfect little job. But he came to grief. Over what baby? The baby who is being brought up now out of the way. But he won't gain anything by it because... What baby? What do you mean? His baby, of course. His own by Mademoiselle Lydia Amakov. A charming girl, very fond of me. Phosphorus matches, eh? What nonsense. What a wild story. He never had a baby by Mademoiselle Amakov. Go on. I've been here and there. I've been a doctor, and I've been an accoucheur. My name's Steblikov. Haven't you heard of me? It's true I haven't practiced in a long time, but practical advice on a practical matter I could give. You're an accoucheur? Did you attend Mademoiselle Amakov? No, I did not attend her. In a suburb there was a Dr. Granz, burdened with a family. He was paid half a thaler. Such is the position of doctors out there, and no one knew him either, so he was there instead of me. I recommended him, indeed, because he was so obscure and unknown. You follow? I only give practical advice when Versalov, Andrei Petrovich, asked for it. But he asked me in dead secret, tete-a-tete. Andrei Petrovich wanted to catch 2 hares at once. I listened in profound astonishment. Chase 2 hares, catch neither, according to the popular, or rather peasant proverb. What I say is, exceptions continually repeated become a general rule. He went after another hare, or to speak plain Russian, after another lady, and with no results. Hold tight what you've got. When he ought to be hastening a thing on, he potters about. Versalov, that petticoat prophet, as young Prince Sokolsky once described him before me at the time. Yes, you had better come to me if there's anything you want to know about Versalov. You had better come to me. He was evidently delighted at my open-mouthed astonishment. I had never heard anything before about a baby, and at that moment the door of the next room slammed as someone walked rapidly in. Versalov lives in Mozahatsky Street at Litinov's house, number 17. I have been to the address bureau myself. A woman's voice cried aloud in an irritable tone. We could hear every word. Stebolov raised his eyebrows and held up his finger. We talk of him here, and there already he's... Here you have exceptions continually occurring. Quand on parle d'une corde... He jumped up quickly, and sitting down on the sofa began listening at the door in front of which the sofa stood. I, too, was tremendously struck. I reflected that the speaker was probably the same young girl who had run down the stairs in such excitement. But how did Versalov come to be mixed up in this, too? Suddenly there came again the same shriek, the furious shriek of someone savage with anger, who has been prevented from getting or doing something. The only difference was that the cries and shrieks were more prolonged than before. There were sounds of a struggle, a torrent of words. I won't, give it up at once, or something of the sort. I don't remember exactly. Then, just as before, someone rushed to the door and opened it. Both the people in the room rushed out into the passage, one just as before, trying to restrain the other. Stebolkov, who had leapt up from the sofa and been listening with relish, fairly flew to the door, and with extreme lack of ceremony dashed into the passage straight upon the two. I, too, of course, ran to the door, but his appearance in the passage acted like a pail of cold water. The 2 women vanished instantly, and shut the door with a slam. Stebolkov was on the point of dashing after them, but he stopped short, held up his finger with a smile, and stood considering. This time I detected in his smile something nasty, evil, and malignant. Seeing the landlady, who was again standing in her doorway, he ran quickly across the passage to her on tiptoe. After whispering to her for a minute or 2, and no doubt receiving information, he came back to the room. Resuming his air of ponderous dignity, picked up his top hat from the table, looked at himself in the looking-glass as he passed, ruffled up his hair, and with self-complacent dignity went to the next door without even a glance in my direction. For an instant he held his ear to the door, listening, then winked triumphantly across the passage to the landlady, who shook her finger and wagged her head at him as though to say, "Ooh, naughty man, naughty man." Finally, with an air of resolute, even of shrinking delicacy, he knocked with his knuckles at the door. A voice asked, "Who's there?" "Will you allow me to enter on urgent business?" Stebolkov pronounced in a loud and dignified voice. There was a brief delay, yet they did open the door, first only a little way, but Stebolkov at once clutched the door handle and would not let them close it again. A conversation followed. Stebolkov began talking loudly, still pushing his way into the room. I don't remember the words, but he was speaking about Versalov, saying that he could tell them, he could explain everything. "Yes, I can tell you. Yes, you come to me," or something to that effect. They quickly let him in. I went back to the sofa and began to listen, but I could not catch it all. I could only hear that Versalov's name was frequently mentioned. From the intonations of his voice, I guessed that Stebolkov by now had control of the conversation, that he no longer spoke insinuatingly, but authoritatively, in the same style as he had talked to me. You follow? Kindly note that, and so on. With women, though, he must have been extraordinarily affable. Already I had twice heard his loud laugh, probably most inappropriate, because accompanying his voice and sometimes rising above it could be heard the voices of the women, and they sounded anything but cheerful, and especially that of the young woman. The one who had shrieked, she talked a great deal rapidly and nervously, making apparently some accusation or complaint and seeking judgment or redress. But Stebelkov did not give way. He raised his voice higher and higher and laughed more and more often. Such men are unable to listen to other people. I soon jumped up from the sofa, for it seemed to me shameful to be eavesdropping, and went back again to the rush-bottom chair by the window. I felt convinced that Vasin did not think much of this gentleman, but that if anyone else had expressed the same opinion, he would have at once defended him with grave dignity, and have observed that he was a practical man and one of those modern business people who were not to be judged from our theoretical and abstract standpoints. At that instant, however, I felt somehow morally shattered. My heart was throbbing, and I was unmistakably expecting something. About 10 minutes passed. Suddenly, in the midst of a resounding peal of laughter, someone leapt up from a chair with just the same noise as before. Then I heard shrieks from both the women. I heard Stebelkov jump up too, and say something in quite a different tone of voice, as though he were justifying himself and begging them to listen. But they did not listen to him. I heard cries of anger. "Go away. You're a scoundrel. You're a shameless villain." In fact, it was clear that he was being turned out of the room. I opened the door at the very minute when he skipped into the passage, and it seemed literally thrust out by their hands. Seeing me, he cried out at once, pointing at me, "This is Versilov's son. If you don't believe me, here is his son, his own son. I assure you," and he seized me by the arm as though I belonged to him. "This is his son, his own son," he repeated, though he added nothing by way of explanation as he led me to the ladies. The young woman was standing in the passage, the elderly one a step behind her in the doorway. I only remember that this poor girl was about 20 and pretty. Though thin and sickly looking, she had red hair, and was somehow a little like my sister. This likeness flashed upon me at the time, and remained in my memory. But Lisa never had been and never could have been in the wrathful frenzy by which the girl standing before me was possessed. Her lips were white, her light gray eyes were flashing. She was trembling all over with indignation. I remember, too, that I was in an exceedingly foolish and undignified position, for thanks to this insolent scoundrel, I was at a complete loss what to say. "What do you mean, his son? If he's with you, he's a scoundrel, too. If you are Versilov's son," she suddenly turned to me. "Tell your father from me that he is a scoundrel, that he's a mean, shameless wretch, that I don't want his money. There, give him this money at once." She hurriedly took out of her pocket several notes, but the older lady, her mother, as it appeared later, clutched her hands. "Olya, but you know, perhaps it's not true. Perhaps it's not his son." Olya looked at her quickly, reflected, looked at me contemptuously, and went back into the room before she slammed the door and stood still in the doorway and shouted to Stebelkov once more, "Go away!" and she even stamped her foot at him. Then the door was slammed and locked. Stebelkov, still holding me by the shoulder with his finger raised and his mouth relaxed in a slow, doubtful grin, bent a look of inquiry on me. "I consider, by the way you've behaved with me, ridiculous and disgraceful," I muttered indignantly. But he did not hear what I said, though he was still staring at me. "This ought to be looked into," he pronounced, pondering. "But how dare you drag me in? Who is this? What is this woman? You took me by the shoulder and brought me in. What does it mean? Yes, by Jove, a young person who has lost her fair fame. A frequently recurring exception, you follow? And he poked me in the chest with his finger. Damnation, I pushed his finger away. But he suddenly and quite unexpectedly went off into a low, noiseless, prolonged chuckle of merriment. Finally he put on his hat, and with a rapid change of expression of gloom, he observed, frowning, "The landlady must be informed. They must be turned out of the lodgings, to be sure, and without loss of time, too, or they'll be... You will see. Mark my words, you will see. Yes, by Jove." He was gleeful again all at once. "You'll wait for Grisha, I suppose?" "No, I shan't wait," I answered resolutely. "Well, it's all one to me." And without adding another syllable, he turned, went out, and walked downstairs, without vouchsafing a glance at the landlady's direction. Though she was evidently expecting news and explanations, I too took up my hat and asked the landlady to tell Vasine that I, Dolgoruky, had called, and I ran downstairs. I had merely wasted my time. On coming out, I set to work at once to look for lodgings, but I was preoccupied. I wandered about the streets for several hours, and though I went into 5 or 6 flats with rooms to let, I am sure I passed by 20 without noticing them. To increase my vexation, I found it far more difficult to get a lodging than I had imagined. Everywhere there were rooms like Vasine's, or a great deal worse. While the rent was enormous, that is not what I had reckoned upon. I asked for nothing more than a corner where I could turn round, and I was informed contemptuously that if that was what I wanted, I must go where rooms were let in corners. Moreover, I found everywhere numbers of strange lodgers, in whose proximity I could not have lived. In fact, I would have paid anything not to have to live in their proximity. There were queer gentlemen in their waistcoats without their coats, who had disheveled beards, and were inquisitive and free and easy in their manners. In one tiny room there were about a dozen such, sitting over cards and beer, and I was offered the next room. In another place I answered the ladies' inquiries so absurdly that they looked at me in surprise, and in one flat I actually began quarreling with the people. However, I won't describe these dismal details. I only felt that I was awfully tired. I had something to eat in a cook shop when it was almost dark. I finally decided that I would go and give Versalov the letter concerning the will, with no one else present, making no explanation. That I would go upstairs, pack my things in my trunk and bag, and go for the night, if need be, to a hotel. At the end of Audiobooks Prospect, at the Gate of Triumph, I knew there was an inn where one could get a room to oneself for 30 kopecks. I resolved for one night to sacrifice that sum rather than sleep at Versalov's, and as I was passing the Institute of Technology, the notion suddenly struck me to call on Titania Pavlovna, who lived just opposite the Institute. My pretext for going in was this same letter about the will, but my overwhelming impulse to go in was due to some other cause, which I cannot to this day explain. My mind was in a turmoil, brooding over the baby, the exceptions that pass into rules. I had a longing to tell someone, or to make a scene, or to fight, or even to have a cry. I can't tell which, but I went up to Titania Pavlovna's. I had only been there once before with some message from my mother, soon after I came from Moscow, and I remember I went in, gave my message, and went out a minute later without sitting down, and indeed she did not ask me to. I rang the bell, and the cook at once opened the door to me and showed me into the room without speaking. All these details are necessary so that the reader may understand how the mad adventure, which had so vast an influence on all that followed, was rendered possible. And to begin with, as regards the cook, she was an ill-tempered, snub-nosed Finnish woman, and I believe hated her mistress, Titania Pavlovna. while the latter, on the contrary, could not bring herself to part with her from a peculiar sort of infatuation, such as old maids sometimes show for damp-nosed pug dogs or somnolent cats. The Finnish woman was either spiteful and rude, or, after a quarrel, would be silent for weeks together to punish her mistress. I must have chanced upon one of those dumb days, for even when I asked her, as I remember doing, whether her mistress were at home, she made no answer, but walked off to the kitchen in silence. Feeling sure after this that Titania Pavlovna was at home, I walked into the room, finding no one there, waiting, expecting that she would come out of her bedroom before long. Otherwise, why should the cook have shown me in? Without sitting down, I waited 2 minutes, 3. It was dusk, and Titania Pavlovna's dark flat seemed even less hospitable from the endless yards of cretonne hanging about. A couple of words about that horrid little flat to explain the surroundings of what followed. With her obstinate and peremptory character and the tastes she had formed from living in the country in the past, Titania Pavlovna could not put up with furnished lodgings and had taken this parody of a flat simply in order to live apart and be her own mistress. The 2 rooms were exactly like 2 bird cages set side by side, one smaller than the other. The flat was on the 3rd story, and the windows looked into a courtyard. Coming into the flat, one stepped straight into a tiny passage, 1.5 yards wide, on the left. The 2 aforementioned bird cages, and at the end of the passage, the tiny kitchen. The 500 cubic feet of air required to last a human being 12 hours were perhaps provided in this room, but hardly more. The rooms were hideously low-pitched, and what was stupider than anything, the windows, the doors, the furniture, all were hung or draped with cretonne, good French cretonne, and decorated with festoons, but this made the room twice as dark and more than ever like the inside of a traveling coach. In the room where I was waiting, it was possible to turn around, though it was cumbered up with furniture, and the furniture, by the way, was not at all bad. There were all sorts of little inlaid tables with bronze fittings, boxes, an elegant and even sumptuous toilet table. But the next room from which I expected her to come in, the bedroom, screened off by a thick curtain, consisted literally of a bedstead, as appeared afterwards. All these details are necessary to explain the foolishness of which I was guilty. So I had no doubts and was waiting when there came a ring at the bell. I heard the cook cross the little passage with lagging footsteps and admit the visitors, still in silence, just as she had me. They were 2 ladies, and both were talking loudly. But what was my amazement when from their voices I recognized one as Titania Pavlovna, and the other woman I was least prepared to meet now, above all in such circumstances. I could not be mistaken. I had heard that powerful, mellow, ringing voice the day before, only for 3 minutes, it is true, but it still resounded in my heart. Yes, it was yesterday's woman. What was I to do? I am not asking the reader this question. I'm only picturing that moment to myself, and I am utterly unable to imagine, even now, how it came to pass that I suddenly rushed behind the curtain and found myself in Titania Pavlovna's bedroom. In short, I hid myself and had scarcely time to do so when they walked in. Why I hid and did not come forward to meet them, I don't know. It all happened accidentally and absolutely without premeditation. After rushing into the bedroom and knocking against the bed, I noticed at once that there was a door leading from the bedroom into the kitchen, and so there was a way out of my horrible position, and I could make my escape. But, oh horror, the door was locked, and there was no key in it. I sank on the bed in despair. I realized that I should overhear their talk, and from the first sentence, from the first sound of their conversation, I guessed that they were discussing delicate and private matters. Of course, a straightforward and honorable man should even then have got up and come out and said aloud, "I'm here, stop," and in spite of his ridiculous position, walked past them. But he did not get up and did not come out. I didn't dare. I was in a most despicable funk. My darling Katerina Nikolaevna, you distress me very much, Tanya Pavlovna was saying in an imploring voice. Set your mind at rest once for all. It's not like you. You bring joy with you wherever you go, and now suddenly, I suppose you do still believe in me. Why, you know how devoted I am to you. As much so as Andrei Petrovitch, and I make no secret of my undying devotion to him. But do believe me, I swear on my honor, he has no such document in his possession, and perhaps no one else has either. And he is not capable of anything so underhanded. It is wicked of you to suspect him. This hostility between you two is simply the work of your own imagination. There is such a document, and he is capable of anything. And there, as soon as I go in yesterday, the first person I meet is ce petit espion, whom he has foisted on my father. Ah, ce petit espion. To begin with, he is not an espion at all, for it was I. I insisted on going to the prince, or else he would have gone mad, or died of hunger in Moscow. That was the account they sent us of him, and what's more, that unmannerly urchin is a perfect little fool. How could he be a spy? Yes, he is a fool, but that does not prevent his being a scoundrel. If I hadn't been so angry, I should have died of laughing yesterday. He turned pale, he ran about, made bows, and talked French. And Marie Ivanovna talked of him in Moscow as a genius. That unlucky letter is still in existence and is in dangerous hands somewhere, I gather chiefly from Marie Ivanovna's face. My beauty, why, you say yourself she has nothing. That's just it, that she has. She does nothing but tell lies, and she is a good hand at it, I can tell you. Before I went to Moscow, I still had hopes that no papers of any sort were left. But then, it's quite the contrary, my dear. I am told she is good-natured and a sensible creature. Andronikov thought more of her than any of his other nieces. It's true I don't know her well, but you should have won her over, my beauty. It's no trouble to you to win hearts. Why, I am an old woman, but here I'm quite in love with you already, and I can't resist kissing you. But it would have been nothing to you to win her heart. I did, to Tanya Pavlovna. I tried. She was enchanted with me, but she's very sly, too. Yes, she's a regular type, and a peculiar Moscow type. And would you believe it, she advised me to apply to a man here called Kraft, who had been Andronikov's assistant. Maybe he knows something, she said. I had some idea of what Kraft was like, and in fact I had a faint recollection of him. But as she talked about Kraft, I suddenly felt certain that it was not that she simply knew nothing, but that she knew all about it and was lying. But why? Why? Well, perhaps you might find that out from him. That German Kraft isn't a chatterbox, and I remember him as very honest. You really ought to question him. Only I fancy he is not in Petersburg now. Oh, he came back yesterday evening. I have just been to see him. I have come to you in such a state I'm shaking all over. I wanted to ask you, Tanya Pavlovna, my angel, for you know everyone, wouldn't it be possible to find out from his papers, for he must have left papers, to whom they will come now? They may come into dangerous hands again. I wanted to ask your advice. But what papers are you talking about? Said Tanya Pavlovna, not understanding. Why, you say you have just been at Kraft's. Yes, I have been. I have just been there. But he's shot himself yesterday evening. I jumped up from the bed. I was able to sit through being called a spy and an idiot, and the longer the conversation went on, the more impossible it seemed to show myself. It was impossible to contemplate. I inwardly determined with a sinking heart to stay where I was till Tanya Pavlovna went to the door with her visitor, if, that is, I were lucky, and she did not before then come to fetch something from the bedroom. And afterwards, when Madame Amakov had gone out, Then, if need be, I'd fight it out with Titania Pavlovna. But when now, suddenly hearing about Kraft, I jumped up from the bed. I shuddered all over. Without thinking, without reflecting, or realizing what I was doing, I took a step, lifted the curtain, and appeared before the two of them. It was still light enough for them to see me, pale and trembling. They both cried out, and indeed they well might. Kraft, I muttered, turning to Madame Amakov. Has he shot himself yesterday at sunset? Where were you? Where have you come from? Screamed Titania Pavlovna, and she literally clawed my shoulder. You've been spying. You've been eavesdropping. What did I tell you just now? Said Katerina Nikolaevna, getting up from the sofa and pointing at me. I was beside myself. It's a lie. It's nonsense, I broke in furiously. You called me a spy now. My God, you are not worth spying on. Life's not worth living in the same world with such people as you. In fact, a great-hearted man has killed himself. Kraft has shot himself for the sake of an idea, for the sake of Hecuba. But how should you know about Hecuba? And here one's to live among your intrigues, to linger in the midst of your lying, your deceptions, and underhand plots? Enough. Slap him in the face, cried Titania Pavlovna, and as Katerina Nikolaevna did not move, though she stared fixedly at me, I remember it all minutely. Titania Pavlovna would certainly have done so herself without loss of time, so that I instinctively raised my hand to protect my face, and this gesture led her to imagine that I meant to strike her. Well, strike me. Show me that you are a low cur from your birth up. You are stronger than women. Why stand on ceremony with them? That's enough of your slander, I cried. I have never raised my hand against a woman. You are shameless, Titania Pavlovna. You have always treated me with contempt. Oh, servants must be treated without respect. You laugh, Katerina Nikolaevna, at my appearance, I suppose. Yes. God has not blessed me with the elegance of your young officers. And yet I don't feel humbled before you. On the contrary, I feel exalted. I don't care how I express myself, only I'm not to blame. I got here by accident. Titania Pavlovna, it's all the fault of your cook, or rather of your devotion to her. Why did she bring me in here without answering my question? And afterwards to dash out of a woman's bedroom seemed so monstrous that it made up my mind not to show myself, but to sit and put up with your insults. You are laughing again, Katerina Nikolaevna. Leave the room, go away, screamed Titania Pavlovna, almost pushing me out. Don't think anything of his abuse, Katerina Nikolaevna. I've told you they sent us word that he was mad. Mad? They sent word? Who sent you word? No matter, enough of this, Katerina Nikolaevna. I swear to you by all that's sacred, this conversation and all that I have heard shall remain hidden. Am I to blame for having learned your secrets? Especially as I am leaving your father's service tomorrow, so as regards the letter you are looking for, you need not worry yourself. What's that? What letter are you talking about? Asked Katerina Nikolaevna in such confusion that she turned pale. Or perhaps I fancied it. I realized that I had said too much. I walked quickly out. They watched me go without a word, with looks of intense amazement. I had, in fact, set them in a riddle. End of Part 1, Chapter 8. Recording by tommack.
Part 1, Chapter 9 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by L.T. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance GARNETT. Part 1, Chapter 9. 1. I hurried home and, marvelous to relate, I was very well satisfied with myself. That's not the way one talks to women, of course, and to such women, too. It would be truer to say such a woman, for I was not considering Tatiana Pavlovna. Perhaps it's out of the question to say to a woman of that class that one spits on her intrigues, but I had said that, and it was just that I was pleased with. Apart from anything else, I was convinced that by taking this tone, I had effaced all that was ridiculous in my position. But I had not time to think much about that. My mind was full of craft. Not that the thought of him distressed me very greatly, but yet I was shaken to my inmost depths, and so much so that the ordinary human feeling of pleasure at another man's misfortune, at his breaking his leg or covering himself with disgrace, at his losing someone dear to him, and so on, even this ordinary feeling of mean satisfaction was completely eclipsed by another absolutely single-hearted feeling. A feeling of sorrow, of compassion for Kraft. At least, I don't know whether it was compassion, but it was a strong and warm-hearted feeling. And I was glad of this, too. It's marvelous how many irrelevant ideas can flash through the mind at the very time when one is shattered by some tremendous piece of news, which one would have thought must overpower all other feelings and banish all extraneous thoughts, especially petty ones. Yet petty ones, on the contrary, obtrude themselves. I remember, too, that I was gradually overcome by a quite perceptible nervous shudder, which lasted several minutes, in fact all the time I was home and talking to Versalov. This interview followed under strange and exceptional circumstances. I had mentioned already that we lived in a separate lodge in the courtyard. This lodging was marked number 13. Before I had entered the gate, I heard a woman's voice asking loudly, with impatience and irritation, "Where is number 13? The question was asked by a lady who was standing close to the gate and had opened the door of the little shop. But apparently she got no answer there, or was even repulsed, for she came down the steps resentful and angry. "But where is the porter?" she cried, stamping her foot. I had already recognized the voice. "I'm going to number 13, I said, approaching her. "Whom do you want?" "I have been looking for the porter for the last hour. I keep asking everyone. I have been up all the staircases." "It's in the yard. Don't you recognize me?" But by now she had recognized me. "You want Versalov. You want to see him about something, and so do I went on. "I have come to take leave of him forever. Come along." "You are his son?" "That means nothing. Granted, though, that I am his son, yet my name's Dolgoruky. I am illegitimate. This gentleman has an endless supply of illegitimate children. When conscience and honor require it, a son will leave his father's house. That's in the Bible. He has come into a fortune, too, and I don't wish to share it, and I go to live by the work of my hands. A noble-hearted man will sacrifice life itself if need be. Kraft has shot himself. Kraft, for the sake of an idea. Imagine, a young man, yet he overcame hope. This way. We live in a lodge apart, but that's in the Bible. Children leave their parents and make homes for themselves. If the idea draws one on, if there is an idea, the idea is what matters. The idea is everything. I babbled on like this while we were making our way to the lodge. The reader will no doubt observe that I don't spare myself much, though I give myself a good character on occasion. I want to train myself to tell the truth. Versalov was at home. I went in without taking off my overcoat. She did the same. Her clothes were dreadfully thin. Over a wretched gown of some dark color was hung a rag that did duty for a cloak or mantle. On her head she wore an old and frayed sailor hat, which was very unbecoming. When we went into the room, my mother was sitting at her usual place at work, and my sister came out of her room to see who it was and was standing in the doorway. Versalov, as usual, was doing nothing, and he got up to meet us. He looked at me intently with a stern and inquiring gaze. "It's nothing to do with me," I hastened to explain, and I stood on one side. "I only met this person at the gate. She was trying to find you, and no one could direct her. I have come about my own business, which I shall be delighted to explain afterwards." Versalov nevertheless still scrutinized me curiously. "Excuse me," the girl began impatiently. Versalov turned towards her. "I have been wondering a long while what induced you to leave money for me yesterday. In short, here's your money." She almost shrieked as she had before and flung a bundle of notes on the table. "I've had to hunt for you through the address bureau, or I should have brought it before. Listen, you," she suddenly addressed my mother, who had turned quite pale. "I don't want to insult you. You look honest, and perhaps this is actually your daughter. I don't know whether you are his wife, but let me tell you that this gentleman gets hold of the advertisements on which teachers and governesses have spent their last farthing, and visits these luckless wretches with dishonorable motives, trying to lure them to ruin by money. I don't understand how I could have taken his money yesterday. He looked so honest. Get away, don't say a word. You are a villain, sir. Even if you had honorable intentions, I don't want your charity. Not a word, not a word. Oh, how glad I am that I have unmasked you now before your women. Curse you! She ran to the door, but turned for one instant in the doorway to shout, You've come into a fortune, I'm told. With that, she vanished like a shadow. I repeat again, it was frenzy. Versalov was greatly astonished. He stood as though pondering and reflecting on something. At last he turned suddenly to me. You don't know her at all? I happened to see her this morning when she was raging in the passage at Vassen's. She was screaming and cursing you, but I did not speak to her, and I know nothing about it. And just now I met her at the gate. No doubt she is that teacher you spoke of yesterday, who also gives lessons in arithmetic. Yes, she is. For once in my life I did a good deed and... But what's the matter with you? Here is this letter, I answered. I don't think explanation necessary. It comes from Kraft, and he got it from Andronikov. You will understand what's in it. I will add that no one but me in the whole world knows about that letter, for Kraft, who gave me that letter yesterday just as I was leaving him, has shot himself. While I was speaking with breathless haste, he took the letter, and holding it lightly poised in his left hand, watched me attentively. When I told him of Kraft's suicide, I looked at him with particular attention to see the effect. And what did I see? The news did not make the slightest impression on him. If he had even raised an eyebrow. On the contrary, seeing that I had paused, he drew out his eyeglasses, which he always had about him hanging on a black ribbon, carried the letter to the candle, and glancing at the signature, began carefully examining it. I can't express how mortified I was at this supercilious callousness. He must have known Kraft very well. It was, in any case, such an extraordinary piece of news. Besides, I naturally desired it to produce an effect. Knowing that the letter was long, I turned after waiting and went out. My trunk had been packed long ago. I had only to stuff a few things into my bag. I thought of my mother and that I had not gone up to speak to her. 10 minutes later, when I had finished my preparations and was meaning to go for a cab, my sister walked into the attic. Here are your 60 rubles. Mother sends it and begs you again to forgive her for having mentioned it to Andrei Petrovitch. And here's 20 rubles besides. You gave her 50 yesterday for your board. Mother says she can't take more than 30 from you because you haven't cost 50, and she sends you 20 rubles back. Well, thanks, if she's telling the truth. Goodbye, sister. I'm going. Where are you going now? For the time being, to a hotel, to escape spending the night in this house. Tell Mother that I love her. She knows that. She knows that you love Andrei Petrovitch, too. I wonder you are not ashamed of having brought that wretched girl here. I swear I did not. I met her at the gate. No, it was your doing. I assure you. Think a little, ask yourself, and you will see that you were the cause. I was only very pleased that Versalov should be put to shame. Imagine, he had a baby by Lydia Amakov. But what am I telling you? He, a baby? But it is not his child. From whom have you heard such a falsehood? Why, you can know nothing about it. Me know nothing about it? But I used to nurse the baby in Luga. Listen, brother, I've seen for a long time past that you know nothing about anything, and meanwhile you wound Andrei Petrovitch, and Mother too. If he is right, then I shall be to blame. That's all, and I love you no less for it. What makes you flush like that, sister? And more still now. Well, never mind anyhow. I shall challenge that little prince for the slap he gave Versalov at Ems. If Versalov was in the right as regards Mile Amakov, so much the better. Brother, what are you thinking of? Luckily, the lawsuit's over now. Well, now she has turned white. But the prince won't fight you, said Liza, looking at me with a wan smile in spite of her alarm. Then I will put him to shame in public. What's the matter with you, Liza? She had turned so pale that she could not stand and sank onto my sofa. Liza! My mother's voice called from below. She recovered herself and stood up. She smiled at me affectionately. Brother, drop this foolishness, or put it off for a time till you know about ever so many things. It's awful how little you understand. I shall remember, Liza, that you turned pale when you heard I was going to fight a duel. Yes, remember that too, she said, smiling once more at parting, and she went downstairs. I called a cab, and with the help of the man, I hauled my things out of the lodge. No one in the house stopped me or opposed my going. I did not go in to say goodbye to my mother, as I did not want to meet Versalov again. When I was sitting in the cab, a thought flashed upon me. To Fontanka by Semyonovsky Bridge, I told the man, and went back to Vassen's. 2. It suddenly struck me that Vassen would know already about craft, and perhaps know 100 times more than I did, and so it proved to be. Vassen immediately informed me of all the facts with great precision but with no great warmth. I concluded that he was very tired, and so indeed he was. He had been at Kraft's himself in the morning. Kraft had shot himself with a revolver, that same revolver, after dark, as was shown by his diary. The last entry in the diary was made just before the fatal shot, and in it he mentioned that he was writing almost in the dark and hardly able to distinguish the letters, that he did not want to light a candle for fear that it should set fire to something when he was dead. And I don't want to light it and then, before shooting, put it out like my life, he added strangely, almost the last words. This diary he had begun 3 days before his death, immediately on his return to Petersburg, before his visit to Dergachev's. After I had gone away, he had written something in it every quarter of an hour. The last 3 or 4 entries were made at intervals of 15 minutes. I expressed aloud my surprise that though Vassen had had this diary so long in his hands, it had been given to him to read. He had not made a copy of it, especially as it was not more than a sheet or so and all the entries were short. You might at least have copied the last page, Vassen observed with a smile that he remembered it as it was. Moreover, that the entries were quite disconnected, about anything that came into his mind. I was about to protest that this was just what was precious in this case, but without going into that, I began instead to insist on his recalling some of it, and he did recall a few sentences. For instance, an hour before he shot himself, that he was chilly, that he thought of drinking a glass of wine to warm himself, but he had been deterred by the idea that it might cause an increase in the flow of blood. It was almost all that sort of thing, Vassen remarked in conclusion. And you call that nonsense? I cried. And when did I call it nonsense? I simply did not copy it, but though it's not nonsense, the diary certainly is somewhat ordinary, or rather natural. That is, it's just what it's bound to be in such circumstances. But the last thoughts sometimes are extremely insignificant. One such suicide complained, in fact, in a similar diary, that not one lofty idea visited him at that important hour, nothing but futile and petty thoughts. And that he was chilly, was that too a futile thought? Do you mean his being chilly or the thought about the blood? Besides, it's a well-known fact that very many people who are capable of contemplating their approaching death, whether it's by their own hand or not, frequently show a tendency to worry themselves about leaving their body in a presentable condition. It was from that point of view that Kraft was anxious about the blood. I don't know whether that is a well-known fact, or whether that is so, I muttered, but I am surprised that you consider all that natural. And yet it's not long since Kraft was speaking, feeling, sitting among us. Surely you must feel sorry for him. Oh, of course I'm sorry, and that's quite a different thing. But in any case, Kraft himself conceived of his death as a logical deduction. It turns out that all that was said about him yesterday at Dergachev's was true. He left behind him a manuscript book full of abstruse theories, proving by phrenology, by craniology, and even by mathematics that the Russians are a second-rate race, and that therefore, since he was a Russian, life was not worth living for him. What is more striking about it, if you like, is that it shows one can make any logical deduction one pleases. But to shoot oneself in consequence of a deduction does not always follow. At least one must do credit to his strength of will. Possibly not that only, Vassen observed evasively. It was clear that he assumed stupidity or weakness of intellect. All this irritated me. You talked of feeling yourself yesterday, Vassen. I don't gainsay it now, but what has happened betrays something in him so crudely mistaken that, if one looks at it critically, it checks one's compassion in spite of oneself. Do you know that I guessed yesterday from your eyes that you would disapprove of Kraft, and I resolved not to ask your opinion, that I might not hear evil of him, but you have given it of yourself, and I am forced to agree with you in spite of myself, and yet I am annoyed with you. I am sorry for Kraft. Do you know we are going rather far? Yes, I interrupted. But it's a comfort anyhow that in such cases those who are left alive, the critics of the dead, can say of themselves, though a man has shot himself who was worthy of all compassion and indulgence, we are left at any rate, and so there's no great need to grieve. Yes, of course, from that point of view. Oh, but I believe you're joking, and very cleverly. I always drink tea at this time, and I'm just going to ask for it. You will join me, perhaps? And he went out, with a glance at my trunk and bag. I had wanted to say something rather spiteful to retaliate for his judgment of Kraft, and I had succeeded in saying it, but it was curious that he had taken my consoling reflection that such as we are left as meant seriously. But be that as it may, he was, anyway, more right than I was in everything, even in his feelings. I recognized this without the slightest dissatisfaction, but I felt distinctly that I did not like him. When they had brought in the tea, I announced that I was going to ask for his hospitality for one night only, and if this were impossible, I had hoped he would say so, and I would go to a hotel. Then I briefly explained my reasons, simply and frankly stating that I had finally quarreled with Versilov, without, however, going into details. Vasin listened attentively, but without the slightest excitement. As a rule, he only spoke in reply to questions, though he always answered with ready courtesy and sufficient detail. I said nothing at all about the letter concerning which I had come to ask his advice in the morning, and I explained that I had looked in then simply to call on him. Having given Versilov my word that no one else should know of the letter, I considered I had no right to speak of it to anyone. I felt it for some reason peculiarly repugnant to speak of certain things to Vasin, of some things and not of others. I succeeded, for instance, in interesting him in my description of the scenes that had taken place that morning in the passage, in the next room, and finally at Versilov's. He listened with extreme attention, especially to what I told him of Stabelkov. When I told him how Stabelkov asked about Dergachev, he made me repeat the question again, and seemed to ponder gravely over it, though he did not laugh in the end. It suddenly occurred to me at that moment that nothing could ever have disconcerted Vasin. I remember, however, that this idea presented itself at first in a form most complimentary to him. In fact, I could not gather much from what Mr. Stabelkov said, I added finally. He talks in a sort of muddle, and there is something, as it were, feather-headed about him. Vasin at once assumed a serious air. He certainly has no gift for language, but he sometimes manages to make very acute observations at first sight, and in fact he belongs to the class of businessmen, men of practical affairs rather than of theoretical ideas. One must judge them from that point of view. It was exactly what I had imagined him saying that morning. He made an awful row next door, though, and goodness knows how it might have ended. Of the inmates of the next room, Vasin told me that they had been living there about 3 weeks and had come from somewhere in the provinces, that their room was very small, and that to all appearance they were very poor, that they stayed in and seemed to be expecting something. He did not know the young woman had advertised for lessons, but he had heard that Versilov had been to see them. It had happened in his absence, but the landlady had told him of it. The two ladies had held themselves aloof from everyone, even from the landlady. During the last few days he had indeed become aware that something was wrong with them, but there had been no other scenes like the one that morning. I recall all that was said about the people next door because of what followed. All this time there was a dead silence in the room. Vasin listened with marked interest when I told him that Stabelkov had said he must talk to the landlady about our neighbors, and that he had twice repeated, "Ah, you will see, you will see." And you will see, added Vasin, that notion of his stands for something. He has an extraordinarily keen eye for such things. Why, do you think the landlady ought to be advised to turn them out? No, I did not mean that they should be turned out, simply that there might be a scandal. But all such cases end one way or another. Let's drop the subject. As for Versilov's visit next door, he absolutely refused to give any opinion. Anything is possible. A man feels that he has money in his pocket, but he may very likely have given the money from charity. That would perhaps be in accordance with his traditions and his inclinations. I told him that Stabelkov had chattered that morning about a baby. Stabelkov is absolutely mistaken about that, Vasin brought out with peculiar emphasis and gravity. I remembered this particularly. Stabelkov sometimes puts too much faith in his practical common sense, and so is in too great a hurry to draw conclusions to fit in with his logic, which is often very penetrating, and all the while the actual fact may be far more fantastic and surprising when one considers the character of the persons concerned in it. So it has been in this case. Having a partial knowledge of the affair, he concluded the child belonged to Versalov, and yet the child is not Versalov's. I pressed him, and to my great amazement learned from him that the infant in question was the child of Prince Sergei Sokolsky. Lydia Amakov, either owing to her illness or to some fantastic streak in her character, used at times to behave like a lunatic. She had been fascinated by the prince before she met Versalov, and he had not scrupled to accept her love, to use Vassen's expression. The liaison had lasted but for a moment. They had quarreled, as we know already, and Lydia had dismissed the prince, at which the latter seems to have been relieved. She was a very strange girl, added Vassen. It is quite possible that she was not always in her right mind. But when he went away to Paris, Prince Sokolsky had no idea of the condition of which he left his victim. He did not know until the end, until his return. Versalov, who had become a friend of the young lady's, offered her his hand, in view of her situation, of which it appears her parents had no suspicion up to the end. The lovesick damsel was overjoyed and saw in Versalov's offer something more than self-sacrifice, though that too she appreciated. Of course, though, he knew how to carry it through, Versalov added. The baby, a girl, was born a month or 6 weeks before the proper time. It was placed out somewhere in Germany, but afterwards taken back by Versalov and is now somewhere in Russia, perhaps in Petersburg. And the phosphorus matches? I know nothing about that, Vassen said in conclusion. Lydia Amakov died a fortnight after her confinement. What had happened I don't know. Prince Sokolsky, who had only just returned from Paris, learned there was a child, and seems not to have believed at first that it was his child. The whole affair has, in fact, been kept secret by all parties up till now. But what a wretch this prince must be, I cried indignantly. What a way to treat an invalid girl. She was not so much of an invalid then. Besides, she sent him away herself. It is true, perhaps, that he was in too great a hurry to take advantage of his dismissal. You justify a villain like that? No, only I don't call him a villain. There is a great deal in it besides simply villainy. In fact, it's quite an ordinary thing. Tell me, Vassen, did you know him intimately? I should particularly value your opinion, owing to a circumstance that touches me very nearly. But to this, Vassen replied with excessive reserve. He knew the prince, but he was, with obvious intention, reticent in regard to the circumstances under which he had made his acquaintance. He added further that one had to make allowances for Prince Sokolsky's character. He is impressionable and full of honorable impulses, but has neither good sense nor strength of will enough to control his desires. He is not a well-educated man. Many ideas and situations are beyond his power to deal with, and yet he rushes upon them. He will, for example, persist in declaring, I am a prince and descended from Rurik, but there is no reason why I shouldn't be a shoemaker if I have to earn my living. I am not fit for any other calling. Above the shop there shall be Prince so-and-so, bootmaker. It would really be a credit. He would say that and act upon it too. That's what matters, added Vassen. And yet it's not the result of strong conviction, but only the most shallow impressionability. Afterwards, repentance invariably follows, and then he is always ready to push to an opposite extreme. His whole life is passed like that. Many people come to grief in that way nowadays, Vassen ended, just because they are born in this age. I could not help pondering on his words. Is it true that he was turned out of his regiment? I asked. I don't know whether he was turned out, but he certainly did leave the regiment through some unpleasant scandal. I suppose you know that he spent 2 or 3 months last autumn at Luga. I know that you were staying at Luga at that time. Yes, I was there too for a time. Prince Sokolsky knew Lizaveta Makarovna too. Oh, I didn't know. I must confess I've had so little talk with my sister, but surely he was not received in my mother's house, I cried. Oh, no, he was only slightly acquainted with them through other friends. Ah, to be sure, but what did my sister tell me about that child? Was the baby at Luga? For a while. And where is it now? No doubt in Petersburg. I never will believe, I cried in great emotion, that my mother took any part whatever in this scandal with this Lydia. Apart from these intrigues, of which I can't undertake to give the details, there was nothing particularly reprehensible in Versalav's part of the affair, observed Vasin with a condescending smile. I fancy he began to feel it difficult to talk to me, but he tried not to betray it. I will never, never believe, I cried again, that a woman could give up her husband to another woman. That I won't believe. I swear my mother had no hand in it. It seems, though, that she did not oppose it. In her place, from pride, I should not have opposed it. For my part, I absolutely refuse to judge in such a manner, was Vasin's final comment. Perhaps for all his intelligence, Vasin really knew nothing about women, so that a whole cycle of ideas and phenomena remained unknown to him. I sank into silence. Vasin had a temporary berth in some company's office, and I knew that he used to bring work home with him. When I pressed him, he admitted that he had work to do now, accounts to make up, and I begged him warmly not to stand on ceremony with me. I believed this pleased him, but before bringing out his papers, he made up a bed for me on the sofa. At first he offered me his bed, but when I refused it, I think that too gratified him. He got pillows and a quilt from the landlady. Vasin was extremely polite and amiable, but it made me feel uncomfortable seeing him take so much trouble on my account. I had liked it better when, 3 weeks before, I had spent a night at Efim's. I remember how he had concocted a bed for me, also on a sofa, and without the knowledge of his aunt, who would, he thought, for some reason have been vexed if she had known he had a schoolfellow staying the night with him. We laughed a great deal. A shirt did duty for a sheet and an overcoat for a pillow. I remember how Efim, when he had completed the work, patted the sofa tenderly and said to me, "Vous dormirez comme un petit rouet." And his foolish mirth and the French phrase, as incongruous in his mouth as a saddle on a cow, made me enjoy sleeping at that jocose youth's. As for Vasin, I felt greatly relieved when he sat down to work with his back to me. I stretched myself on the sofa and, looking at his back, pondered deeply on many things. 3. And indeed I had plenty to think about. Everything seemed split up and in confusion in my soul, but certain sensations stood out very definitely, though from their very abundance I was not dominated by any one of them. They all came, as it were, in disconnected flashes, one after another, and I had no inclination, I remember, to dwell on any one of the impressions or to establish any sequence among them. Even the idea of craft had imperceptibly passed into the background. What troubled me most of all was my own position, that here I had broken off and that my trunk was with me, and I was not at home and was beginning everything new. It was as though all my previous intentions and preparations had been in play, and only now, and above all, so suddenly, everything was beginning in reality. This idea gave me courage and cheered me up, in spite of the confusion within me over many things. But I had other sensations. One of them was trying to dominate the others and to take possession of my soul, and strange to say, this sensation too gave me courage and seemed to hold out prospects of something very gay. Yet this feeling had begun with fear. I had been afraid for a long time, from the very hour that in my heat I had unawares said too much to Madame Amakov about the document. Yes, I said too much, I thought, and maybe they will guess something. It's a pity. No doubt they will give me no peace if they begin to suspect, but let them. Very likely they won't find me. I'll hide. And what if they really do run after me? And then I began recalling minutely in every point and with growing satisfaction how I had stood up before Katerina Nikolaevna and how her insolent but extremely astonished eyes had gazed at me obstinately. Going away, I had left her in the same amazement. I remembered, her eyes are not quite black, though. It's only her eyelashes that are so black, and that's what makes her eyes look so dark. And suddenly I remembered, I felt horribly disgusted at the recollection, and sick and angry both at them and at myself. I reproached myself and tried to think of something else. Why did I not feel the slightest indignation with Versalav for the incident with the girl in the next room? It suddenly occurred to me to wonder. For my part, I was firmly convinced that he had had amorous designs and had come to amuse himself, but I was not particularly indignant at this. It seemed to me, indeed, that one could not have conceived of his behaving differently, and although I really was glad he had been put to shame, yet I did not blame him. It was not that which seemed important to me. What was important was the exasperation with which he had looked at me when I came in with the girl. the way he had looked at me as he had never done before. At last he has looked at me seriously, I thought, with a flutter at my heart. Ah, if I had not loved him, I should not have been so overjoyed at his hatred. At last I began to doze and fell asleep. I can just remember being aware of Vasen's finishing his work, tidying away his things, looking carefully towards my sofa, undressing and putting out the light. It was 1 o'clock at night. 4. Almost exactly 2 hours later, I woke up with a start, and, jumping as though I were frantic, sat on my sofa. From the next room there arose fearful lamentations, screams, and sounds of weeping. Our door was wide open, and people were shouting and running to and fro in the lighted passage. I was on the point of calling to Vasen, but I realized that he was no longer in his bed. I did not know where to find the matches. I fumbled for my clothes and began hurriedly dressing in the dark. Evidently the landlady and perhaps the lodgers had run into the next room. Only one voice was wailing, however, that of the older woman. The youthful voice I had heard the day before and so well remembered was quite silent. I remember that this was the first thought that came into my mind. Before I had finished dressing, Vasen came in hurriedly. He laid his hand on the matches instantly and lighted up the room. He was in his dressing gown and slippers, and he immediately proceeded to dress. "What's happened?" I cried. "A most unpleasant and bothersome business," he answered almost angrily. "That young girl you were telling me about has hanged herself in the next room." I could not help crying out. I cannot describe the pang at my heart. We ran out into the passage. I must own I did not dare go into the room, and only saw the unhappy girl afterwards, when she had been taken down, and even then, indeed, at some distance and covered with a sheet, beyond which the 2 narrow soles of her shoes stood out. So I did not, for some reason, look into her face. The mother was in a fearful condition. Our landlady was with her, not, however, greatly alarmed. All the lodgers in the flat had gathered round. There were only 3 of them. An elderly naval man, always very peevish and exacting, though on this occasion he was quite quiet, and an elderly couple, respectable people of the small functionary class who came from the province of Tver. I won't attempt to describe the rest of that night, the general commotion and afterwards the visit of the police. Literally till daylight I kept shuddering and felt it my duty to sit up, though I did absolutely nothing. And indeed everyone had an extraordinarily cheery air, as though they had been particularly cheered by something. Vasen went off somewhere. The landlady turned out to be rather a decent woman, much better than I had imagined her. I persuaded her, and I put it down to my credit, that the mother must not be left alone with the daughter's corpse, and that she must, at least until tomorrow, take her into her room. The landlady at once agreed, and though the mother struggled and shed tears, refusing to leave her daughter, she did at last move into the landlady's room, and the latter immediately ordered the samovar to be brought. After that, the lodgers went back to their rooms and shut the doors, but nothing would have induced me to go to bed, and I remained a long time with the landlady, who was positively relieved at the presence of a third person, and especially one who was able to give some information bearing on the case. The samovar was most welcome, and in fact the samovar is the most essential thing in Russia, especially at times of particularly awful, sudden, and eccentric catastrophes and misfortunes. Even the mother was induced to drink 2 cups, though, of course, only with much urging and almost compulsion. And yet I can honestly say that I have never seen a bitterer and more genuine sorrow than that poor mother's. After the first paroxysms of sobbing and hysterics, she was actually eager to talk, and I listened greedily to her story. There are unhappy people, especially women, who must be allowed to talk as freely as possible when they're in trouble. Moreover, there are characters, too, blurred, so to speak, by sorrow, who all their life long have suffered terribly, much both of great sorrow and of continued worry about trifles, and who can never be surprised by anything, by any sort of sudden calamity, and who, above all, never, even beside the coffin of their dearest, can forget the rules of behavior for propitiating people, which they have learned by bitter experience. And I don't criticize it. There is neither the vulgarity of egoism nor the insolence of culture in this. There is perhaps more genuine goodness to be found in these simple hearts than in heroines of the loftiest demeanor, but the long habit of humiliation, the instinct of self-preservation, the years of timid anxiety and oppression leave their mark at last. The poor girl who had died by her own hand was not like her mother in this. They were alike in face, however, though the dead girl was decidedly good-looking. The mother was not a very old woman, 50 at the most. She, too, was fair, but her eyes were sunken, Her cheeks were hollow, and she had large yellow, uneven teeth. And indeed, everything had a tinge of yellowness. The skin on her hands and face was like parchment. Her dark dress had grown yellow with age, and the nail on the forefinger of her right hand had been, I don't know why, carefully and tidily plastered up with yellow wax. Translator's note: this must be an error on Dostoyevsky's part. Russian women sometimes plaster with wax the forefinger of the left hand to protect it from being pricked in sewing. The poor woman's story was in parts quite disconnected. I will tell it as I understood it and as I remember it. 5. They had come from Moscow. She had long been a widow, the widow of an unofficial, however. Her husband had been in the government service, but had left them practically nothing except a pension of 200 rubles. But what are 200 rubles? Olya grew up, however, and went to the high school. And how well she did! How good she was at her lessons! She won the silver medal when she left. At this point, of course, prolonged weeping. The deceased husband had lost a fortune of nearly 4,000 rubles, invested with a merchant here in Petersburg. This merchant had suddenly grown rich again. I had papers, I asked advice. I was told, try and you will certainly get it. I wrote, the merchant agreed. Go yourself, I was told. Olya and I set off and arrived a month ago. Our means were small. We took this room because it was the smallest of all, and as we could see ourselves in a respectable house. And that's what mattered most to us. We were inexperienced women. Everyone takes advantage of us. Well, we paid you for 1 month. With one thing and another, Petersburg is ruinous. Our merchant gives us a flat refusal. I don't know you or anything about you, and the paper I had was not regular, I knew that. Then I was advised to go to a celebrated lawyer. He was a professor, not simply a lawyer but an expert, so he'd be sure to tell me what to do. I took him my last 15 rubles. The lawyer came out to me, and he did not listen to me for 3 minutes. I see, says he. I know, says he. If the merchant wants to, says he. He'll pay the money. If he doesn't want to, he won't. And if you take proceedings, you may have to pay yourself, perhaps. You had far better come to terms. He made a joke then, out of the gospel. Make peace, said he, while your enemy is in the way with you, lest you pay to the uttermost farthing. He laughed as he saw me out. My 15 rubles were wasted. I came back to Olya. We sat facing one another. I began crying. Olya did not cry. She sat there proud and indignant. She had always been like that with me, all her life, even when she was tiny. She was never one to moan. She was never one to cry. But she would sit and look fierce. It used to make me creep to look at her. And wouldn't you believe it? I was afraid of her. I was really quite afraid of her. I've been so for a long time past. I often wanted to grieve, but I did not dare before her. I went to the merchant for the last time. I cried before him freely. He said it was all right and would not even listen. Meanwhile, I must confess that, not having reckoned on being here for so long, we had been for some time without a penny. I began taking our clothes one by one to the pawnbrokers. We have been living on what we have pawned. I stripped myself of everything. She gave me the last of her linen, and I cried bitterly at taking it. She stamped. Then she jumped up and ran off to the merchant herself. He was a widower. He talked to her. Come at 5 o'clock the day after tomorrow, says he. Perhaps I shall have something to say to you. She came home quite gay. He says he may have something to say to me. Well, I was pleased, too, but yet I somehow felt a sort of chill at my heart. Something will come of it, I thought, but I did not dare to question her. 2 days later she came back from the merchant's, pale and trembling all over, and threw herself on the bed. I saw what it meant and did not dare to question her. And would you believe it, the villain had offered her 15 rubles. If I find you pure and virtuous, I'll hand you over another 40. He said that to her face. He wasn't ashamed to. At that, she flew at him, so she told me. He thrust her out and even locked himself in the next room. And meanwhile, I must confess, to tell the truth, we had nothing to eat. We brought out a jacket lined with hair fur. We sold it. She went to a newspaper and put in an advertisement at once. She offered lessons in all subjects and in arithmetic. If they'll only pay 30 kopecks, she said. And in the end, I began to be really alarmed at her. She would sit for hours at the window without saying a word, staring at the roof of the house opposite, and then she would suddenly cry out, "If I could only wash or dig!" She would say one sentence like that and stamp her foot. And there was no one we knew here, no one we could go to. I wondered what would become of us. And all the while I was afraid to talk to her. One day she fell asleep in the daytime. She waked up, opened her eyes, and looked at me. I was sitting on the box, and I was looking at her too. She got up, came to me without saying a word, and thrust her arms round me. And we could not help crying, both of us. We sat crying and clinging to each other. It was the first time in her life I had seen her like that. And just as we were sitting like that, your Nastasia came in and said, "There's a lady inquiring for you." This was only 4 days ago. The lady came in. We saw she was very well dressed, though she spoke Russian, it seemed to me, with a German accent. "You advertise that you give lessons," she said. We were so delighted then, we made her sit down. She laughed in such a friendly way. "It's not for me," she said, "but my niece has small children, and if it suits you, come to us and we will make arrangements." She gave an address, a flat in Voznesensky Street. She went away. Dear Olia set off the same day. She flew there. She came back 2 hours later. She was in hysterics, in convulsions. She told me afterwards, "I asked the porter where flat number so-and-so was. The porter looked at her and said, 'And what do you want to go to that flat for?' He said that so strangely that it might have made one suspicious, but she was so self-willed, poor darling, so impatient, she could not bear impertinent questions. 'Go along then,' he said, and he pointed up the stairs to her and went back himself to his little room. And what do you think? She went in, asked for the lady, and on all sides women ran up to her at once. Horrid creatures, rouged. They rushed at her, laughing. 'Please come in, they cried. They dragged her in. Someone was playing the piano. I tried to get away from them, she said, but they would not let me go. She was frightened. Her legs gave way under her. They simply would not let her go. They talked to her coaxingly. They persuaded her. They uncorked a bottle of porter. They pressed it on her. She jumped up trembling, screamed at the top of her voice, 'Let me go! Let me go!' She rushed to the door. They held the door. She shrieked. Then the one who had been to see us the day before ran up and slapped my Olia twice in the face and pushed her out the door. 'You don't deserve to be in a respectable house, you skinny slut!' And another shouted after her on the stairs. 'You came of yourself to beg of us because you have nothing to eat, but we won't look at such an ugly fright.' All that night she lay in a fever and delirious, and in the morning her eyes glittered. She got up and walked about. 'Justice,' she cried. 'She must be brought to justice.' I said nothing, but I thought, if you brought her up, how could we prove it? She walked about with set lips, wringing her hands and tears streaming down her face, and her whole face seemed darkened from that time up to the very end. On the third day she seemed better. She was quiet and seemed calmer, and then at 4:00 in the afternoon, Mr. Veselov came to see us, and I must say I can't understand, even now, how Olia, who was always so mistrustful, was ready to listen to him almost at the first word. What attracted us both more than anything was that he had such a grave, almost stern air. He spoke gently, impressively, and so politely, more than politely, respectfully even. And yet at the same time he showed no sign of trying to make up to us. It was plain to see he had come with a pure heart. 'I read your advertisement in the paper,' said he. 'You did not word it suitably, madam, and you may damage your prospects by that.' And he began explaining. I must own I did not understand. Something about arithmetic, but I saw that Olia flushed and seemed to brighten up altogether. She listened and talked readily, and to be sure he must be a clever man. I heard her even thank him. He questioned her so minutely about everything, and it seemed that he had lived a long time in Moscow, and it turned out that he knew the headmistress of the high school. 'I will be sure to find you lessons,' said he, 'for I know a great many people here, and I can, in fact, apply to many influential people, so that if you would prefer a permanent situation, we might look out for that. Meanwhile,' said he, 'forgive me one direct question. Can I be of some use to you at once?' 'It will be your doing me a favor, not my doing you one,' said he. 'If you will allow me to be of use to you in any way, let it be a loan,' said he. And as soon as you have a situation in a very short time, you will be able to repay me. Believe me, on my honor, said he, if ever I were to come to poverty and you had plenty of everything, I would come straight to you for some little help. I would send my wife and daughter. At least, I don't remember all his words, only I was moved to tears, for I saw that Olia's lips were trembling with gratitude too. If I take it, she answered him, it is because I trust an honorable and humane man, who might have been my father. That was very well said by her, briefly and with dignity. A humane man, said she. He stood up at once. I will get you lessons and a situation without fail. I will set to work this very day, for you have quite a satisfactory diploma too. I forgot to say that he looked through all her school certificates when he first came in. She showed them to him, and he examined her in several subjects. You see, he examined me, Mamma, Olia said to me afterwards. And what a clever man he is, she said. It is not often one speaks to such a well-educated, cultured man. And she was quite radiant. The money, 60 rubles, lay on the table. Take it, Mamma, said she. When I get a situation, we will pay it back as soon as possible. We will show that we are honest and that we have delicacy. He has seen that already, though. Then she paused. I saw her draw a deep breath. Do you know, Mamma, she said to me suddenly, if we had been coarse, we should perhaps have refused to take it through pride. But by taking it now, we only show our delicacy of feeling and that we trust him completely, out of respect for his gray hair, don't we? At first I did not quite understand. But why, Olia, not accept the benevolence of a wealthy and honorable man if he has a good heart too? She scowled at me. No, Mamma, she said, that's not it. I don't want benevolence, but his humanity is precious. And it would have been better really not to have taken the money at all, since he has promised to get me a situation. That's enough, though we are in need. Well, Olia, said I, our need is so great that we could not have refused it. I actually laughed. Well, I was pleased, but an hour later she turned to me. Don't spend that money yet, Mamma, she said resolutely. What? Said I. I mean it, she said, and she broke off and said no more. She was silent all the evening. Only at 2:00 in the night I waked up and heard Olia tossing in her bed. Are you awake, Mamma? Yes, I am awake. Do you know, he meant to insult me? What nonsense, I said. There is no doubt of it, she said. He is a vile man. Don't dare to spend a farthing of his money. I tried to talk to her. I burst out crying, in bed as I was. She turned away to the wall. Be quiet, she said. Let me go to sleep. In the morning I looked at her. She was not like herself. And you may believe it or not, before God I swear she was not in her right mind then. From the time that she was insulted in that infamous place there was darkness and perplexity in her heart, and in her brain. Looking at her that morning, I had misgivings about her. I was alarmed. I made up my mind I would not say a word to contradict her. He did not even leave his address, Mamma, she said. For shame, Olia, I said. You listened to him last night. You praised him and were ready to shed tears of gratitude. That was all I said, but she screamed and stamped. You're a woman of low feelings, she said, brought up in the old Slavish ideas. And then, without a word, she snatched up her hat, ran out. I called after her. I wondered what was the matter with her, where she had run. She had run to the address bureau to find out where Versilov lived. I'll take him back the money today and fling it in his face. He meant to insult me, she said. Like Safronov, that's the merchant. But Safronov insulted me like a coarse peasant. But he like a cunning Jesuit. And just then, unhappily, that gentleman knocked at the door. I hear the name of Versilov, he said. I can tell you about him. When she heard Versilov's name, she pounced on him. She was in a perfect frenzy. She kept talking away. I gazed at her in amazement. She was always a silent girl and had never talked to anyone like that, and with a perfect stranger, too. Her cheeks were burning, her eyes glittered, and he said at once, You are perfectly right, madam. Versilov, said he, is just like the generals here, described in the newspapers. They dress themselves up with all their decorations and go after all the governesses who advertise in the papers. Sometimes they find what they want, or if they don't, they sit and talk a little, make bushels of promises and go away, having got diversion out of it anyway. Olia actually laughed, but so bitterly, and I saw the gentleman take her hand and press it to his heart. "I am a man of independent means, madam," said he, "and might well make a proposal to a fair maiden, but I'd better," said he, "kiss your little hand to begin with." And he was trying to kiss her hand. How she started! But I came to the rescue, and together we turned him out of the room. Then, towards evening, Olia snatched the money from me and ran out. When she came back, she said, "I have revenged myself on that dishonorable man, Mamma." "Oh, Olia, Olia," I said, "perhaps we have thrown away our happiness." "You have insulted a generous, benevolent man," I cried. I was so vexed with her I could not help it. She shouted at me. "I won't have it! I won't have it!" she cried. "If he were ever so honest, I don't want his charity. I don't want anyone to pity me." I went to bed with no thought of anything. How many times I had looked on that nail in your wall where once there had been a looking-glass. It never entered my head, never. I never thought of it yesterday, and I'd never thought of it before. I had no inkling of it, and I did not expect it of Olia at all. I usually sleep heavily and snore. It's the blood going to my head, and sometimes it goes to my heart. I call out in my sleep so that Olia wakes me up at night. "What's the matter with you, Mamma?" she would say. "You sleep so heavily there's no waking you." "Oh, Olia," I said. I do. That's how I must have slept this night, so that, after waiting a bit, she got up without fear of waking me. The strap, a long one from our trunk, had been lying about all that month where we could see it. Only yesterday morning I had been thinking of tidying it away. And the chair she must have kicked away afterwards, and she had put her petticoat down beside it to prevent its banging on the floor. And it must have been a long time afterwards, a whole hour or more afterwards, that I waked up and called, "Olia! Olia!" All at once I felt something amiss and called her name, either because I did not hear her breathing in bed, or perhaps I made out in the darkness that the bed was empty. Anyway, I got up suddenly and felt with my hand. There was no one in the bed and the pillow was cold. My heart sank. I stood still as though I were stunned. My mind was a blank. She's gone out, I thought. I took a step, and by the bed I seemed to see her standing in the corner by the door. I stood still and gazed at her without speaking, and through the darkness she seemed to look at me without stirring. But why has she got on a chair, I wondered. "Olia?" I whispered. I was frightened. "Olia, do you hear?" But suddenly, as it were, it all dawned upon me. I went forward, held out both arms and put them round her, and she swayed in my arms. I swayed and she swayed with me. I understood and would not understand. I wanted to cry out, but no cry came. I fell on the floor and shrieked. "Vasen," I said at 6 o'clock in the morning, "if it had not been for your Stabelkov, this might not have happened." "Who knows? Most likely it would have happened. One can't draw such a conclusion. Everything was leading up to it, apart from that. It is true that Stabelkov sometimes—" He broke off and frowned disagreeably. At 7 o'clock he went out again. He still had a great deal to do. I was left at last entirely alone. It was by now daylight. I felt rather giddy. I was haunted by the figure of Versalov. This lady's story had brought him out in quite a different light. To think this over better, I lay down on Vasen's bed just as I was, in my clothes and my boots, just for a minute, with no intention of going to sleep, and suddenly I fell asleep. I don't remember how it happened, indeed. I slept almost 4 hours. Nobody waked me. End of Section 1, Chapter 9.